Big day, and Eric Bieniemy goes over 100 yards for the 17th time in his career. Coming up, Alabama and Tennessee. It's the third Saturday of October. A triple header of college football. Game 2 on the horizon at General Neyland Stadium.
This is the average stay at an ordinary hotel. This is the average stay at Residence Inn. People who travel for a living live here. You can saw logs at any hotel, but at Residence Inn, you can burn them too. People who travel for a living live here.
We're going to quickly roll along now with some more scores that we need to update you on here on the Residence Inn College Football Scoreboard. Iowa State trailing at halftime to Oklahoma, 28-17 the score in that ball game. Blaze Bryant rushed for over 2,000 career yards in the game. Akron in Florida, the Zips having all kinds of trouble. It's 38-0 Florida. As we continue on, Arkansas State and Mississippi, 42-13, that score at the half as the Rebels continue to roll along. Don't forget, Arkansas is playing against Texas. It is 34-17. The Horns moving away with it now in the Southwest Conference. And don't forget, Jim Wacker will join us at halftime of our primetime game coming up later tonight. But first things first, it is Tennessee. It is Alabama, the third Saturday in October. And when these two teams get together, boys become men as we take you to the SEC.
The Crimson Tide of Alabama roll into Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee for the annual meeting with the Volunteers on the third Saturday of October. And a Tennessee tradition, the parade of balls. The unbeaten Volunteers have a bounce in their step as they arrive, but the walk out of the stadium has been a long one for Tennessee the last 4 third Saturdays of October. This year, as in every year since 1928, the third Saturday in October has been reserved for a special occasion, Alabama versus Tennessee. The tradition began with a 98-yard touchdown by Tennessee's Gene McKeever on the opening kickoff in 1928. In 1909, Tennessee's Johnny Butler rambled an unforgettable 56 yards against Bama. And in 1956, Johnny Majors led the Vols past the Crimson Tide. Now Majors coaches against the Tide, and his team is ranked 3rd in the nation despite losing Chuck Webb to injury. Tony Thompson has burst into the spotlight with more than 100 yards a game as Webb's replacement. The Vols are confident they can remain unbeaten. Alabama was a dominant team under the legendary Bear Bryant, but following the Bear has left successors like Gene Stallings hot under the collar. The loss of top running back Saran Stacy to injury has hurt the Tide. But getting battered and bruised by Southern Miss, Florida, and Georgia agonized Tide players and left Bama searching for answers after an 0-3 start. Quarterback Gary Hollingsworth has the Tide headed in the right direction with 2 straight wins, and the Tide is ready to roll. Alabama Crimson Tide. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. I'm Sean McDonough, along with Coach Mike Gottfried. We're delighted to have you with us on ESPN for the 73rd renewal of one of the great rivalries in all of college football, Alabama and Tennessee. They always meet on the third Saturday in October. They've been playing since 1901. This year, Tennessee is playing in the national championship picture, Mike, at 4-0-2.
Sean, I still think they have a shot for the national championship. It's an outside shot. Offensively, they're a big play offensive football team. They have an outstanding array of receivers that you're going to see today. Their offensive line could be the best offensive line in the country. Defensively, for Tennessee, they've now installed a 4-3 defense by Larry Lacewell. He came over from Arkansas State. You see the 4-3 here. The 4 down linemen will continually try to get up the field. The middle linebacker is a player to watch today. I expect him to make a lot of plays in the I formation against Alabama. They run a 2-deep secondary. They're very good on defense, and the defense has changed this team around.
Tennessee, an 11-point favorite here this afternoon. They have lost the last 4 meetings against Alabama. The Crimson Tide struggling throughout this season. They are 2-3. They've been decimated by some key injuries, but still the team that is capable of pulling off an upset.
Well, they are capable. They're going to have a real challenge today. The one thing they don't want to happen in their offensive football team today is get in 3rd and longs and 2nd and long situations. They have to mix it up on 1st down. They've got to throw the ball on 1st down. On defense, they must stop Tennessee from getting any big plays. I look at it like a heavyweight fight. It's a 15-round fight. Alabama has to figure a way to stay around for the 15th round and then have a shot to win. You can see the 1990 4th quarter woes. They've been outscored badly by the opponents, so they must do a better job in the 4th quarter.
They've had troubles in the 4th quarter because of a lack of depth. As always in football, the quarterbacks will be a key, and our expert as far as quarterbacking is concerned is on the sideline today, Neil Lomax. Neil?
All right, guys, tonight we'll feature 2 of the best quarterbacks in the SEC for Tennessee, Andy Kelly, who I feel has the better supporting cast to make him a better quarterback. Now, Gary Hollingsworth for the Alabama Crimson Tide has got to have the kind of game he had last year. 32 completions for over 379 yards and 3 TDs. He's got to have that kind of day in order for Alabama to win this football game. Sean and Mike?
Here come the Volunteers of Tennessee, led by veteran head coach Johnny Majors. Tennessee is brought to you by the Mirage Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, by the Principal Financial Group, financial products that give you an edge, and by Mobil, Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil. Isn't your car worth the extra protection? Alabama takes the field, and we'll have the opening kickoff from Knoxville, Tennessee, right after this.
I'm James Buster Douglas. I'm the heavyweight champion because I knocked out Mike Tyson.
Oh, what an uppercut from Douglas. Tyson's in deep trouble.
Some people think it was luck. Evander Holyfield thinks it was luck. He thinks he's the next champion. He's right about one thing. He's next.
Douglas versus Holyfield for the heavyweight title. It's the moment of truth, and the truth is gonna hurt.
Exclusively on pay-per-view and closed-circuit TV.
In financial matters, as in life, everybody's different. Different needs, different goals. The Principal Financial Group understands. Our financial services are as unique and individual as you are. Personalized solutions that offer each customer an advantage. That's the Principal Edge. It's made us one of America's largest. So for diversified products that fit your financial needs to the letter, look for the Principal Edge.
To the good life.
To live the good life, you have to pay the price. The average new car costs over $15,000. But there's a motor oil that can protect your investment under extreme conditions when conventional oils won't. Mobil 1, isn't your car worth the extra protection?
To the good life.
Protect the environment. Take your used motor oil to an approved used oil collection center.
When rain comes into view, warm air surrounding you. Call me rain. The air of quality. Rain.
When winter hits your neighborhood, warm up with a reliable, high-efficiency Rheem heat pump that'll keep you cool all summer, too, and save money year-round.
Rain. Call me rain. The air of quality. Call me rain.
Sold out for the 73rd meeting all time between Alabama and Tennessee. Alabama leads this long series, which dates back to 1901, 38-27 and 7, and Alabama has won the last 4, including last year's game in Birmingham. The final was 47-30 in favor of the Crimson Tide. On the left, first-year head coach Gene Stallings of Alabama. On the right, Tennessee's Johnny Majors, now in his 14th season as head man here in Knoxville. Alabama won the toss and deferred its decision until the second half. Tennessee elected to receive. Going back deep for Tennessee, number 18, Dale Carter. He returned the second half kickoff last week against Florida. 91 yards for a touchdown.
They're an outstanding special teams team. They will run back kicks. They do an excellent job. They spend most of their Thursday practice on returns. So look for Tennessee to be a very good team in special areas.
Philip Doyle will kick off for Alabama. A line drive kick. Carter from the 2. Lost the football. Alabama recovers at the 28-yard line.
On the return, one of the concerns of the Tennessee coaches was that they may be a little flat after the homecoming win against Florida. He just dropped the football.
And Gerald Pickett recovered for the Crimson Tide. 1st and 10, Alabama at the 28 of Tennessee. Robert Jones can't turn the corner. He's out of bounds at the 30 for a loss of 2. The Sears die-hard starting lineup for Alabama on offense, led by senior quarterback Gary Hollingsworth. The running backs, Derek Lassick and the fullback Kevin Turner. The wideouts, Lamont Russell, converted from tight end, and Donnie Finkley. The tight end is Steve Buskey. The center, Roger Schultz. The guards, Chris Robinette and Trent Patterson. And the tackles, Matt Hammond, he's inexperienced, and Terrell Chapman at 301 pounds. 2nd and 12 for Bama. Derek Lassick down to the 23. Darrell Hardy made the tackle for Tennessee. The Tennessee defense this afternoon. Out of the 4-3, the ends Chris Mims and Chuck Smith. The tackles, Mark Moore and Kerry Bailey. The middle linebacker is Sean Walker. The outside backers, Hardy, who just made the tackle, and Ernest Fields. The corners, Lincoln and Miley, and the safeties, Mark Fletcher and Dale Carter, who had that great performance last week against Florida, but started today with the fumble of the opening kickoff.
And this might be where they go to the all curl at the sticks right here, where all the receivers were hooked right around the sticks.
Shovel pass to the tight end, Buskey. He's hit at the 19-yard line, a yard short of the first down.
Number 87, move with the flow. He doesn't overrun it. He's sitting in good position to make the tackle right there. He didn't take off with the fake of the quarterback rolling out. He sat in the hole and waited on the play.
Gene Stallings got the big early break, but he will not gamble on 4th and 1. Philip Doyle, one of the best place kickers in the nation. He's only missed 1 field goal this year, and you can make it 2. First miss from inside 50 yards this year for Philip Doyle, and the Volunteers dodged the bullet. No score, and will return to Knoxville, Tennessee.
Defensively, that's what you want to do, Tennessee. They took the ball over in your territory and hold them from getting a score.
Andy Kelly on the first play for the Volunteers. Tossed it back to Tony Thompson. He didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage. The offense for the Volunteers, led by Andy Kelly, a junior. The backs, Tony Thompson, and the fullback, Roland Poles. Great wide receivers for the Volunteers. The starters are Morgan and Harper. The tight end is Von Reeves. He'll alternate with Mark Adams. John Fisher, the center of a great offensive line. Myslinski and Baird, the guards. McCray and Davis, both of whom are possible first-round draft picks in the NFL, are the tackles. Thompson again out to the 22, and that's all. 3rd down and 8 upcoming for Tennessee. The Crimson Tide defenders, the ends, George Thornton and Eric Curry. Curry's playing with a knee strain. The nose guard is Robert Stewart. Inside, John Sullins and Derek Oden. On the outside, Steve Webb and Spencer Hammond. The corners, George Teague and Ephraim Thomas. And the safeties are Stacey Harrison and Mark McMillan. 3rd and 8. We played 3 minutes in the first quarter, no score. Kelly, much too high. He threw it away as Alvin Harper was well covered along the far sideline, and Tennessee goes 3 plays in punt.
When you look at Alabama, they've started every ball game very strong. They've really come out of the chute well, and they have in this particular ball game, except for the missed field goal. They've held Tennessee. They get the break on the kicking game. Now they get a chance to go back on offense and see if they can open it up a little bit.
Joey Chapman, redshirt freshman punter. Short kick under a rush. Chris Anderson, flag down. He's down at the 42. Jimmy Harper leads our SEC officiating crew this afternoon.
Doing the run back, flipping on the receiving team, doing the run back will be 1st down, 1st and 10.
Alabama back on offense in a scoreless first quarter.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
Last week, my girlfriend broke up with me. Then she traded in her Toyota Corolla for this Eagle Summit.
Well, did she give you a reason?
Said she needed her space.
So you got a $400 rebate.
Yep, I got it when I bought my new Eagle Summit.
Great. What do you plan to do with it?
Just drive it when I want to go somewhere.
At Compaq, before we build our laptop personal computers, we put you in the picture. We study your workload on the road, factor in working conditions, see how much you have to do, and how fast you have to do it. This is why more people use rugged, compact, portable, and laptop PCs than any other. So you can carry the high performance of Compaq wherever you want to go, or wherever you have to go. Compaq. It simply works better.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
ESPN's presentation of college football, Alabama versus Tennessee, is brought to you by Jeep and Eagle, a division of Chrysler Corporation, and by Compaq Computers. High-performance compact personal computers. Compaq. It simply works better. Just a few hundred yards from Neyland Stadium, the Tennessee River, and many volunteer fans arrive by boat. No score with 11:47 left in the first quarter. 1st and 10 for Alabama. Back at their own 27 after the walk-off for Clipping. Sean Walker made the tackle on 1st down on the fullback Kevin Turner.
Alabama's trying to go with one back to try to spread out the 4-3 defense of Tennessee. Here's the middle linebacker, Sean Walker. I said earlier, he's going to make a lot of plays today because it's very difficult to block the middle linebacker in a 4-3 defense. You try to do it with your center and guard, but a lot of times they can't get to him.
On 2nd and 8. Lassick, the tailback, tripped up behind the line of scrimmage.
4-3 defense is a defense that is very difficult to run against. This is the only team, Tennessee, that runs this defense in the Southeastern Conference. So every game they play against an opponent in the league, it's the first time they've seen the 4-3 run by Tennessee. Larry Lacewell brought it over here from Arkansas State. It's an outstanding run defense with a secondary where we're playing too deep.
Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. Deflected pass incomplete.
Alabama offensively must control the football and keep it away from Tennessee's offense, Sean. You can't go in 3 plays against this defense and allow the offense of Tennessee with so many weapons to keep getting the football back.
Stan Moss, a sophomore punter from Brent, Alabama. He's a transfer from Texas A&M. Off the side of his foot and out of bounds near midfield.
Well, the kicking game right off the bat is hurting Alabama. This is two situations. They had a turnover on Tennessee's kicking game, didn't take advantage of it. They missed a field goal. And then to have a bad punt right here and give Tennessee good field position, their kicking game is misfiring.
That is a 20-yard punt. This game, 2 of our triple header. Florida State and Auburn follows this football game, coming your way live at 7:30 Eastern Time. That's an elimination game from the national title picture. We hope you'll stay tuned to join Ron Franklin, Gary Danielson, and Kevin Kiley for that one. We have a tough act to follow after an exciting Iowa-Michigan game got us started today on ESPN. Kelly misfires on 1st down, and both offenses are out of sync.
Well, Alabama understands that Tennessee's going to try to get the ball to as quickly as they can to the receivers. The quick game, which you just saw there, it's a 3-step drop, and he's throwing, but the corner rolled up and took that route away. So Tennessee's going to have to work the middle of the field a little bit more against what Alabama's doing here at the beginning.
From the standpoint of Gene Stallings in Alabama, how much of a letdown that they did not capitalize on the fumble on the opening kickoff?
Well, it's early enough that you can override that, but still, you want to score every chance you get the ball in the scoring territory.
Greg Amsel, the fullback, rambled into the secondary and picked up the 1st down with a 15-yard gain to the 30-yard line.
I said earlier, Tennessee's offensive line may be the best in the country. Watch them. They were all staying with their blocks, and they open up the hole for Greg Amsler. They alternate 2 fullbacks. Efren Thomas eventually makes the tackle for Alabama.
Johnny Majors says Amsler and Foles are the best tandem of fullbacks he has ever had. Short gain on 1st down for Tennessee. George Thornton made the tackle on Tony Thompson. Here's Tim.
Sean, the shocker of the day. Mac Brown, congratulations. A 13-13 tie against Georgia Tech. That hurts the Citrus Bowl if Georgia Tech beats Virginia. Now we're down to just 4 unbeaten and untied teams. The reason? Central Michigan beats Toledo today, 13-12. Just 4 unbeaten, untied teams, Sean and Mike.
In this football game, we have an unbeaten but not untied Tennessee team. Kelly, good play action. Intercepted. George Teague out to midfield for Alabama. 2nd turnover for the Volunteers.
That's a throw Andy Kelly would like to have back. George Teague just broke in front of the ball. As you watch it here.
Blocking below the waist. Blocking below the waist. The interception team, after the ball has been intercepted, the 15-yard penalty be half the distance from the spot of foul. The Alabama ball 1st down.
It's a tough call. Gene Stallings has a right to be upset. This same thing happened last week in the Oklahoma-Texas game. Oklahoma would get a turnover and then get a 15-yard penalty and start 1st and 25. You see the play action here. Andy Kelly really should have ran this football. Covered very well, and it's a poor throw, but he's going to get away with it because of the penalty here, which puts Alabama back on about the 10-yard line.
The sophomore George Teague with the interception, his 1st of the year, his 2nd career pickoff. He's from Montgomery, Alabama.
This is important that Alabama get the ball out of here. They haven't really moved the ball at all against the 4-3 defense of Tennessee.
Crimson Tide wanted a new football. Ball spotted just inside the 10-yard line. Once again, here's Tim.
Quickly, fellas, Miami, Notre Dame. The Rocket goes 94 yards after a Carlos Huerta field goal made it 10-3 Miami. So the game is tied at 10-10. Ty Detmer, Sean Moore. There's cause for concern. If he has one more of these today in a game of this magnitude, the Rocket will be in line for the Heisman as well. Back to you guys.
On Alabama's first play of this possession, Martin Houston, the backup fullback, plunged ahead for a couple of yards, moving Alabama out to the 12.
Alabama's going to have to throw on first down. I know they're backed up a little bit, but they're going to have to be able to put the ball up on first down against this defense.
And some concern along the near sideline as the doctors tend to Anthony Morgan. No score. We're in the first quarter. 8:40 remaining. Houston again. Bounced off a couple of tacklers, then got driven back by Ernest Fields, number 23.
Alabama tried to slow the rush down of Tennessee with a draw play, but they're back in a third down situation. Not a bad situation, 3rd and 4. It's a run pass type down, but they need to pick up the first down, and they need to start throwing the football here to pick it up. I said earlier on the last third down, I thought maybe they'd throw an all curl route. They take a timeout.
They do have a pass pattern called everybody hook, where that's what all of the receivers do. Gene Stallings will talk it over. No score in the first quarter.
Nothing beats a buzz. Nothing beats #1. Nothing beats the loud and clear. Nothing beats reaching the top. It's the best, and we got it right here. Nothing beats USA. Nothing beats what we've got here. Nothing beats clean, crisp, cold. Nothing beats the king of beers.
Your Eagle Summit's roomy, but you used to carry all that in your Toyota Tercel.
But now I also have room for my boots.
Your boots?
Yep. Here, boots.
When are you going to get a sporty new Eagle Summit?
Hey, there are other cars to consider. How about Toyota Tercel? How about Nissan Sentra?
How about $400 cash back?
How about tomorrow?
No score with 8:04 left in the first quarter here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Sean McDonough with Mike Gottfried and Neil Lomax. Alabama from its own 16-yard line, facing 3rd and 4. Hollingsworth has some running room, but couldn't get away from the tackler. Darrell Hardy again made the stop for Tennessee, and Alabama will be forced to punt.
One thing that the shotgun does for Alabama, it kind of negates the pass rush at Tennessee. It's a little tougher to rush the passer in the shotgun. But again, Gary Hollingsworth is not a real mobile quarterback, so he needs to try to throw the ball to pick up that first down.
He had just the one man to beat, and that was Hardy, but he couldn't get around him. Dan Moss shanks his first punt. This is no beauty either. Almost the exact same kick off the side of his foot and out of bounds along the far sideline.
Well, that'll drive a coach crazy. You kick 2 in a row out of bounds like that and put your defense in bad field position. The other thing about Alabama's defense, they're playing without Eric Curry on every down. Eric Curry was hurt, as you mentioned earlier, with a strained knee. When you take somebody of that ability out, 6'6", 254, eventually you're going to feel it. I look for Tennessee to start running the football right at them.
Tennessee 1st and 10 at the Alabama 36. Mark Adams, the backup tight end, with the catch, short of a first down at the 29.
Just a little curl route over the middle. He got right between the linebackers, John Sullins and Derek Golden. Andy Kelly on a 5-step drop. You're going to see Von Reeves right over the ball, right between the linebackers. He split the linebackers on coverage.
Indeed, it was Reeves, not Adams, with the catch, his first of the game. Poles into the line, stopped short of the first down. Did well just to get back to the line of scrimmage. Roland Poles. Johnny Major says he is the best blocking fullback he has ever coached.
Well, he's had some great fullbacks. Johnny Major is an outstanding coach, and he coached at the University of Pittsburgh, and a lot of people up there really like Johnny and thought highly of him. He's a very nice man. He's a good football coach, and has done an outstanding job here at Tennessee.
3rd and 3. No score in the first quarter. Reverse. Harper has blockers. Has the first down at the 20. Tennessee runs a lot of reverses, trying to capitalize on the speed of their wide receivers.
It's a good call. When you're in the red zone area like this, you expect blitzes. Here's the pitch to Tony Thompson, who will now give the ball to Alvin Harper coming around on the reverse. Andy Kelly was there to block, but he just didn't pick up the block. Harper picks up the first down. Good effort by Robert Stewart, the middle guard, that forced him out of bounds.
Antonio London had a chance to get him behind the line of scrimmage, but did not. Thompson inside the 10 with another first down.
Just a sprint draw play to the right side that Tony Thompson broke back to the weak side. The player that made this play will be Carl Pickens. You see the offensive line right here. Charles McCray, Doug Baird leading the blocking. Now follow as you see Tony Thompson breaks to the outside, then gets a good block by Carl Pickens.
Thompson inside the 5.
Sean, Tennessee's tough down here because they show a lot of formations down here, so you can't really, they force Alabama not to go to a goal line defense real early here because they'll use a lot of receivers and they'll spread you out, where a lot of teams will just try to bring everything in tight and try to run the football in. Tennessee will spread you out down here a little bit more than people like.
2nd and goal from the 5. No score, 5:35 left in the first quarter. Thompson taken down at the 2. Stacey Harrison, the safety, number 1, was running stride for stride with Tony Thompson.
Excellent job by Stacey Harrison of keeping Tony Thompson from getting in the end zone. If he could have got his body turned just a little bit more, the momentum might have taken him into that checkered board end zone. But Stacey Harrison did a nice job of tackling him up high and bringing him out of bounds.
What do you look for 3rd and goal from just outside the 2?
I think they'll try to do something similar to what they just did, try to run the sweep outside.
Amsler tried to go over the top and didn't get close. That's a long way for the fullback Amsler to leap. They were outside the 2, and it was not close.
Alabama's been very good in their rushing defense. Very strong team against the run.
Just as Gene Stallings did not gamble earlier, Johnny Majors will kick a field goal.
Watch Alabama's defensive line get up the field. That's the important thing on defense. If you can get past the line of scrimmage and get penetration before he's able to go up in the air. And that's what Alabama did.
A 20-yard attempt for Greg Burke. 3-0 Tennessee.
Feel the power. Finally, a fitness program designed especially for you. Interval training for men from Gilad Janklowitz, star of ESPN's award-winning fitness show, Bodies in Motion.
This workout is strictly for us men, taking into account our natural strengths and abilities. It's simple, it's straightforward, and if you do it on a regular basis, you will experience excellent results. It's a 5-part workout designed for the advanced, but broken down into circuits, so the beginner can advance at his own pace.
Gilad's Interval Training for Men is shot on Oahu's famous North Shore. And now, it's your turn to feel the power. To order, call 1-800-582-4400 and have your credit card ready. Gilad's Interval Training for Men is only $39.95. Call 1-800-582-4400 for this excellent men's training program. Call 1-800-582-4400 now.
Mike Singletary hits hard, but not like the hard-hitting football news on ESPN's Emmy Award-winning NFL Game Day. The team of Berman, Axtell, Jackson, Edelstein, and Deichmann hit the air each Sunday. Jerry Rice can cover the field, but not like the football coverage on ESPN's hour-long NFL Game Day. We'll take you all around the NFL and inside the numbers. NFL Game Day, Sundays at noon Eastern, only on ESPN.
Tennessee leads 3-0 following a 20-yard field goal by Greg Burke. Joey Chapman, the punter, handles the kickoff. Lorenzo Cole, number 40. Lost the football. They're going to say that he was down back at the 17-yard line. The Volunteers think that they have recovered, but Dave Thomas is in for a rude awakening as the officials say it is still Alabama football.
Again, Tennessee's very good on special teams, and they had good coverage on that, made the play, and almost forced a turnover. Their defense right now is number one in forcing turnovers. See Lorenzo Cole come in from the side over there and make the play and cause the fumble.
Fabio Henson knocked it free, but Cole was ruled down. Hollingsworth trying to throw. Hardy, the first man to greet him at the 16-yard line, a loss of 1.
Again, on the 4-3 defense, you have the extra linebacker, so your coverage is tough to throw the ball over the middle right now when you're dropping back like that. But Gary Hollingsworth needs to find a target, get the ball up the football field to him. Tennessee likes the idea of forcing him out of the pocket.
Less than 3.5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Alabama facing 2nd and 11. Buskey, the tight end, close to a first down. He has it. They'll spot him out of bounds near the 30. Let's check in along the sideline with Neil Lomax.
Well, guys, anytime a quarterback loses 2 star players on offense like Stacy and Sanderson, Hollingsworth's favorite wide receiver, you have confidence problems. And that's what Gary Hollingsworth's going through right now. A lot of confidence problems. Alabama's going to win this game. He's got to get his confidence back.
As Neil Lomax well knows, Gene Stallings suffered through many injuries to key players last year while he was coach of the Phoenix Cardinals. He said he had 19 players who missed 6 games or more due to injury. It's the same story this year, now at Alabama. Chris Anderson, the true freshman, couldn't get away from Floyd Miley, the junior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Not only injuries for Alabama, but to key players, particularly on offense. Saran Stacy, Stallings said he wanted to get the ball to him 30 times a game. He's out for the year with a knee injury. Same can be said for Craig Sanderson and Prince Wimbley. Now Terrence Lynch, who was a backup who would be playing now, is out with an injury. It's been devastating.
Well, when you take Saran Stacy out, he gained 1,079 yards rushing last year and 371 yards receiving the football, so you lost a big part of your offense.
Quick pass caught. Donnie Finkley went down right where he caught the football at the 36-yard line.
And the same holds true for Tennessee, Sean, when you lose a Chuck Webb. Somebody has to step in and try to regain those yards and try to give you the same type of thing that Chuck Webb did and Saran Stacy did.
That has happened for the most part for Tennessee. Tony Thompson has done an excellent job behind this terrific Tennessee offensive line. But Hollingsworth is working with a cast he is unfamiliar with. And it shows up, particularly in the timing department. It's just a little bit off. 3rd and 3. Inside of 2 minutes to play in the first quarter, 3-0 Vols. Hollingsworth will run for the first down. And that's a late hit. Jeremy Lincoln flagged for hitting Hollingsworth as he went out of bounds along the Alabama sideline.
It's a good fake by Gary Hollingsworth. They faked the power sweep off of split backs.
Personal foul, late hit, out of bounds, first down, 15-yard penalty.
Jeremy Lincoln came up late and hit him out of bounds and caused a penalty. Gary Hollingsworth did a nice job. He came out all by himself on that. There was no blocking at all. He faked everything to the left side, came out on the run by himself to the right side, was able to pick up the first down, get to 3 yards.
Best day of Gary Hollingsworth's career last year against Tennessee. 32 completions, a school record. Anderson, the true freshman, had just that man to beat for the touchdown, but he couldn't slide away from the grasp of the nickelback, Roderick Lewis.
Then Chris Anderson, the freshman, will follow blocking in number 70, Terrell Chapman, who's involved in a double team. Look at the movement they're getting on Mark Moore right here, which caused that opening on the backside. A good back like Chris Anderson saw it on the backside, was able to cut back.
Anderson has been timed at 4-4 in the 40. Here he is again. That's a tough run. He tried to steamroll Ernest Fields and came up about a yard short of the first down at the 36 of Tennessee.
A 3rd-1 situation here for Alabama. Last week, Tennessee went to a 50 defense, completely shifted out of the 4-3, went to the 50 against Florida, trying to shut down their passing game. Florida did not run the ball successfully against them last week, and that's something Alabama's going to try to exploit a little bit here early in the first quarter.
The Tide 1 for 4 on 3rd down conversion. Jones might have picked up the first down with the second effort. He has. He needed to get to the 30, and they'll spot him just across the 30 for the first down.
They like Robert Jones on short yardage situations. He's 190 pounds, where you have Chris Anderson, who's 175, and Derek Elastic about 185. So they like him. He's a tall, he's a rangy player, and on short yardage, that's the player they'll go to.
And he is the cousin of Bobby Humphrey.
Not a bad back himself.
Alabama on the move in the final seconds of the first quarter. 11 seconds remaining. Tennessee leads 3-0. Buskey dropped the ball on the final play of quarter number 1.
Gary Hollingsworth had a tough time there because Matt Hammond, the freshman, is blocking on Chuck Smith, number 56. That's a match we'll look at all day, but Chuck Smith should win that match most of the day.
After 1 quarter in Knoxville, the Volunteers 3 and the Crimson Tide nothing.
There's one important business decision every young man must make. What to wear on the first day of work. At Kuppenheimer, we've made more good first impressions than anyone in $185 wool blends, $195 pure wools, even $210 worsteds. Whatever your choice, any Kuppenheimer suit will make you look good, and every Kuppenheimer price will make you look smart. Kuppenheimer, America's #1 value clothier for men.
Dear Rayovac, I recently came across an old battery-run shoe polisher. Since I hadn't used it for several years, I wanted to try it out.
Gotta go, dear.
I couldn't believe after all that time the Rayovac batteries were still good. I went about shining every shoe in sight, working my way through the entire house. Those are some batteries. Sincerely, Betsy Schaefer, Camp Douglas, Wisconsin.
Rayovac, batteries that turn people on.
Last week, my girlfriend broke up with me. Then she traded in her Toyota Corolla for this Eagle Summit.
Well, did she give you a reason?
Said she needed her space.
So you got a $400 rebate.
Yep, I got it when I bought my new Eagle Summit.
Great. What do you plan to do with it?
Just drive it when I want to go somewhere.
When you're out street hiking, you better know how to read the terrain. First, trust your instincts. By all means, avoid distractions. Do your best to preserve the wildlife, because street hikers don't just walk, they hike. Fresh shoes, Joe.
Here's something for all you truck drivers to think about. There's an oil made special for trucks. An oil with the Shell brand. Oil that protects engines when they rev to their highest and work their hardest. Think any oil will take care of your truck? Think again. Truck Guard from Shell.
Coach, here's the matchup you were talking about. Left tackle Matt Hammond of Alabama against Tennessee's Chuck Smith.
Well, he's a redshirt freshman, and he's going against a player who's 6'4", 234 with excellent burst off the ball. That's what Alabama doesn't want to happen in past situations, that matchup. They're going to have to try to double Chuck Smith and give Hammond some help.
This is the 10th play of the Alabama drive. It's a screen, and Anderson thrown down behind the line of scrimmage. Ernest Fields, the junior, read it perfectly and made the big play for Tennessee.
Outstanding play by Ernest Fields of reading the screen pass. Gary Hollingsworth was rushed. Didn't have a whole lot of time to set it up to Chris Anderson, but you can see right there, Ernest Field, the best way to deflate a screen pass is get people up the field so the linemen can't set up and get their blocks ready so that the receiver then can follow them. Outstanding job, Ernest Fields. This is what Alabama doesn't want to be in, 3rd and long.
And at the moment, they are out of field goal range. Hollingsworth throws, caught for a first down. Donnie Finkley inside the 25 and spotted down to the 22-yard line.
Alabama went to 4 receivers and spread out the 2 deep coverage. Donnie Finkley, number 15, just breaks down on the curl. Does a good job here. The receiver coach had him go right to the sticks to get the first down. He sat down there, picked up the first down. It's a good throw by Gary Hollingsworth. He had a lot on the football.
3-0 Tennessee. Alabama on the move. Anderson not on the move. Chuck Smith in on the tackle.
Then Chuck Smith, and then Chris Mill.
Larry Lacewell wants his defense to cause turnovers. He wants them to get into a situation where they cause fumbles or interceptions, and that's what they've done a real good job of in their early part of the season. One thing about the Southeastern Conference offensively, they're all about the same. No one really runs the option attack like Colorado did to Tennessee early in the year. Most of these offenses are mirrors. They're all doing about the same thing.
2nd and 12. Anderson thrown for a loss again, this time by Dale Carter.
Alabama ran motion to the top of the screen here to crack back on the defensive end, Chuck Smith, but good reaction by the linebackers and Dale Carter, who's a junior college football player out of Ellsworth Junior College. Interesting thing about him, in his senior year, he either returned a punt or a kickoff for a touchdown in every game his senior season. Tells you a little bit about what type of athlete he is.
Alabama 3 for 3 on 3rd downs on this drive. The shovel pass to Anderson. He's close to a first down inside the 15. It'll depend on the spot. From here, it looks like he's going to be a little bit short by less than a yard. They'll mark him down right at the 13. He needed to get between the 12 and the 13.
It's the 2nd time they've run the shovel pass, this time to Chris Anderson, the freshman. And again, good blocking when you run the shovel pass like that. It gives time. It's almost like a screen draw type of play. He just came up a little short. Mark Fletcher made the tackle on him and stopped him from getting the first down.
Alabama will try for the field goal. A 30-yard attempt for Philip Doyle. That's good after his earlier miss. And this game is tied at 3. 11:39 to play in the first half, and we'll be right back.
For most of us, the only thing that's more fun than staying home to watch the game is going out to watch the game.
Get with it. Come on down. Get with it. Come on.
So come on down, catch the game with Budweiser, Bud Light, and Bud Dry, and enjoy all the action on and off the field.
Have mercy. You got it now.
Introducing the new Dodge Stealth RT Turbo, dedicated to those who thought Ferrari Testarossa couldn't be beat 0 to 60.
The Stealth really smoked it.
Who thought Porsche Carrera couldn't be out-cornered.
The Stealth just blew it away.
Who thought Lotus would save Europe today.
The Stealth just plain beat it.
Introducing the new all-wheel drive Stealth RT Twin Turbo. Performance that's bringing America home to Dodge.
Most people don't think about high efficiency till it's too late. But if your home doesn't have an efficient Heil furnace, you could be throwing money right up the chimney. A Heil furnace keeps you warm without freezing the rest of your budget. Heil Home Heating Systems, the energy savers.
ESPN's presentation of college football, Alabama versus Tennessee, is brought to you by Dodge. For performance, quality, safety, and value, welcome home, America. And by Heil Furnaces, the energy savers. The Smoky Mountain National Park, about an hour from downtown Knoxville. It is a beautiful part of the country. Following the Alabama kickoff, which rolled through the end zone, Tennessee will get the football first and 10 at its own 20 in a 3-3 game in the second quarter.
Well, time of possession right now, Alabama's had it for 12 minutes and 31 seconds. Tennessee's only been on the field offensively 5 minutes and 50 seconds. That's what Alabama has to do if they're to stay around for the fourth quarter to try to win this boxing match.
Andy Kelly dumps it off. Short gain to the tight end, Mark Adams. Here's Tim Brando.
Miami has scored again, gentlemen. Watch Craig Erickson. More importantly, watch the official judgment. A little bit of a delayed call. Is he in? Come on, guys. Make up your mind. They finally do. He's in. Rocket Ismail, the story. It's 17-13 Miami.
After further review, or at least some consideration, that was a touchdown. Ansler. He'll be short of the first down. They'll spot him down at the 29. An impressive drive for Alabama that resulted in the field goal. And you still think that they have to throw more on first down?
Well, I do. I think, as I said in the open, that I really believe that they can stay around to the fourth quarter. I know they've had fourth quarter woes and all that they may have a shot to win this football game. Tennessee's so explosive that at any time they can explode, but they can't explode if their offense is on the bench.
3rd and 1 for the Vols from their own 29. Thompson didn't get there. John Sullins, the inside linebacker, number 90, made the play for Alabama.
Watch John Sullins, number 99, come underneath the block and make the play and stop Tennessee from picking up the first down. An outstanding job by Sullins. Now, sometimes you'll go underneath like that and it'll hurt you because he'll break a seam and make it a long yardage play, but that was a pretty good job by Sullins.
Chris Anderson back to field the punt from Joey Chapman. Anderson from the 30 giving ground, and he's down. Tackled by Shazan Bradley, number 40, back at the 26. A loss of 4 on the return. 3-3 the score in the second quarter.
Introducing the new Dodge Stealth RT Turbo, dedicated to those who thought Ferrari Testarossa couldn't be beat 0 to 60.
The Stealth really smoked it.
Who thought Porsche Carrera couldn't be out-cornered.
The Stealth just blew it away.
Who thought Lotus would save Europe today.
The Stealth just plain beat it.
Introducing the new all-wheel drive Stealth RT Twin Turbo. Performance that's bringing America home to Dodge.
Heating your house efficiently can be a tough job. Learn how to do it with the facts about energy-efficient furnaces and heat pumps. It's all in the Heil Home Comfort Guide, free when you call this number. Learn how systems work, about efficiency ratings, about units from the inside out. Call Heil for your free copy of the Home Comfort Guide. Heil Home Heating Systems, the energy savers.
Like a lot of business people, I thought all insurance companies were the same.
Believe me, there's a world of difference out there. I know. Because thanks to the Hartford, we survived the kind of fire that would have wiped out most companies. But with the Hartford's people behind my business, we met payroll. We got back on our feet. So please, don't tell me all insurance companies are the same. They're not.
ITT Hartford. When you need us most, we're at our best.
3-3 the score in the second quarter here in Knoxville, Tennessee. The ITT Hartford student of the game this afternoon is Alabama quarterback Gary Hollingsworth, the senior from Hamilton, Alabama, a marketing major in Tuscaloosa with a GPA of 2.5. Congratulations to Gary Hollingsworth, the ITT Hartford student of the game. Alabama goes to play action this time on first down. Flag down. The catch made by Lamont Russell. That is 23 straight games with at least one reception if the play stands. The flag thrown in the secondary.
Yeah.
Defensive holding, the call from Jimmy Harper. That'll be declined, and Alabama will take the ball 1st and 10 at its own 41. Johnny Majors, an impressive record, and an impressive record last year when they went 11-1, the only loss to Alabama. But he didn't feel they were a good defensive football team last year. Now they are, as a result of several junior college transfers who have come to Knoxville.
Well, they were suspect going in this year defensively, and he made a couple of changes. One, he brought Larry Lacewell in with a 4-3 defense. The second thing, as you see here, the JUCO connection. He brought in 6 junior college players on defense, and they've helped him right away.
Back to the run on first down. Jones pulls over a tackler and is close to the first down at the 49 of Tennessee. Robert Jones, a junior from Birmingham, Alabama.
Well, Alabama had an open date last week, and that has had to help them in this ball game. But I said earlier also that I feel like that Alabama, when you have a coaching change and you're in a coaching transition, sometimes it's like driving a car where you first drive a car, you got both hands on the wheel and you're driving and you're really tense, and then all of a sudden, as you drive for a while, you eventually get to one hand driving, and of course you're driving. I've seen yours is worse than that. But the same thing as a football team. Once you get used to your coaches and new coaches get used to you, you start playing a little different. You freewheel a little bit more, and I think Alabama's doing that today. They're having a little bit more fun. They're playing a little bit loose out there right now, and that consequently they're playing a pretty good football game.
And despite all of the pressure on Gene Stallings, the Alabama fans howling about the 0-3 start, he seemed surprisingly relaxed when we met with him yesterday. It was a first down for Alabama. Martin Houston into the secondary with another first down for Alabama. He's finally taken down to the 35-yard line.
Alabama has 2 offensive line coaches, Mike Solari and Jim Fuller. And they work 2 in there. Here they're going to get a block. They're going to get that combination block from the backside on Sean Walker. And again, Dale Carter makes the play. They're running the ball effectively, which people have not been able to do against Tennessee.
That was Chris Robinette, the left guard, with the important block. First downs picked up on consecutive plays by the Tide. 3-3 the score in the second quarter. Houston fumbled and got it back. He dropped the football on the turf, but it bounced right back to him at the 32.
It's a quick draw here. Watch the linemen set up, show, pass, and then they attack the defensive player. Sean Walker, the middle linebacker, makes the play. Caused the fumble, but was not able to recover. Martin Houston was able to recover to keep the football for Alabama. Again, a turnover of defense is what Johnny Majors wants in that defensive front of Tennessee.
Tennessee leads the nation in turnover ratio. Jones lost the football as he was wrapped up by Fields. Double the Tennessee players tried to pick it up and run with it instead of just falling on it. They may have come up with the football anyway. And they do. Tennessee takes over, adding to their impressive mark as far as turnover ratio is concerned, best in the nation.
Again, the key to being a good linebacker. Ernest Fields, number 23, doesn't overrun the play. Now he gets himself some pretty good field position, pretty good bend in his legs, and is able to cause the fumble. Now Tennessee has to make something happen on offense. They've not been very effective running the football against Alabama, so they may need to start opening up a little bit more on first down against them.
3-3 the score. Halfway through the second quarter, it's Thompson on first down. Stopped by George Thornton, number 94, after a short game.
Looked like Alabama went to an 8-man front on first down. May have been the Chicago Bear defense, the 46 defense that teams like to use. Here's a no huddle by Tennessee right here. Watch trick play now.
Kelly snapped the ball back to Thompson. Alabama not fooled, and Thompson did well just to get to the 38-yard line. He was looking at a loss.
Well, sometimes when you run a trick play, it's not going to be effective. But I'll tell you what, it is effective in a lot of ways because it puts the defense on guard. There they were just running the play where the quarterback bends over like he's tying his shoe and pitch it out real quick. So Alabama read it, got out of the defensive huddle right away, and was prepared for the play.
Andy Kelly looking at third down, 6 yards to go for a first down. Looks like he's changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Amsley, short of a first down. That's a gain of 1, and the natives are getting restless.
Well, even if you're undefeated, sometimes they get restless. But Tennessee, again, they're coming off a very emotional football games. Their homecoming game against Florida, where it was a close game, and then they just happened to blow them out in the second half. And they look to me to be a little flat.
The man who made the tackle on Amsler, Byron Holdbrooks, number 79, the nose guard, is the injured player. He's a senior from Haleyville, Alabama.
Alabama's done a nice job with all the injuries they've had. Most of their injuries have been on offense, but you take and you lose Eric Curry in this particular football game. They've really, I think, have done a good job. Gene Stallings is a good football coach, and now probably feels more comfortable with his football team.
Great triple header on ESPN today. The same can be said for our lineup next week. It starts with an Ivy League battle between Brown and Cornell. Cornell now led by head coach Jim Hoffer, who last year was an assistant here at Tennessee. That game is followed by Penn State and Alabama. We'll be in Tuscaloosa for that one. Penn State victorious today over Boston College. And the third game of the triple header, Notre Dame, ranked number 6, heading into today's battle with Miami at Pittsburgh. And at last report, Paul Hackett and the Panthers have had their hands full with Louisville.
When Tennessee gets the ball back the next time, they may start to try to go with some option to give them a little bit another way to try to get the ball outside on this Alabama defense.
3-3 the score, and we'll return to Knoxville right after this.
You can teach your kids the fun of basketball from the right techniques to the right attitude with the help of a great coach and ESPN home video. Legendary UCLA basketball coach John Wooden shows you how to teach your kids all the basics, plus the importance of mental attitude to build confidence and the enjoyment of the game. To order Teaching Kids Basketball for just $29.95, call 1-800-841-8900.
Is she taking medication? No.
I'm getting a line going. Stand back.
The emergency medical services. Aren't you glad they're there? A public service message from Quantum Chemical Corporation.
Mark Martin is closing in on the Winston Cup championship, but Dale Earnhardt is right behind him in the points battle. They fight for the checkered flag at the AC Delco 500, Sunday night at 8 Eastern on ESPN. The stakes are high when top candidates roll for Bowler of the Year honors. The Lady Ebonite Classic, Thursday night at 10 Eastern on ESPN.
Sean McDonough with Mike Gottfried and Kevin Kiley. Not Kevin Kiley. We had Kevin Kiley here last week. We have Neil Lomax.
We'll get him back if you want us to.
Well, Kevin's coming up next in our 7:30 Eastern Time game. 3-3 the score in the second quarter. Anderson up the middle. And a good return all the way out to the 39-yard line. Speaking of Neil Lomax, he's standing by on the sideline with Tennessee's Chuck Webb. Neil?
All right, guys, I'm here with the second leading rusher last year in the SEC, behind the #1 rusher in the SEC. On the other side of the sideline, Saran Stacy. Chuck Webb, how's it feel? Both you guys, the two best running backs almost in the country, and you're both on the sidelines.
It's kind of hard watching it, but it's fun, too. It's a close game, and it's going to be a real big game today.
Now, they say you're out almost till next year. You can't even play in spring ball.
It just depends on me, how well I work out, you know, in the spring and everything. But I'll probably come out for a few practices.
How hard is he looking at a guy like Tony Thompson?
Tony's great. You know, he's a senior. He knows everything inside and out, and it's fun watching him play.
That's a true player. He's rooting for his teammates. Send it back upstairs to you guys.
On first down, it was Hollingsworth with the scramble for about 7 out to the 46.
Well, Alabama's trying to offset the speed of the Tennessee defense. When you run a particular play and the flow of the linebackers is so quick, that's why that play is effective, because everybody is taking off after the ball and not expecting Gary Hollingsworth to keep the football.
Lassick has the first down. He crossed midfield. They'll mark him at the 49 of Tennessee.
He made a good cut there, Derek Lassick, because Sean Walker was sitting right in the hole and he broke it outside. Ernest Field then chased him down, but not after he got a first down. First down right now, Alabama's averaging 4.3 yards, which is pretty good if they can maintain that.
Ticking down to 5 minutes left in the first half. 3-3 the score. Overthrown is the tight end, Buskey.
It's the same play earlier that Alabama had run with success to hit the tight end, Steve Buskey, but Ernest Fields ran with him this time and cut off the passing lane.
Second and 10 upcoming. Hollingsworth waits as Lorenzo Cole was a late substitution coming in for Steve Buskey.
You see him checking his wrist. He's got the plays numbered, and the coach will signal from the sideline the number he wants him to run.
2 seconds left to get the play off, and they just do beat the play clock. It is shoveled off to Lamont Russell, and he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage by Dave Thomas.
Lamont Russell's a tight end. They're now playing at wide receiver. He gets the ball on the shovel pass, and a nice job by Dave Thomas, number 13, a corner coming up. He read it right away and made the play. You see it again. Watch the linemen. They're able to block because it's a draw type of situation for them. Good blocks, but again, the speed of Tennessee closed down the running lane. Watch the defensive tackles here now twist on the shotgun against Alabama.
Hollingsworth on 3rd and 12 overthrows Lorenzo Cole. Good coverage by Dale Carter.
He had him open. He just overthrew it. And sometimes I talked to Neil Lomax a little bit earlier about the crown on the field here at Tennessee. In the middle of the field, it's probably the biggest crown I've seen on any field other than Oklahoma. And sometimes the quarterback will overthrow early in a ball game until he gets used to it.
Stan Moss has shanked each of his first 2 punts. Carter on the run from the 19 and down at the 28. Matter of fact, Moss was lifted that time. After 2 shanks, the punter was Tank Williamson. His punt a 33-yarder and a 10-yard return officially for Dale Carter.
Alabama has so far been effective of not allowing Tennessee a big play. They're a big play offensive football team. They've shut it down so far. They need to continue to do that. Unbalanced line to the left side here for Tennessee.
Ball's keeping on the ground on first down. Thompson out to the 33, a gain of almost 5 on first down for Tennessee. 3-3 the score with 3:40 left in the first half.
Sometimes when you're struggling a little bit on offense, you like to do some different things. Tennessee went to an unbalanced line and ran to the side. They had more linemen than they usually do. Alabama did not adjust that time by moving a man over. Here's the unbalanced line again. Alabama's going to have to move over here.
The fullback Poles, a very short gain. 1 yard to the 34 for Roland Poles, the senior from Caledonia, New York, near Rochester.
Nice job by Robert Stewart, the nose man. He looked like he slanted to the unbalanced line and beat the block of John Fisher, the center, to make that tackle. The defensive line for Alabama, even without Eric Curry on every play, has really controlled the line of scrimmage. Now they have the unbalanced line to the right side.
Play action on third down, man open, and it's through the hands of Vaughn Reeves, the tight end.
They came back to the short side. The unbalanced line was to the top of the screen and to the field, and they came back and tried to hit Vaughn Reeves, who was the second man on the end of the line of scrimmage. He was open, just couldn't hold on to the football. Tennessee's last 3 possessions, 3 and out.
Joey Chapman, the punter. A good kick. We haven't seen much of that today from either side. Anderson. Down to the 28. Let's check in again with Tim Brando.
Here is a shocker, guys. You had Oklahoma last week against Texas. Iowa State on a Chris Peterson touchdown with 35 seconds left. Wins it 33-31. First time that's happened since '61. Blaze Bryant was injured at the beginning of the year. Now Jim Walden's club playing the way many thought that they would in the Big 8. A cyclone of a day for that bunch. Let's get back to you guys in Birmingham. Or excuse me, Knoxville.
Sometimes we may think we're in Birmingham, but sometimes when you win or lose a ball game like they lost last week against Texas, you don't recover for a couple weeks, and that might be what happened to Oklahoma.
Hollingsworth with a flag down. He's down. Sacked by Kerry Bailey. The flag was thrown in the area in which you would expect holding. And that's what it is against the Crimson Tide.
Gary Hollingsworth went drop back pass, but again, Kerry Bailey beat the block of Trent Patterson and got in right away to cause the sack.
He was held, but still made the sack, his second of the year.
Holding offensive line, doing the pass play. Penalty against the offensive team is declined. It'll be second down.
As a coach, you never really realize how much a loss can hurt you. Here's the crown of that football field we're talking about. From one side, Gene Stallings probably can't even see Johnny Majors. On the other side, the crown's so big.
2nd and 15. The sack good for a 5-yard loss. Down to 2:10 to play in the half. 3-3 to score. Kevin Turner nearly picked up the first down. He's all the way out to the 35.
The draw has been very effective for Alabama. Kevin Turner on the draw here. Dale Carter, the free safety, has to come up to make the play. Again, a good tackle on Turner, but the draw has given the offensive linemen of Alabama a chance to set and then attack the linebackers of Tennessee and allow the defensive line time to just work them around the draw.
Coming up at halftime, the Rayovac report with Tim Brando. Alabama 3 of 8 on third down. They pick this one up. The completion out to the 49-yard line to Lamond Russell.
This time Alabama came back and faked the draw to hold the linebackers. On a play-action pass, you're either trying to do one of two things. You want to fake the play action and throw behind the linebackers, or fake it and try to go deep. Here Alabama's not going without a huddle to try to catch Tennessee.
And because they've already used one of their timeouts, Hollingsworth throws it away. That'll stop the clock with 1:13 left in the half. Alabama 3 and Tennessee 3.
Lamond Russell, who was a tight end who made the catch in a previous play, they moved him out to wide receiver to try to bolster that position a little bit. Gene Stallings just felt like he had to get somebody outside to help receive the football and make some plays for Gary Hollingsworth. Second
and 10. Well, Gary Hollingsworth, he was the SEC Offensive Player of the Year last year. Tennessee players were saying they had a lot to do with that, with the great game he had against the Vols. There's a pass through the hands of Donnie Finkley.
Gary Hollingsworth did a nice job here of trying to avoid the rush, move up in the pocket, and on the move, he threw a pretty good throw to Donnie Finkley that should have been caught. Here, Gary Hollingsworth off the shotgun, moves up to avoid the rush, on the move, gets good velocity on that football. That ball should have been caught. Looked like Donnie Finkley even stopped running a little bit. He should have continued to run. He knew he was close to the sideline, but yet he still had room if he would have continued to run to make that catch, try to keep his feet in bounds. Now Alabama's fighting the clock and the Tennessee defense.
On 3rd and 10, Turner, and Tennessee was not fooled. The first hit from Darryl Hardy. And the Volunteer defense holds.
Well, the draw's been effective on 1st and 2nd down. 3rd down and long, Tennessee played the draw this particular play. And the linebacker, Darryl Hardy, just sat in there and read it. Now Alabama will be satisfied to punt the football and try to punt Tennessee in the hole here with about 39 seconds to go.
And again, it's Williamson, the backup punter. After the 2 core kicks by Stan Moss, he was removed. Williamson handled the last punt.
They're going to take a delay of game, it looks like.
And the flag is thrown for delay of game.
Here's where, if you're Tennessee in this type of situation, you might as well go after and try to block it. With only 19 seconds to go, line them all up and go after it.
Big rush. Thomas almost blocked it. Carter from his 16. Down at the 20. 8 seconds left in the first half in a 3-3 game. A 39-yard punt and a 4-yard return for Dale Carter.
Alabama's played well in the first half this entire football season. As I said before, the open date may have really helped them prepare for this football game. The second half, the 4th quarter, has not been their quarter, and I know Gene Stallings would like to change that today. Tennessee looks like they're just going to kill the clock.
Indeed they will. The 96,000 fans booing the unbeaten Volunteers as they leave the field. One field goal for each side, and at the half we're tied at 3. Coming up next, the Rayovac halftime report with Tim Brando.
For me, it's the perfect truck.
Jim Ortballs had a Ford Ranger.
It will handle a load. It will get up and move.
Brian Thompson came home from Toyota.
I like the Dodge Dakota the best.
It just makes me feel good to drive it.
The mid-size Dakota, now available with V8 power.
There's no substitute for cubic inches.
And more payload than any compact on the road.
America, it's about time you gave me something that I needed.
It's a good, sound truck.
Welcome home, America. Come see what we're made of.
I bought the Dodge. Just feels like quality.
ESPN's coverage of college football continues. Now with all the scores and highlights, Tim Brando and Lee Corso.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome to the Rayovac halftime report. The coach will join me in just a few short moments. But first of all, let me tell you that the first game we're going to touch on is the first of a few upsets today in a day where a lot more pretenders become contenders and vice versa. Michigan and Iowa today in the Big Ten, game 1 of our college football triple header. Late in the 4th, it's 23-17 Michigan. Iowa fullback Paul Kiyawa with a 1-yard TD run. Hayden Fry and the Hawkeyes pull the upset in Auburn. They were a 2-touchdown underdog. Iowa wins it by a score of 24-23. And there's no question this throws the Big Ten even into more of an odyssey worth talking about. You know, Lee, Gary Moeller gambled again on an extra point early in the 3rd quarter. And when you consider it was a 1-point game and he was attempting to get 2, it backfired and failed miserably for him.
Yeah, it's a special play a lot of coaches use. Let me show you how it works. First of all, this is the normal Michigan extra point. The kicker and the holder are there, and the line is to the right. Before the ball is snapped, the entire line will move over here, and the kicker will kick it, and they'll get 1. Now, in this situation, there is a call from the quarterback. He'll take the ball, snap it, he'll throw it over to this guy, and he'll try to make it for 2. But they didn't make it, and that caused them the ball game. Now, let's take a look at it. You'll see. Notice the ball is going to be snapped right directly to the man. He tries to get it across and gets 2 points instead of 1, but Iowa was alert and a great, excellent play by the Iowa defense.
Huge victory for Hayden Fry. You talked with him earlier in the week, and the people in farm country have to be pleased.
The mustache. He cut it off after that losing season, and now he's got a chance to go to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, and the big date against Illinois coming up. All right, now Virginia and Wake Forest, #1 Wahoos, get the victory, 49-14 in the game. Another big day for Sean Moore, and also Nicky Fisher had a 63-yard touchdown run in the ball game. So Virginia looks good, but Georgia Tech, who was waiting for that showdown against Virginia, not so good today. Mac Brown, easily the biggest tie of his career, 13-13. Now, what does this do, Lee, to the showdown for the ACC title and to the Citrus Bowl?
One thing, all the Citrus Bowl people are now going to go to Virginia and root for Virginia. Go Virginia. They got to have them win, because if Virginia wins it, they got a chance for the national championship game.
All right. Now, Miami and Notre Dame, that ball game obviously underway, and we want to bring you up to date on it. And remember, they're in South Bend. These things have happened. They lead the series, but Miami has outscored Notre Dame in recent memory in 5 of the last 6 games, 190-61. For the last 3 years now, the winner of this game has gone on to win the national championship. But then again, this year is a bit different. Oh, no altercations this year in the volatile matchup. Everybody kind of cool getting out there. First play from scrimmage. Rodney Culver fumbles. Miami's Eric Thomas recovered. That set up a Miami touchdown. They were leading 7-0. Now it is 10-3 Miami. Carlos Huerta kicks it to the Rocket. And you got to use him, no question. Look at him go. 94 yards on the touchdown. Ismail going for it to tie the game at 10. Notre Dame now goes up 13-10, but Miami is driving. And Craig Erickson will work Randy Bethel. Boy, balance. That's such a key with this Miami team. That's 23 yards on the completion to set up another Miami touchdown. Lou Holtz and the Irish right now trailing in the ball game 17-16 at halftime of that football game. And don't forget, we've got another game that will involve teams that have a national championship possibility coming up tonight at 7:30 Eastern Time. Florida State taking on Auburn. Ron Franklin and Gary Danielson standing by for that. We will continue with our Railback halftime report in just a few moments as we take you to break. Here now, a look at some other scores on this college football Saturday.
Railback, I have a complaint. My husband ordered a radio-controlled car. The car was being run all over the house, chasing the dog, chasing me. The instructions said it would only operate for 1 hour on C batteries. Your batteries lasted for over 4 hours of constant operation. 4 hours? Finally, I had to throw husband and car out. Sincerely, Barbara Freeman, Redmond, Washington.
Railback. Batteries that turn people on.
Hey, has anybody seen the middleman?
Not here.
No middleman here. Not here.
He's definitely not here.
I think I saw him at a department store. Hey, has anybody seen the middleman?
You'll never find the middleman at Kuppenheimer because we make all our own suits and pass the savings on to you.
Middleman? I think he played for Miami.
You got to be kidding.
Kuppenheimer, America's #1 value clothier for men.
It's back! The Domino's Pepperoni Pizza Feast is back! More pepperoni and extra cheese for only $7.99. And another one for just $4 more. But only for a limited time. Call now.
you can spot someone who saved money with a second-rate antifreeze a mile away. Not all antifreeze is the same. Nothing beats Prestone. And that's something you might appreciate down the road.
The Rayovac halftime report is brought to you by Rayovac, batteries that turn people on.
Welcome back. I am Tim Brando. Nebraska is a team that has been dominant in the Big Eight, and they've been sort of out there waiting for Lee Corso's premonition about a national championship to come to fruition. They're playing some also-rans. Today, 31-3 over Oklahoma State. Nebraska only led 7-0 at the half. Mickey Joseph, a 39-yard touchdown run. Well, the Cowboys haven't won in this game since 1961. Michigan State and Illinois, that game in the Big Ten, and certainly a game for the Illini to claim because they're hoping for a title. Defense the key. Just ask Chuck Bulla. And the wind also a factor in the first half of this game. But watch Doug Higgins, a career-high 55-yard field goal. That made it 3-0 early. He has since added 2 more, and the score of that ball game is now 9-3 at halftime. Higgins with those 3 field goals. He's easily the story of the game. Houston and SMU. This is an amazing stat. Klinger, 48 of 76, 456 yards, 5 touchdowns. By the way, 48 of 76, both of those stats, attempts and completions, are NCAA records. Somebody call Jerry Glanville and tell him that since Pardee left, nothing has changed. Houston's still running it up. Washington and Stanford, 31-0 at the half. Brunell, a couple of touchdown passes in that ball game. Mario Bailey, his #1 target as usual. Stay with us. A lot more scores on the way as we continue at halftime of our game on the 3rd Saturday of October. There is Kent beating Ohio today, 44-15.
I'm not an actor. I'm a career police officer, and I want everyone to know about the Club, the most foolproof car theft prevention device I've ever seen. FBI statistics show that last year, 1 of every 43 cars was stolen or vandalized. The Club could virtually eliminate auto theft. The tempered steel Club locks onto your car's steering wheel in seconds, making it practically impossible to steal. It's highly visible, too. Car thieves see the Club and keep on going. That's why over 600 police departments like mine endorse and recommend the Club. If everyone used the Club, we police could forget about auto theft and spend our time dealing with more serious crimes like murder, rape, and drugs. You can buy the Club at all good stores that handle auto accessories for less than $60. Accept no imitations. I recommend the Club.
The following message is brought to you by the Southeastern Conference. Athletic and academic excellence. The Southeastern Conference, the standard for excellence.
The values that I've learned from being involved in college athletics are that you need to set goals for yourself for what you want to accomplish. There's no real substitute for hard work. A certain amount of sacrifice is necessary and a lot of preparation and dedication. These values have been important to me since football.
College football prepares you for the game of life.
The 3rd Saturday in October in the Southeastern Conference at Neyland Stadium. It's all tied at 3. A defensive struggle as usual. Tim Brando back with our halftime report. Colorado beating Kansas today. And the major story, Eric Bieniemy, a school record now, 218 points. He's now, with 3 touchdowns and 174 yards, the all-time leading scorer at the school. Iowa State and Oklahoma, though, is the major story, my friends. Look at this, 33-31. The Sooners lose to Iowa State. Key in this game, Peterson's 1-yard touchdown run. He's the quarterback for Iowa State with 35 seconds left in the game. What a story, Jim Walden's club today. Florida and Akron, 59-0. Why is Akron on the schedule? I don't understand it. Arkansas State and Mississippi, the Rebels are much improved. Arkansas State stepping up in class from Division I AA, 42-13. Look for Mississippi to make national waves soon. Arkansas and Texas today in the Southwest Conference. This is a game that typically has given Texas trouble because they were coming off the border rivalry with Oklahoma. But not today. Texas freshman Butch Hadnot drags 3 Hog defenders with him into the end zone for a touchdown. I don't care what anybody says. The moment Arkansas went into the SEC, they became a targeted team. And look at what happened to them today. 49-17, the final score in that football game. You could say that the Hogs are tied up. TCU does this to them. Texas Tech does that to them. And look what the Horns did to them today. 3 games, the points allowed 152 points. And all of this before they go to the Southeastern Conference to play the likes of Tennessee, Auburn, LSU, Georgia, and a lot of those games on the road. It's going to be tough for Jack Crow when they make this move to the Southeastern Conference. And Texas A&M 20-13 over Baylor. That game now in the 4th quarter of play. Baylor coming off a big win over SMU, and of course A&M trying to rebound from that loss to Houston last week. Stay with us. We will wrap up the Railback halftime report when we come back. And as we take you to break, here's some other scores. VMI, a big winner today over West Virginia Tech.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
Imagine a rent-a-car company that delivers a car right to your door and drops you home when you return. That's Enterprise.
Here, let me help you.
Enterprise, a special rent-a-car company that gives you special delivery.
The most impressive thing about the new Macintosh computers isn't how little they cost. It's how much they're worth.
It's back! The Domino's Pepperoni Pizza Feast is back! More pepperoni and extra cheese for only $7.99. And another one for just $4 more. But only for a limited time. It's time for Domino's Pizza! Call now. Domino's Pizza.
The School of Music at the University of Alabama.
From our Museum of the Big Ten, hard to believe. Minnesota beats Indiana today, 12-0. John Gutekunst's job was supposed to be on the line. Remember, they lost to Utah on a blocked kick at the first week of the season. Look at what happened today. They beat Indiana. The Hoosiers, ranked 20th, lose 12-0. And, of course, staying in the Big Ten, Wisconsin playing Northwestern 44-34. The Cats come up with the win as they snap an 11-game Big Ten losing streak. So why shouldn't they break the streak, Lee? After all, in a season like this in the Big Ten, again, it's all up for grabs again.
But you can forget Minnesota. Minnesota's a nice ball club, but they got Michigan State, Michigan, and Iowa the last 3 games. They're out of it. Illinois, Iowa. Watch out. Those 2 teams, they're in a driver's seat.
You know, we could make a case, though, that Gutekunst and company are becoming the TCU of the Big Ten. All of a sudden, here they are. To be 3-0 at this point in the Big Ten, that's news.
Yeah, but they haven't played those good teams yet.
All right, let's move on and talk about Weber State and Wyoming. 21-12, those lonesome Cowboys from Laramie just continue to win. Carranza, 17-31 for 206 yards. Dwight Driver, a 6-yard TD run in that ball game as well. And Clemson playing North Carolina State today. The big story here, a fumble by State late in the game that leads to a Clemson touchdown. And that is the story as Clemson gets the victory to move to 6-2. NC State drops to a disappointing 2-4 in the ACC. All right, we'll be right back as we continue with our Railback halftime report. Remember, it is 3-3, the game being played in Knoxville. Alabama hanging tough with defense. We'll be right back.
I was putting in a lot of late hours at the office. The pressure was really getting to me. My doctor told me if I didn't get some exercise, I'd be a prime candidate for a heart attack.
Nordic Track.
I had a terrible time losing weight after my second baby, and dieting wasn't enough.
Nordic Track.
I really wanted to enjoy this time with my grandson, but I didn't have the energy to keep up.
Nordic Track duplicates cross-country skiing. It tones, develops, and conditions all the major muscles of your upper and lower body. Independent research shows users prefer Nordic Track more than 6-to-1 over exercise bikes and rowing machines. So it's a great way to get in shape, manage stress, and help control weight.
Nordic Track was just what I needed to work off stress.
With Nordic Track, I was able to lose weight and still eat regular meals.
Now I've got more pep. For details on Nordic Track, call 1-800-525-5456. That's 1-800-525-5456.
UT has a grassroots effect, filtering all the way down to the first grade.
It's really a futuristic institution.
We're not just dealing with Tennessee, we're dealing with Japan and Germany and everything else.
We prepare them for the world. If they choose to stay in Tennessee or they choose to go and come back home later, that's all for the better. But we prepare them for the world.
If we prepare the students for the world, then they become better Tennesseans.
Two quick scores to update you on. Baylor now has tied Texas A&M late in the fourth quarter. It is 20-20. And they may be cheering in Cincinnati later tonight because of baseball, but not because of what happened against the Pirates of Coach Bill Lewis as they win by a score of 56-32. East Carolina gets the victory. Well, we're going to take you back out now to Knoxville, Tennessee, and Mike Gottfried is standing by with Sean McDonough. Gentlemen, the surprise in this game isn't that Alabama only has 3, but that the Volunteers' offensive showcase has not occurred to this point.
You're absolutely right, Tim. 3-3 our score at the half. Tennessee came into this football game averaging 42.3 points per game, third in the nation, and averaging 439 yards of total offense per game. The Alabama defense, even with some injuries, held the Tennessee offense to 71 yards of total offense in the first half.
Well, Tim Brando is absolutely right. The 3 receptions that Tennessee has had catching the football have been by backs and tight ends. They have not hit a wide receiver with a pass yet, and the big play players are the wide receivers. Tennessee looks a little flat. Alabama, on the other hand, second half, remember, the fourth quarter has been a tough quarter for them. They have to overcome that.
They had almost twice as much time of possession in the first half as Tennessee. Down to the field, let's get the thoughts of Neil Lomax.
Well, we usually have a comment from one of the head coaches, guys, but both coaches, Majors and Stallings, would not talk to me. Even Gene Stallings, my old football pro coach, wouldn't want to comment because of the intense rivalry and the closeness of this football game. So, mum's the word down the sidelines.
Well, sometimes when you're a coach, you don't even, Neil, he might not even seen you as he come out because everybody gets so emotional in this ball game, and this has been an emotional football game for both these teams.
And we should point out that Neil and Gene Stallings enjoy a very friendly relationship.
Still didn't see.
No. Gene decided he did not want to speak. Robert Jones ran into a heavy tackle as he crossed the 20 and went out to the 23. He took a big pop from Mark Fletcher.
I'm sure both coaches tried to settle their teams down. Gene Stallings trying to tell them, hey, we can win this football game. We just got to now put 2 more quarters together. So as I said earlier, heavyweight fight. We're around here in the third quarter. We need to be around the fourth. Johnny Major said we got to play with more emotion. I'm sure he's trying to draw the emotion out of his football team.
And the crowd is trying to spur on the Volunteers as the second half begins. Vlasic leaps to the 25, a gain of 2 on the first play from scrimmage of the second half. Alabama has been in this position before.
I think with the open date, it may help them. But you see, Southern Mississippi, they had a lead, they lost. They had a 10-point lead over Florida, 10-point lead over Georgia, and they lost. Sometimes when you're, again, the coaching change, and when you lose, sometimes it just happens, and winners find a way to win, and that's what they have to turn around right now.
Vlasic again on second down. Squirts across the 30, down at the 31, 2 yards short of a first down.
I'm impressed with the way Alabama has run the football. They have been able to run the football on a team that has not had problems with the run all year. Mike Solari, as I said, Jim Fuller, the offensive line coach, Larry Kirksey, the running back coach, Mal Moore, who calls the plays, all have to be really happy the way their guys are playing.
Alabama this year has been outscored 24-23 in the third quarter and 48-12 in the fourth quarter. On 3rd and 2. Across the line of scrimmage was Sean Walker, and flags fly. I did not detect any movement along the Alabama offensive line.
No, I think Sean Walker may have been affected by the way Gary Hollingsworth called the play. He may have put emphasis on something and drew Sean Walker.
That's what it was, offside on Walker.
Quarterback, by the way he calls the play and the way he puts an inflection into a sound, can draw a defensive player off sides, and I believe that's what Gary Hollingsworth was able to do to Sean Walker. Sean Walker was on a blitz and was going to fire that gap, just hit it a little bit too soon.
And it gives Alabama a first down at the 35. Just underway in the second half, 3-3 the score. Complete to Vlasic for a gain of about 5 yards to the 41.
On a play action pass like that, he was looking to try to hit Steve Buskey on a crossing route. Watch Gary Hollingsworth here on the fake. Watch a tight end 83 come across. That's his #1 receiver he's going to try to go to. But the linebacker, Ernest Fields, ran with him. So then he choked it down and threw it to the running back, Derek Vlasic.
Back to the run on 2nd and 5. The fullback Turner, junior from Prattville, Alabama. Out to the 43-yard line. Again, 2 yards short of a first down.
This is a belly play where they're going to give the ball to Kevin Turney. Watch Sean Walker, the middle linebacker. Again, no one can get to him, and he's able to make the play. The middle linebacker, the 4-3, has to make those plays. I'll tell you something else I've seen Sean in this ball game. The crowd now has become a factor. They're getting into the football game. I think they were showing the after effects of last week's homecoming game too.
And they remember how explosive the balls were. They were just ahead of Florida 7-3 at the half last week and wound up winning 45-3. Hollingsworth guns it to the wide open Buskey. And what a tough run by Buskey after the catch. He plowed forward for an extra 7 or 8 yards, all the way to the 27-yard line.
Gary Hollingsworth faked this play earlier in the game and ran it twice. This time, Tennessee played it. Chuck Smith, the defensive end, makes him pull up, and Gary Hollingsworth, he hits Steve Buskey. He's so open, he looks around, he don't see anybody. He wants to get up the football field. Again, good field position for Alabama.
Jones to the 25, a pickup of just more than 2.
That was a play that was designed to go the backside right away. It's a run that looks like it's going to go to the right side, but Terrell Chapman, the offensive tackle, number 70, pulled around to the left side, and Anderson got right on his belt buckle and ran right behind him. It's a designed play to go the backside.
We've played nearly 4 minutes in the third quarter. 3-3 the score. Robert Jones has room along the sideline. He's knocked out of bounds inside the 17 by Dale Carter. First down, Alabama.
Robert Jones again, the biggest of the tailbacks. Watch him follow the tackle again. Matt Hammond, it's the same play they just ran before. He breaks outside. It's a design play to go the backside. Again, he starts to the left side and breaks it back to the right side and follows the offensive tackle. Dale Carter made the tackle, the free safety, a junior college player out of Ellsworth Junior College.
An impressive drive by the Tide to start the second half. Jones, big hole. Down to the 10-yard line.
Robert Jones again, the bigger the back. Cutting all the time as he's working up the football field. Tackle made by Roderick Lewis. Now here's where I expect Tennessee to blitz Alabama. They're going to have to come after him right now with linebackers. Here's where the blitz will come.
2nd and 3. Alabama driving, trying to take the lead. Jones with some moves. Picks up 2. He was putting the moves on Sean Walker. They basically were staring at each other for a moment or two.
Well, the one thing Sean Walker has to be able to do is stay in a square position. As you see him here, as Robert Jones gets the football, he can't overrun it. He has to break down just like he is here because you're up against good backs. And Jones still made extra yards on the play. Tennessee fans trying to get this team up, trying to get them back.
The 10th play of the drive upcoming. 3rd and a long one. Hollingsworth called for timeout. No time remaining on the play clock as he asked for the timeout. Let's see if the officials grant him the timeout without assessing Alabama penalty. 0 shows on the clock. And now the officials say, pick up the flag. It was a timeout called by Alabama before the clock ticked down. 3-3 the score. We'll be right back.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
The temperature never drops below Xerex. That's important to remember at a time like this, when it's very dark and very cold. Ah, you did remember Xerex Antifreeze. The temperature never drops below Xerex.
On a night like this, you'll be grateful for a safety feature found in almost every Chrysler car you rent from Thrifty. A safety feature Thrifty hopes you'll never see. It's an airbag. That's right, an airbag. In about half the time it takes to blink your eye, this airbag can inflate and save your life. At Thrifty, we take safety as seriously as savings. Thrifty, because it's your money.
ESPN's presentation of college football, Alabama versus Tennessee, is brought to you by BMW, the ultimate driving machine. To arrange a thorough test drive, simply phone your nearest BMW dealer. And by Thrifty Car Rental, because it's your money. Call 1-800-4CARS or your travel consultant.
Wouldn't be a bit surprised here to see Alabama throw the fade route to an outside receiver in the corner of the end zone. They've got about 2 yards to get the first down. They've had success running the football. This might be a chance where you want to take the chance to try to get the touchdown pass in the corner of the end zone.
3rd down, nearly 2 for the first down. Into the end zone, incomplete. Intended for Buskey. Roderick Lewis had the coverage.
Tennessee had good pressure on Gary Hollingsworth. Chuck Smith comes up. Here goes Buskey across the middle. It's a catchable throw right here. Roderick Lewis is on him. He just got his body turned a little bit the wrong way. Good job by Roderick Lewis on the coverage.
A 26-yard field goal attempt for Philip Doyle to give Bama the lead. It is good. He's 2 for 3 today. And the Tide is back on top 6-3.
of expensive motor cars. No amount of leather, wood, or paint, no matter how refined, no matter how polished, can distinguish one from another. In the end, what matters is the car beneath the luxury. And never before has anyone built a car that performs quite like the BMW 7 Series. Not even BMW.
That's okay. I don't have a leisure suit.
Listen, honey, if I can't pronounce it, I don't eat it.
That's great.
At Days, we've got what you need, including great rooms, great value, at over 1,000 great locations. And that's the honest truth.
When the party of the first part achieves control of 51...
Nation caused productivity to rise an estimated 50.
The manufacturing division is currently operating at full...
Successful reallocation of resources is headed aside.
Occasionally, mergers produce results that individuals would find impossible to produce on their own. State-of-the-art software and service worthy of it.
Well, there might be 94,000 fans here in Neyland Stadium, but Alabama's brought their share. Their fans are up 6-3. They've taken the Tennessee fans completely out of the game. What do you guys all say about those? That's crazy out there. Back to you guys.
Hey, one thing about the South, football is important. In the Southern teams, in the Southeastern Conference, fans get into the football game.
Doyle bounces it down the field to Carter. Carter, burst of speed, and a good return to the 33. Good field position for the first possession of the second half for Tennessee. It comes on the heels of an impressive opening salvo in the second half from Alabama. 11 plays, 69 yards. But again, the Crimson Tide had to settle for the field goal of Doyle, his second of the day.
That's the best defense that Alabama can play, is their offense, keeping Tennessee's offense off the field. Tennessee must now try to get the ball to Alvin Harper. They need to try to get it to Anthony Morgan and Carl Pickens, the wide receivers. The ball needs to get in their hands.
On the ground with Thompson. A gain of 7 on the first play from scrimmage of the second half for Tennessee. Thompson held to 31 yards on 10 carries in the first half.
The second half has been a problem for Alabama, mainly because of lack of depth. They haven't had as much depth. I know Gene Stallings, when he came into Alabama, felt like there wasn't as many players there as he needed the first year, and he's had some injuries. And again, very important to point out, Eric Curry has not played very much in this football game.
On 2nd and 3, pulls the fullback, first down. He pulls across midfield. Spencer Hammond made the tackle for Alabama.
Alabama came up with a drive that consumed a lot of time. Tennessee needs to answer the challenge right now. Anytime somebody scores, you want to try to come back and answer the score. And that's what Tennessee has to do right now. It looks like they're going to run the football, pound it at him, but still, again, eventually they'll get the ball to Harper or Anthony Morgan.
Thompson slips down. They'll spot him down where he first slipped down at the 50. Johnny Majors, himself an outstanding football player at Tennessee.
Johnny's recruiting. He has 22 states represented on this Tennessee team, and as he told me the other day, that sometimes will cause an up and down year because they basically recruit Tennessee. They'll get 8 players out of this state, and then they have to go all over the country to try and find the rest of their players.
Kelly hit as he threw it. Dropped right into the hands of Derek Oden. He couldn't have asked for an easier interception, but he dropped it. Spencer Hammond hit Kelly as he was throwing it.
Alabama came with a blitz on 2nd down. You see Spencer Hammond coming right here and getting into Andy Kelly, hits Andy Kelly as he's throwing the football. Derek Golden had a shot for this interception. Watch the pressure again from the outside. Beat the block of Roland Pose. Again, threw it right in the hands of Derek Golden.
Tennessee just 1 for 6 on 3rd down. This is 3rd and 10. Kelly's going to try to run for it. He's short by 2 yards.
Now this is going to be an interesting call for Johnny Majors. 4th and 2. He may go for this one. No, he's going to kick the football. He's going to play field position. John Majors has been a coach who has always believed in the kicking game. And you can't fault him here because he's going to try to kick the ball, kick it inside the 20, 10, get field position on Alabama, and put the pressure on him.
Now it's Kelly, who has been a punter in the past, in punt formation. Pretty good kick. And the ball's, where will they mark it down? A touchback. Whoa! The official changing his mind in midstream, started to signal touchback, then says down here inside the 1.
Well, I'm not sure of that. I think momentum took him in the end zone. This should have been a touchback. Andy Kelly with a nice job punting the football, but I don't believe the Alabama player, he's got control of it right when it gets to about the 1-yard line. The Tennessee player has control of it, but he steps in the end zone. That ball should have been a touchback.
Now watch the official.
He gave the signal of the touchback. Boy, Tennessee got a big break right there, and Gene Stallings got something. Watch, he makes contact with the ball, but he went into the end zone with it.
Now watch the official. Right there, you see him start to come up with the arm along his side to say touchback, then changed his mind. Hollingsworth just trying to shove it out. Didn't get very far, perhaps out to the 1 for a half yard, and that's it.
Watch this again now. Darryl Hardy makes the play, but he's in the end zone. His momentum carried him in the end zone. The ball should have been on the 20-yard line. Alabama on this particular play, they have very little yardage here. The penalty is going to be declined. It's going to be 2nd down. This might be a play where you fake a play action and put it up deep. Sean, try to throw it out of here.
Alabama with the football. 6:55 to play in the 3rd quarter. Gene Stallings in possession of a 6-3 lead.
They try to put it up to Lamont Russell. 1 back set.
Vlasic nearly collided with Hollingsworth as he took the handoff. He's out to the 2, perhaps just beyond that, and now tempers Flair.
You got a couple different philosophies right here now offensively. You either want to try to get enough yardage to allow your punter to have enough room to punt. So you need to get out a couple more yards. You don't want to be trapped back there where the punter's only going to be 9 yards instead of where he's usually at about 15 yards. The other thing is to try to hit him with a deep pass. 2nd down and 9. Try to throw it out of there.
Well, on game day here on ESPN this afternoon, an excellent feature about officiating in college football. And if this call turns out to be a big one, we'll hear a lot about it in the days ahead. Hollingsworth nearly intercepted. Looking for Finkley along the near sideline. It was overthrown, and Dale Carter, as always, was the man there for Tennessee.
Dale Carter dropped that football because he was trying to watch to make sure his feet were in bounds, and when you're a defensive back, sometimes you don't get that many receptions. But to watch Carter, Gary Hollingsworth threw this ball poorly. And watch Dale Carter. He tries now to take his eyes down, make sure he can get his feet in bounds, and just couldn't control the ball. Now look for Alabama just to run the ball and punt it and get out of here.
On 3rd and 9. Hollingsworth to throw out of his own end zone. He's out to the 2.
Gary Hollingsworth did the wise thing right here. He went back to pass and didn't see anything open. He was trying to go to Steve Busby. As he looks, he doesn't see anything. He just wants to get back out to avoid the safety. Remember this. This could be the turning point of the football game.
J.J. Surlus was the tackler on Hollingsworth. Williamson the punt, and a good one. Carter from his own 49. And down at the 43 of Alabama. The Vols take over, trailing by 3.
For those of you who have been reluctant to wear a hearing aid, Miracle Ear has more great news. If you have trouble hearing in noisy situations, the exciting Miracle Ear Clarifier may be your answer. The Clarifier features a special filter that automatically reduces background noise.
In a restaurant situation, it picks up the noises I want to hear, but the other noises are just moved off into the background.
If you or someone you know thinks they may be suffering from hearing loss, call Miracle Ear at this number and receive helpful information.
It really makes a lot of difference in your way of hearing and in your way of life.
Call this number. Miracle Ear will send you a booklet on better hearing, plus a coupon for a free hearing test. Call today. Learn about all the good news from Miracle Ear.
A lot of people don't even know you got it, especially the one I got, the design that I got.
Call this number. Find out if Miracle Ear can help you.
Live, top-ranked boxing on ESPN. The place where fighters have stepped into the ring as unknown, made the right connection, and emerged as champions.
You gotta knock him off the win system, all right?
Olympian Michael Carbajal. Lightning quickness has made him an undefeated world champion. He battles Luis Monzote as Budweiser presents Top Rank Boxing, Thursday at the special time of 8 Eastern, live on ESPN.
During the break for the commercial, Gene Stallings was really hot, hollering out at the officials about, we would assume, this call. When it clearly appeared that Hardy goes into the end zone with the ball. Never did down it at the 1 or inside the 1. The official started to signal touchback, then changed his mind. And that could be a turning point in this football game, although Tennessee does not take advantage of its excellent field position on first down. Thompson stopped for a loss, and a flag flies away from the tackle along the near sideline after the play.
This is going to be a big penalty. I think this is going to be a personal foul on Tennessee.
Well, that might improve Gene Stallings' mood.
I don't think so. Once you get on official, you're going to stay on him because you want the next call.
Well, Gene just got it.
He did. No, he wants the next one, too.
All that hollering during the commercial might have paid off on the very first play of Johnny Major's drive.
Tennessee has been very conservative, and I know they went into this game feeling that the wide receivers were going to be a factor, and to be in this kind of situation with 5:02 and a receiver not making a catch to this point, has got to just be befuddling Johnny Majors.
Alabama leads 6-3 with less than 5 minutes to play in the third quarter. The screen for Amsler. He's to the 48 of Alabama.
Here's Andy Kelly setting up the screen to number 47, Greg Ansler. You see him slip out. Now the linemen head downfield. After Ansler gets the ball, he'll yell go, and the linemen take off downfield, and he follows the blocks, and he's eventually tackled by Steve Webb, an outside backer.
Third down, 15 yards to go for Tennessee first down. Kelly lobbing it deep down the middle and intercepted. Antonio Langham brought it all the way out to the 38-yard line. Greg Faulkner was the intended receiver, but it wasn't even close. There was a little bit of bumping as he went downfield.
Well, people were complaining about that, but I don't think that's a factor in this. Andy Kelly just overthrew the pass. And a good interception, but the most important thing on this interception is not the fact he got it on the 3-yard line, but he was able to bring the ball back and put them in good field position now so that last call did not hurt them. Ball's on about the 37-yard line.
First interception for Langham. And on first down, it's Kevin Turner, the fullback, across the 40 and down at the 42 for a gain of 4.
Most college football coaches, and you talk to them, and I'm sure probably pro football, you feel like you can get your team up about 3 times a year, and then there's times where you have to be able to play. There's Andy Kelly talking with the coordinator upstairs to see what they can go to next time, but Tennessee's been a little flat in this ball game.
Anderson dropped for a loss. Back at the 39. Sean Walker made the tackle. Here is Tim Brando.
Sean McDonough, very similar to what Mike Gottfried was talking about for Michigan State to stay up for Illinois, but Illinois lets Dan Ennis get by on a bootleg. Michigan State had been stopped before on 4 downs and out. The Spartans lead it by 1, and Illinois is looking ahead to that matchup against Iowa. Back to Sean and Mike and Neil.
What a muddled picture in the Big Ten, complicated by Iowa's win today.
Some great games on Saturday, I'll tell you.
On 3rd down and nearly 10, it is nearly intercepted. Through the hands of Jeremy Lincoln, Lorenzo Cole was the intended receiver, but he turned the wrong way. And that's another example of the lack of cohesiveness between Hollingsworth and some of these inexperienced receivers.
Well, as they go along, of course, Gary Hollingsworth's a senior, but he's had so many injuries out there. It's just very tough knowing what the receiver is going to do. It's like anything else. You want to be able to work with them so you know what moves they're going to make and where they're going to make their breaks at. You get used to them. He's not used to these receivers.
Williamson just did get it off. Hardy had the pressure. Bounce goes Alabama's way, and the ball is out of bounds at the 22. A sharp contrast between this year's game and last year's. Last year, an offensive battle in Birmingham as the two teams combined for nearly 1,000 yards in total offense. '89 Tennessee versus Alabama. Saran Stacy had a big day with 125 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns, including this 75-yard scamper, as Alabama beat Tennessee for the 4th straight year, 47-30. That was the game in which Andy Kelly established himself as the #1 quarterback in Tennessee. He's been replaced by Sterling Henton, who completes his first pass to Mark Adams. Henton in relief of Kelly. Sterling's a senior from Passaic, New Jersey.
Mark Adams made a 9-yard catch there and traded it for a headache because George Teague just really leveled him. Again, Johnny Majors is trying to get something started. He's making a quarterback change here right now, just trying to get something going offensively.
Majors offensive coordinator Phil Fulmer says that Henton has given Tennessee a spark off the bench in the past. This time it's Poles for the first down. And again, players tangle as the play ends.
Well, the clock's ticking down to that famous 4th quarter here before long, and Alabama has played very inspired football. Been very impressed with the way they played on defense today. Offensively, Mal Moore mixing up the plays. Gary Hollingsworth playing well, and again, now they're about 1:44 left to go in this quarter. They just hold on and play good, solid football.
Thompson knocked back by Thornton, but not after a significant gain on 1st down. Thompson spotted down at the 42. He picked up about 6.
The I formation of fullback's very important here. You see Roland Poles make the block there, and Tony Thompson follow the block, and eventually tackled by Ephraim Thomas. Fullback in the I formation has to be able to block, carry the football, catch it out of the backfield. He has to be able to do everything.
Thompson still well below his average of 101 yards per game. Henton throws too high for the tight end Von Reeves. That's the kind of passes you'll see from Henton. They like to roll him out. He's not particularly tall, and Phil Fulmer, the offensive coordinator, says he throws better on the run.
He's more of a dangerous quarterback when he's outside, and he's also dangerous to run the football. Here you see him coming to his left side. He just didn't get squared up enough and threw the ball high. Again, that crown is so high in the middle. When you throw off to the side, sometimes you're going to be a little high on throwing the football.
1:01 left in the 3rd quarter. Alabama leads 6-3. It's been a field goal battle to this point. Movement along the right side of the Tennessee offensive line. Well, back the ball's up 5 yards.
One thing about when you're playing for a conference championship, you can't afford a loss, and the pressure mounts. And as this game goes on, the pressure really, I think, mounts on Tennessee. But Alabama, with their problems in the 4th quarter, that pressure will start to become more and more apparent to them also. But again, Alabama's played well.
Florida State and Auburn coming up following this football game. The loser of that one is likely out of the national championship picture. Tennessee trying to stay in that picture perhaps. Penson to the ground. He was pressured. George Thornton knocked him down after he threw it away. And the Tide defense holds again, and Tennessee will be forced to punt.
Sterling Hinton on a drop back pass. You can see the pressure coming from inside from George Thornton and Byron Holbrooks. Tough to throw when the pressure's on you like that.
Joey Chapman. Good kick. Anderson started at his own 13. He's out of bounds at the 17. A good kick and excellent coverage as well by Tennessee. A 50-yard punt and a 4-yard return for Chris Anderson. Start your day tomorrow with NFL Game Day. It comes your way at noon Eastern Time as ESPN is the first and last word for your football Sundays. Game Day gets it started, and Primetime puts the finishing touches on it with highlights from every game of the National Football League. Our debut of Sunday Night Football on ESPN is November 11th. The 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. A reverse. Look for a pass here. It is nearly intercepted. Gene Stallings told us they had a reverse pass in for this football game. He went to it deep in his own end of the field. Lee was hit as he threw it, and it was nearly picked off.
Well, you can't say Gene Stallings is conservative. Here he pitches the ball back to Derek Lassick, and the reverse comes around. Kevin Lee's going to throw the ball, and he gets hit as he throws it, almost intercepted by Kerry Bailey. Here's a second look at the same thing. Almost should have probably took this ball and just tried to run and get whatever he could get. Almost a big play for Tennessee. The Tennessee defense, remember, it caused a lot of turnovers in the early part of the season. Alabama's not allowed them to give them the football. Tennessee needs to cause a turnover down here.
And Lee, the redshirt freshman from Mobile, is shaken up on the play.
Well, I would think it's his shoulder, because as he's got the ball ready to throw, he gets hit. It had to be a shoulder injury, hit by Chris Mims.
Been an active week for Chris Mims as Lee has helped off the field. He was accused of breaking another student's jaw in a fight last month, but earlier this week Mims was exonerated by a 6-person student jury. There is still the case of 3 players who've been accused of sexual assault pending. Tennessee football program has had some problems off the field. Johnny Majors is a little bit sensitive to criticism that he is not doing enough to discipline his players. He says this university is indeed doing that.
Johnny Majors is a disciplinarian, and there are some problems, but there's problems all over. He gave a statistic of somewhere he read where 100% of the crimes are caused by 2% of the people, and same thing with your football team. Sometimes they make mistakes, but you as a coach, you're the father figure on the college campus. You recruited him here, but the point he made was he was concerned about the media trying to be the judge, the juror, and the executioner before you find whether somebody really is guilty. Johnny Majors, as I said before, I've known him for a long time. He's a good football coach. He's a good disciplinarian. He takes a lot of action sometimes that nobody knows about in disciplining players. So, again, he's the kind of coach, and Gene Stallings is the kind of coach you'd like to have your son play for.
And the case of the 3 charged with accused of an alleged sexual assault is still pending, but word over the last 2 days was that the young lady involved in the incident does not plan to file charges, and it is possible that the matter will be a thing of the past and the players will return.
As a coach, you have to wait and you have to take all the information, and that's what he's doing. This is a key 3rd down situation for the Tennessee defense right now.
And it will be the first play of the 4th quarter as time has run out in quarter number 3. Just a field goal for Philip Doyle of Alabama in the 3rd quarter, and after 3, it's the Crimson Tide 6 and the Volunteers 3.
A company can learn a lot in 125 years. Valvoline has. You learn in the lab, you learn on the road, you learn on the racetrack. As you learn, you make your product better. And better and better. Today's Valvoline will keep your engine cleaner than ever before. And cleaner means more protection against engine wear. 125 years of quality. That's why people who know use Valvoline.
expensive motor cars. No amount of leather, wood, or paint, no matter how refined, no matter how polished, can distinguish one from another. In the end, what matters is the car beneath the luxury. And never before has anyone built a car that performs quite like the BMW 7 Series. Not even BMW.
When you're out street hiking, you better know how to read the terrain. First, trust your instincts. By all means, avoid distractions. Do your best to preserve the wildlife, because street hikers don't just walk, they hike.
Fresh shoes, Joe.
I remember my first weekend away. I saved for half the summer, but hey, it was my money, and it still is. Thrifty. So to get away today, I rent from Thrifty. Thrifty. At Thrifty Car Rental, a Chrysler 5th Avenue safety equipped with an airbag is just $39.95 a day. Like my grandma always said, if you know where you're going, you better know how to get there.
Thrifty. Thrifty, because it's your money.
Thrifty.
On Wall Street, fortunes are won and lost and won again before 10:30. Amid the halls of ivy, the best ideas often come and go before 10:30. And on the back lots of Hollywood, love often blooms and fades before 10:30. Which is why Federal Express delivers before 10:30 at more places around the country than anyone else. Federal Express, absolutely, positively the best in the business.
Alabama 6 and Tennessee 3. The score as we begin the fourth quarter. Alabama has the football, looking at 3rd and 9 from its own 18.
Some type of draw here, maybe, or shovel draw.
Hollingsworth under pressure and thrown down back at the 13-yard line. Terry Bailey made the hit.
Watch the Tennessee defense, number 53 and 74, twist. They're twisting to confuse the blocking assignments. They confused them so much they tried to reach out and grab them, but they were able to put pressure and make the play.
Good punt by Williamson. Carter from his own 41. A return of 4 to the 45. Tennessee goes back on the attack, trailing by 3.
Okay. But just suppose another tornado rips up our Meadville plant. Then what? Or suppose we have a string of accidents, like we did in '86. Suppose I get sick again. Would another insurance company come through like the people from the Hartford? I doubt it. And after 14 years, this fella is not about to find out.
ITT Hartford. When you need us most, we're at our best.
When judgment comes, I will be ready. I will be ready. When judgment comes, I will be ready.
James Buster Douglas, Evander Holyfield for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Brought to you by the undisputed king of beer. Budweiser presents The Moment of Truth. October 25th at the Mirage, Las Vegas.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
ESPN's presentation of college football, Alabama versus Tennessee, is brought to you by Budweiser. Beechwood Age for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you. And by Howard Johnson's. Where are you going this fall? Go anywhere and get in on the fall sale at Howard Johnson. Call 1-800-GO-HOJO. What a a beautiful day here in Knoxville, Tennessee. Neyland Stadium along the banks of the Tennessee River. And the homestanding Volunteers riding the nation's longest unbeaten streak. 12 games in trouble in the fourth quarter. Henton throws too high. Tried to dump it off for Vince Moore, and it sailed over his head.
Well, they're going to try to get him outside. Andy Kelly, I don't know if he was hurt or they just pulled him.
I think they just pulled him because they wanted a spark from Sterling Henton. The storyline of this football game. Alabama came in nearly a 2-touchdown underdog, and they're leading the battle of field goals. Doyle's 2 for 3. Burke has converted his only chance for Tennessee. Tennessee leading the nation in turnover ratio, but they've handed it over 3 times. Alabama has controlled the time of possession. Henton just 1 for 4 passing. Now 2 of 5. The ball dropped by Reeves, but they'll say he was down at the 50, short of a first down by 5 yards.
Both these teams have storied past and great tradition. Of course, Bear Bryant at Alabama and Bowden Wyatt and Bill Battles, all the good football coaches have had at Tennessee. These are 2 rich, tradition-rich programs.
We mentioned Tennessee's 12-game unbeaten streak. The last team to beat them, Alabama, last year at Alabama. Quick hitter complete. That is the first completion to a Tennessee wide receiver today. Carl Pickens was on the receiving end, and it's a first down for Tennessee at the 42 of Alabama.
Except for the throw that Andy Kelly threw down the field a little while ago, was intercepted. Neither team has tried to throw the ball down the field this week either. Last week we saw the same thing in the Texas-Oklahoma game. These receivers are so talented, you got to try to get the ball in their hands.
And you saw the graphic. There's 2 losses in the last 24 games for Tennessee. Both have been against Alabama. Clemens McCroskey with his first carry of the day. He's a sophomore from Shelbyville, Tennessee. They think he's going to be an outstanding player. He's been held back by a broken bone in his leg suffered during preseason workouts. Tennessee 3rd in the nation in scoring offense. Less than 150 yards in total offense today. Henton going for Pickens in the end zone. Incomplete. It was slightly overthrown. Ephraim Thomas had the coverage. Here's Tim Brando.
The Southwest Conference situation is more clouded than ever. Baylor 20-20 against Texas A&M, so Baylor is now 2-1-1 in the Southwest Conference. A&M is 1-1-1, and Texas Tech and Rice played today, with Rice getting the victory, 42-21. Rice beats Texas Tech. Jim Wacker sits in the catbird seat in the Southwest Conference, and he will be joining us at halftime to talk about the SWC and the Cotton Bowl hopes that his Horned Frogs have at halftime of our primetime game tonight. Let's get back to Knoxville.
Thank you, Tim.
He's got to have Jim Brock a little worried down there in the bowl game situation for the Cotton Bowl.
Henton dumps it off for Moore. Flag down on the far side of the field. If the play stands, it's a first down for Tennessee at the 25. Vince Moore, senior from Memphis, with the reception. The important words will come out of the mouth of Jimmy Harper. Down to the sideline, here's Neal.
To note that last year at this very same game, it was Andy Kelly who replaced Sterling Hinton in the ball game against Alabama. That's the other way around. Just a year ago, I talked to one of the assistant coaches. He needed a change. They had to get something going offensively. I mean, 3 points offensively, you better make a change, and they happen to be quarterback.
Thank you, Neal.
Sterling Hinton's now facing a tough situation. 3rd and 13 to try to get his ball club in for a touchdown or at least a tying field goal.
Tennessee a woeful 2 of 10 on 3rd down. Thornton with the sack. George Thornton threw Henton down back at the 45-yard line.
George Thornton charges in, watch him beat the block of the offensive tackle, and then just bring Sterling Hinton down from behind. Remember the thing about Alabama, they could very easily, 8 points separates them from being undefeated right now. They played good football. They've just had some lapses, and it cost them some ball games.
Chapman, a line drive kick. Anderson from the 10. Tackled by Shazan Bradley at the 18. Alabama with the football with a 6-3 lead with 11:42 to play.
When rain comes into view, warm air surrounding you. Call me rain. The air of quality warms with efficiency.
Conquer the cold this winter with Ream's 90+ gas furnace and a new limited lifetime heat exchanger warranty.
Call me rain. Warm air of quality. Call me rain.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
When the party of the first part achieves control of 51.
Nation caused productivity to rise an estimated 50.
The manufacturing division is currently operating at full.
Successful reallocation of resources has had a decisive.
Occasionally, mergers produce results that individuals would find impossible to produce on their own. State-of-the-art software and service worthy of it.
The Tennessee seniors have never beaten Alabama. The Tide has won 4 in a row against Tennessee. First and 10, Alabama. Jones bounces off a tackle and picked up nearly 6 yards. First down. He's across the 23.
Ran the toss sweep to the weak side without a tight end. They ran to the splitting side, which is the first time they've run it this side the entire game. Yardage has been tough for both teams. Jones, again, is having a good day. Rushing yardage has been tough against both defenses. Alabama needs a long drive to conserve the time and go down and get some points.
Play action screen. Jones has the first down, lost the football. Recovered by Tennessee at the 33-yard line.
Screen pass to the tailback. And again, what Johnny Majors has done by punting the football and continuing to put him in the hole is look for a turnover from his defense, and he got it.
Sean Walker with the fumble recovery. And the fans groan on the first play of the series as it's a run to Thompson, and he goes nowhere.
On the screen pass, Sean Walker, the middle linebacker, is going to make the play. And he strips the football. Sean Walker recovers it. Darryl Hardy on the strip. Tennessee's in good field position. They've got to try to roll out the quarterback. They're bringing Andy Kelly back in.
Kelly is indeed the quarterback for Tennessee with 10:25 to play. Alabama leads by 3. Kelly down the sideline. He threw it away. Pickens was double covered. Harrison and Teague were right there with him, and Kelly had to look in another direction.
Well, they're booing Andy Kelly. He's the guy that's got you undefeated to this point. They don't give up yet. I think Andy Kelly's a good quarterback. I think he's having a rough day. I think Alabama's had a lot to do with that. They've disguised coverages. They put a good rush on him. That's a third down situation. I believe he's the quarterback to get him in the end zone. It has to be Andy Kelly. I think it's a good move putting him back in. No back set.
Kelly, man open, incomplete. The ball was a bit behind Carl Pickens, and the sophomore couldn't come up with it. This would be a serious test of Greg Burke's field goal range. It would be about a 51-yard field goal. His career long is 49.
Andy Kelly sets up, moves up because the pocket collapses, throws the ball, should have been caught. A little bit behind Carl Pickens, but still should have been caught. They're going to try to tie it with a long field goal here.
A 51-yarder. Burke has had a disappointing year. This could turn it around for him in a hurry. It's good! Greg Burke with the longest field goal of his career, a 51-yarder. And with 10:05 to play, the game is tied at 6.
It's an excellent kick on the field goal, and you saw both coaches. For Johnny Majors, it turns out to be a good decision to kick the field goal rather than to punt the football or go for the first down. On the other side, you saw Gene Stallings, who knows now it's a tied-up ball game.
What a relief for Burke. He had a chance to win the Auburn game with a last-second field goal, but missed. He's missed 6 field goals coming into today, but he's 2 for 2 this afternoon, and that one ties it up.
The one thing Johnny Majors said yesterday when we talked to him, you asked him a question, would he go for a tie in a conference game? I got the feeling, even though he didn't answer it, he did not want a tie, and he would go for a win in this particular football game.
Still time for either side to grab a win. Lorenzo Cole. Big hole up the middle. And it closes up at the 25-yard line. Tennessee went in reverse, but they did not take themselves out of field goal range following the fumble recovery by Walker. Burke, the 51-yarder, and it's a new game.
Well, the key in the last series was Tennessee caused a turnover. Alabama fumbled the football. They know they've had their problems in this quarter. Now they have to take the football, put a long drive together here, and get some points. And it's up to Gary Hollingsworth. He's the senior. He's the leader. Even though he has a patchwork offensive team around him, he's got to make it happen.
Hollingsworth, incomplete. Thrown in the direction of 2 receivers. The short man was the tight end Buskey, and a bit further downfield was Donnie Finkley.
Just overthrew it again. I'm not sure when you're a visiting quarterback sometimes. Both quarterbacks have had their trouble today, but Gary Hollingsworth is one of his last 5 throwing from the middle of the football field to that crown, the lower right side over here. I look for him to try to get the ball to Lamont Russell, his best receiver.
Hollingsworth will run. Slides down after a gain of 6. Took a hit from Bailey after going into the slide. 3rd and 4. Upcoming for Gene Stallings in Alabama.
Gary Hollingsworth's done a good job. He's not a running quarterback, but he knows how to step up in the pocket, and he knows when to take off with it. He knows when to get down, not to take the hit. He's done a good job. 96,732 here, and I believe they're all yelling right now.
The second largest crowd in Neyland Stadium history. This is the second largest stadium in college football behind only Michigan. Hollingsworth had to throw it away.
Tell you what happens sometimes when things aren't going well and you get a particular monkey on your back. Sometimes it appears, and right now Alabama lost in that last drive. Looked like they lost a little poise. This is still anybody's football game.
6-6 the score with 9:05 remaining. Williamson, short wobbly kick. Carter on the run and down at the 49. Coming up Sunday, October 21st at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time from Suzuka, Japan. It's the Grand Prix of Japan. 2 races remain along the Grand Prix circuit. Ayrton Senna can clinch the championship with 1 victory. And Alain Prost can keep his title with 2 victories. Anything can happen. So watch the Grand Prix of Japan Sunday morning at 8:30 Eastern. Kelly complete. to Von Reeves, close to a first down in Alabama territory at the 43. A gain of 8.
Tennessee's opening it up a little bit more with Andy Kelly. As I said earlier, I think Andy Kelly's the guy to lead him in this particular situation. Little 5-step drop. He's going to try to split the linebackers. Watch the tight end get right inside there. Von Reeves, there he is, right in between the linebackers. Catch the football, try to split him and get downfield. Alabama defensively. Mike DuBose, who's the defensive coordinator, has to feel Bill Oliver, who used to be the head coach at Chattanooga, really have done a great job with this defense today. And they have played an outstanding football game.
As has the injured player, John Sullins. He's the son of a coach. His dad, S.E. Sullins, was an assistant coach at Auburn, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss. 6-6 the score here. Here's Tim Brando.
Take a look at this, gentlemen. This is why you can't use instant replay. The game's not televised. Iowa State's Chris Peterson gets in with 35 seconds left. Or really, did he really get in? Well, the bottom line is, regardless of the officials' calls, when a game's not televised, there's no conclusive evidence one way or the other. Stop talking about replay. Iowa State wins in an upset over Oklahoma by 2.
It is kind of silly to talk about instant replay in college football when every game is not televised. Amsler on second and short did not get the first down. They'll spot him down for no gain.
We talked about Tennessee's offensive line at the open of the show, saying that they may be one of the best offensive lines in the country. Alabama's defensive line has owned the line of scrimmage today. Gene Stallings, a lot of things going through his mind right now. Unbalanced line this way.
And the ball's run in this direction. Thompson picks up the first down. Out of bounds at the 39.
What Tennessee does is bring in the second-team quarterback, Sterling Hinton, just to run the option. He came in, pitched the ball out to Tony Thompson, picked up the first down. Now they bring Andy Kelly back in. Again, I think Johnny Majors, as I look down there, has got the headsets on. I'm sure he's playing a big factor in this rolling the quarterbacks right now. Now they're going to play without any backs to throw the football.
Formation they ran from a lot against Florida. Haven't seen it today. Kelly throws it away.
Wise choice. Sometimes when they're covered like that and you don't have a lot of time, throw it away. Get the second down. I know fans boo sometimes, but there's a time and a place to throw it away. That may be one of them. It's an important drive for Tennessee. Alabama's defense looking a little tired right now. Played well, and again, they have to hold up on this particular drive.
When you've had problems regularly in the fourth quarter, as Alabama has, psychologically, does that take a toll?
I don't think there's any doubt. It's got to be in the back of everybody's mind. But their problems are because of lack of depth. The numbers game, which in college football is tough to catch up. You only can give 25 scholarships.
There was movement on both sides of the line.
Dead ball, offensive movement, 5 yards, false start.
Left tackle's kind of leaning back a little bit in his stance, Charles McCray, and then Drew, the defensive lineman. Automatically when that happens, you always see they all point to each other. He did it. No, he did it. And invariably, it's usually called on the offense.
Second and 15. 6-6 the score with 7:40 remaining. Incomplete. Anthony Morgan protests the call. He's ruled out of bounds. Or check that, Alvin Harper ruled out of bounds as he made the catch.
I don't think there's any doubt he was out of bounds on this. A long throw when you throw from the right hash all the way across the field. Just got there too late to Alvin Harper. He steps out of bounds. Alvin was from Frostproof, Florida. That's where he played his ball. We recruited him when I was at Pittsburgh, and I remember watching him play basketball. He slam dunked his first 5 shots, and I knew he was going to be a great player.
One of the best high jumpers in the SEC as well. Member of the Tennessee track team. 3rd and 15. Kelly with a long way to run. He won't get the first down. He is back in Greg Burke field goal range, you would think, since the 51-yarder moments ago made it with room to spare. This would be about a 52-yard field goal try.
John is really trying to decide whether he wants to go for this or not. And here comes the field goal team again. This field goal kicker's pumped up now. He made that last one. He knows this may be his day.
This will be a 52-yard try. The 51-yarder moments ago was a career long. This one is just short. Well, maybe 51 yards is his range.
I'll tell you who put a lot of pressure is Mark McMillan, the junior college free safety for Alabama out of Glendale Junior College. He put a lot of pressure on Greg Burke. A lot of pressure inside. Just a little bit shy.
What a great shot from our ESPN crew here in Knoxville today. Alabama in a 6-6 game. Anderson in trouble and dropped for a loss. Back to the 34.
Clock now becomes a factor for both teams. For Tennessee, they don't want a tie. Alabama's played well. I'm sure they don't want one either. One of these teams want to win this football game, but the clock now becomes a factor in the SEC race.
Alabama has 2 timeouts remaining. Tennessee has all 3 of its timeouts left. Second and 11. Hollingsworth. Drop. Buskey with the 3rd drop of the day for Alabama.
Gene Stallings is frustrated a little bit. He knows in this first year a lot of things are going to happen like this. Coaching transition year, he's seen a lot of things happen in this first part of this football season. His team has played well. He has to feel very well about the way his team has played.
We've seen him along the sidelines, and Neil Lomax, who played for Stallings, told us before the game he is very much a hands-on coach on the sideline. Gets very actively involved in the play calling. Down goes Hollingsworth. Chris Mims the sack, back inside the 25-yard line.
Alabama has had trouble with the twists of Tennessee when they go into the shotgun. Watch the defensive lineman. Chuck Smith goes inside. 53 comes outside, and the pressure is put on by Jeff Tullis.
Williamson the punt, and the fair catch made by Carter at the 35. Tennessee back on offense in a 6-6 game.
Step out of the crowd and step into AirTech's affordable stepping machine. Now you can enjoy the AirTech Air Resistance Dual Action Stepper right in your own home.
What I'm seeing as a result of stair climbing activities is a lot of firm, nice-looking behinds.
Stair stepping exercises can shape and streamline your muscles, giving you a more defined, toned look your body deserves. You can even turn 180 degrees to work different muscles, a feature not offered by any other stepping machine. Plus, AirTech's breakthrough personal bionic system lets you monitor your optimum level of performance as you watch the calories burn away, unlike the non-personalized club equipment.
For the price, I couldn't beat it, because the other ones I tried, I just didn't get the workout that I get out of the AirTech.
Call 1-800-262-4824 to order or for more information. Or send $399 plus $60 shipping and handling to AirTech Products, P.O. Box 100, Opelika, Alabama, 36803.
2 races remain. Ayrton Senna needs 1 victory to clinch the championship. Alain Prost must win both. The excitement at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN. 1 full day of NFL action in just 60 minutes. In-depth highlights of every game played on Sunday. It's football's fastest hour, NFL Primetime. Sundays at 7 Eastern, only on ESPN.
A 6-6 tie with 5:24 remaining. Sterling Hinton is back at quarterback, Mike.
Well, they're juggling the quarterbacks. I think if Sterling Hinton's the quarterback now, I look for the option or some type of rollout from Sterling Hinton.
Foles, the lone back lined up behind Hinton. It is a rollout. He'll run with it. He goes out at the 40, a gain of 5. Along the Alabama sideline, here's Neal.
Guys, I was kind of eavesdropping on Mal Moore, the offensive coordinator. They're going to stick what they're doing, just some play-action passes with Gary. But Gene Stallings kind of mentioned to him, well, if we win this game, we're going to win it with our defense, not lose it by our offense. So they're going to play it pretty conservative. Back upstairs.
I think the way the defense has played, that's the decision he's made. This defense has played well all day. They frustrated 2 quarterbacks for Tennessee.
2nd and 4 for the Vols. 5:17 remaining. Quarterback draw. Hinton. First down in Alabama territory at the 46-yard line. A gain of 14 for Sterling Hinton.
Quarterback draw all the way. Watch him take a step back, and he's going. Both defensive linemen released outside, expecting the play to go outside. Tackle was made by Stacey Harrison. A good call by the Tennessee offensive coordinator and John Majors. They're going to turn it over to Sterling Hinton, running the football right now and trying to break contain on the outside.
Hinton trying to get away from Spencer Hammond. Going deep. Jump ball and broken up. Stacey Harrison knocked it down. Alvin Harper was the Tennessee receiver.
Those are the kind of plays, if you're going to win football games, you have to intercept the football. Hinton is 3 of 8. Early, Alvin Harper is open. He gets behind Gardner, and the ball's just late thrown too high.
And it was Charles Gardner who knocked it down. Harrison also in the neighborhood. If it was a jump ball, had it reached Harper, you have to like his chances. We mentioned earlier, he's one of the top high jumpers in the SEC. Cleared 7 feet 1/4 inch at the indoor championships this year. Back to the quarterback draw. This time, Hinton was knocked off his feet by John Sullins.
Played it a little better that time, the Alabama defense. Both defensive linemen did not release outside. You watch here now, both of them play it. They come inside and force him outside to the linebacker, John Sullins. Picked up 2 yards, puts him in a 3rd down situation.
3rd and long. 9 yards to go for the Tennessee first down.
They need to throw some kind of crossing route to try to get the tight end to one of the receivers over the middle.
Hinton threw it away. He was being pressured. And he threw it over the head of Greg Amsler.
Well, Neil Lomax is exactly right when he said that Alabama's going to turn over their defense and let them continue to play. They get a good rush on Sterling Hinton, forced a bad throw. Now Johnny Majors on the other sideline saying the same thing. Punt the ball, 4 minutes to go. I'm going to turn it over to my defense.
And it's the quarterback, Kelly, who's in the punt. He has punted once today for 41 yards. That's a shank.
Make it a bounce.
He does. Perhaps too much of a bounce. No. Down at the 1-yard line. Lee Wood down the punt at the 1.
That's why they put the quarterback in the punt in that situation, because usually the punter of record has such a strong leg, he'll kick it out of the end zone. A quarterback like Andy Kelly doesn't punt that often, so he's not going to get a long punt, but usually he'll get the bounce, and that's exactly what happened. Another good coaching call by Johnny Majors to let Andy Kelly kick the ball. Now he's turning over his defense, and now Neil Lomax, I'm not sure that Alabama can turn it back over their defense. They've got to turn over to Gary Hollingsworth to get him out of this hole.
Alabama has not had a first down since the 5-minute mark of the 3rd quarter. Hollingsworth threw incomplete. Pressured as he threw, and the closest man in the area was Jeremy Lincoln, the defensive back of Tennessee.
Well, what happened in the first half, Alabama was able with Gary Hollingsworth to show action one way and bring him out naked and run the ball a couple times, and he threw a completion. But now the defensive ends, both Chuck Smith and that time Chris Mims, are staying at home and putting pressure and taking that play away from Alabama.
6-6 the score. 3:45 remaining in the fourth quarter. We're at sold-out Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee. Sean McDonough with Mike Gottfried and Neil Lomax. And Alabama has decided to use a timeout. The Tide now has one remaining. We'll be right back.
Dear Michelin, in the last 6 years, we've gone through over 30,000 diapers, 2,000 jars of baby food, 1,700 rolls of paper towels, 176 pairs of shoes, and 23 babysitters. But we bought only one set of Michelins. Thank you.
Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Thanks to some of the most productive technology in the world, everyone can now afford some of the most productive technology in the world.
Better get your Air Jordan Flight Club calendar from Wheaties.
From the box, Jock. Just get it.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
A lot of real estate between Alabama and their end zone. 99 yards to go for a winning touchdown. What do they do here?
They've got to throw it out. They've got to be the aggressor on offense because they can't afford to punt the ball and let them get a field goal in a field goal position.
That's an incomplete pass.
Little indecision there by the official.
That's a couple of shaky passes under the shadow of their own goalpost for Alabama and Hollingsworth. He's been pressured twice, running around in his own end zone.
When Alabama goes to the shotgun, Tennessee goes to line twist. And they've given Alabama some problems with their defensive front four. This is the play of the ball game. Gary Hollingsworth has to get a first down on this throw right here. Otherwise, they're faced with punting the football and Tennessee setting up for a winning field goal. They've got to throw to the sticks, a curl route where they get the curl route beyond the sticks.
That's over everything. In the direction of Lorenzo Cole, but he had no chance. 3 incomplete passes and a punt upcoming for Alabama.
Now you got Tennessee, who should try to punt return right here to get good field position and milk that clock, either get the touchdown or set the winning field goal up.
Williamson.
Hunter's got to be very careful he doesn't step back.
Good kick. Carter at the 47. Trying to get outside. He was able to turn the corner, and he went out of bounds at the 35-yard line. What a great day of college football it has been already on ESPN. Iowa and Michigan got us started. This has been a more competitive game than most people expected. And coming up next, Florida State and Auburn. The number 7 Seminoles against the number 5 Tigers of Auburn at 7:30 Eastern Time.
Andy Kelly's back in at quarterback, Sean, and I look for him to run the football now a little bit and try to set this field goal up. Alabama has to make something happen on defense.
They're just about in field goal range now. On the ground it goes to Thompson. Greg Burke getting a pep talk from his mates along the Tennessee sideline.
These quarterbacks have been yo-yoed all day here in the second half, but as I said, Andy Kelly in there right now. I think John Majors, with 2:56 on the clock, is thinking one thing right now: field position and set the field goal up. Let's run the football and run it right at Alabama.
That's what they do. Amsler into the line for a yard to the 31, and that is all. Alabama can only stop the clock on one more occasion. Tennessee has all 3 of its timeouts remaining, and we're down to 2:30 left in the fourth quarter. 6-6 the score.
Looks like Tennessee's going to take a timeout to decide whether they want to put the ball up on this third down.
This is still a long field goal from this point. It would be a 48-yarder.
I think they've got two choices here right now. One, try to get some kind of route that's very safe. They've hit the tight end over the middle between the linebackers on key situations. That's number one. Number two, a draw, which they've had some success with. Again, Johnny Majors has to feel with the way his defense is playing right now. If he can just tack 3 on here, he can win this football game. I think they'll go to the tight end over the middle in between the linebackers. I'll say that, or the draw play right now. We want to watch the sidelines to make sure that the quarterback's going to be Andy Kelly. If they come in with the other quarterback, Sterling Hinton, they may be thinking option.
Johnny Majors won't want any ties for Christmas. He already has 2 ties this year, and he's looking at the possibility of a 3rd.
Alabama started with the ball on their 20-yard line most of the day. The average start just half field position. Alabama on the 20, Tennessee in their own 47. Tennessee's had great field position all day, just hadn't taken advantage of it. Credit the Alabama defense. Bringing in Mark Adams, number 83.
And Andy Kelly will be the quarterback on this 3rd down play. 3rd and 6. The Volunteers at the 31 of Alabama with 2:18 left in the 4th quarter and the game tied at 6.
Winners make plays, and right now you need a play. You need it on both sides of the field. Somebody has to come through and make something happen. Andy Kelly on his side, or whoever the person is that receives or runs the football. Alabama, somebody has to come up with a big play defensively. Well, we've had an exciting game, Sean. This has been exciting college football. We had a great one last week and a great one today.
Johnny Majors and Gene Stallings, each 55 years old. But they have both aged today.
And aging. John Majors is the president of the American Football Coaches Association. Very well respected coach.
The reason for the delay is that they are adding time to the game clock. As you can see, they've added 4 seconds. A moment ago, the clock read 2:18. It's now 2:22. No backs behind Kelly. Screen, Vince Moore can't shake the tackle. Ephraim Thomas, a huge defensive play, dropping Moore for a loss. And that's a big play. What would have been a 48-yard field goal is now going to be somewhere in the area of a 50-yard try for Greg Burke.
You talk about a big play now. Alabama's going to remember that play from Ephraim Thomas. He had Vince Moore, 5'10", 203 pounds, a speedster out there on the screen. He made the play. As I said before, winners have to make the play. Now they're turning it over to Greg Burke on the field goal attempt. Watch the rush up inside.
A 50-yard attempt to give Tennessee the lead. It is blocked.
It just said the rush was going to come up inside. Alabama collapsed the inside. We said last week, when you take the key away from the kicker, which the rule stated this year, everybody changed their rush so that you rush inside so you can get the ball before it elevates. Watch Alabama all get their hands up and jump up and get their hands on it. Came from inside the tackle. Looks like number 1, Stacy Harrison, made the block from the left inside. Now Alabama's got the clock on their side to set up the field goal.
They are almost in field goal range for Philip Doyle. Shovel pass. And it's Lamond Russell with a good effort to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Now if you're Tennessee, you got to think about using your timeouts because you want the ball back. Alabama, if I'm Alabama, I'll let the clock run.
Burke has experienced several highs and lows today, but the kicker who will be in the spotlight next is Alabama's Philip Doyle. His career long field goal is 53 yards. Draw play. Turner to the 32. And from this point, it would be about a 49-yard field goal try within the range of Philip Doyle.
Well, Tennessee's going to let the clock run. I felt like maybe this is the time to call some timeouts to kind of use it. But now, you know, Gary Hollingsworth on this play is going to try to set the field goal position up. Third down, look for something to the left here to get him in the middle of the field, and then to call timeout.
Alabama has just one timeout left. Turner did not run to the middle. He's close to the right hash mark. Stopped at the 30, and that will set up a game-winning field goal try by Philip Doyle. Alabama will let the time tick down, and Doyle will try to win it with about a 47-yarder.
Well, Alabama's going to use their timeout now with 4 seconds. I would expect then John Majors to use one of his timeouts to try to ice Philip Doyle. But now you get into a situation, Alabama, we talked about fourth quarter, they have a chance to get that behind them and get that monkey off their back right now. Philip Doyle on it. Expect Tennessee to call a timeout. They'll go back on the field, and Philip Doyle gets just about ready to line up, look for another timeout, and let him think a little bit.
That 53-yarder was in 1988 against the Temple Owls.
Temple won today, had a big win today. And, did a nice job. Jerry Burns, good football coach.
Doyle, one of the best field goal kickers in the nation. He was the All-SEC kicker last year and second-team All-American. He set an Alabama record 2 weeks ago in Bama's last game with 6 field goals against Southwestern Louisiana.
You know, you talk about the great college football atmosphere. Here, no one expected this. Everybody expected a blowout. They talked about a 2-touchdown favorite or whatever. And Tennessee, again, I think they had a tough time coming off that homecoming win, and they were a little flat, and the crowd was a little flat. And all of a sudden, Alabama came in here with that open date and played hard. Now, as I said before, I expect Tennessee to call a timeout here. Nope, they're going to let him kick it.
A 47-yarder to win it for Alabama. It is good!
Got a flag on the field right here, roughing the kicker. So this game's over anyway. Those first 3 weeks a little bearable now, and people forget those first 3 weeks now.
There are a lot more Gene Stallings supporters in the state of Alabama than there were about a minute ago. There was, as Mike pointed out, a flag on the play for roughing the kicker as Jeremy Lincoln collided with Doyle, but that didn't prevent Phillip from drilling it through with room to spare from 47 yards to give Alabama a huge upset and their 5th straight win over Tennessee.
Philip Doyle got hit there. He'll never feel it since the ball went through. Watch as he kicks the ball. He gets stuck, but he won't feel it. The holder won't feel it. All they feel is the win right there.
Philip Doyle, a great story. And a great finish for Gene Stallings.
He says finally.
We're impartial up here. We do not care who wins the football game. But you want to see Gene Stallings be successful at Alabama. He is, without question, one of the truly classy people in all of sports, not just this game of college football.
Well, he is. And on the other side of the field is a true sportsman, John Majors. And both these people, I think there's a lot of pride in college football and pride in the coaching profession. Both of them are good, solid people.
Down to the field, Neil Lomax standing by with the hero, Philip Doyle. Neil?
Talk to me about that. Is that exciting or what?
I don't think having better position than this. I got to give a lot of credit to our defense. Tennessee's #1 in the conference in offense. Our defense come out today, We show what we're made about.
Now, you're a field goal kicker, but you got a bloody lip. What's that all about?
I don't know, and I'm so happy I don't care.
He's a happy kicker. Wow. Winning field goal. I mean, this is the first time, three times in a row you guys beat Tennessee now.
It's something about third Saturday in October. It's just 4 or 5 times in a row, and they're number 3 in the nation. We came in here and upset them, so maybe a few weeks of back in the post, we'll go out and play it hard next week.
I think he's a little bit excited. Back up to you guys.
And as you said, he did not feel the bloody lip. Philip Doyle, who in high school sold soft drinks at Legion Field to get into Alabama football games and cheer on the Crimson Tide. Now he's the most popular man in the state of Alabama today, and the player of the game, our Ream player of the game, Philip Doyle. He scored all of the points, 3 field goals in Alabama's 9-6 win, overshadowing Greg Burke, who had a chance to be the hero, kicked 2 field goals today, but had a possible game-winning kick for Tennessee blocked. Don't forget that huge play by Stacey Harrison. There is one less unbeaten team in college football. The longest unbeaten string in college football, a 12-game streak for Tennessee, has come to an end. The final score, Alabama 9 and Tennessee 6. For Mike Gottfried and Neil Lomax, Sean McDonough saying so long from Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee.
How do you get real premium beer taste in a non-alcoholic brew? You start with a real premium beer. That's how Anheuser-Busch makes O'Doul's. O'Doul's is carefully brewed, fully fermented, and cold-aged. Then the alcohol is naturally removed, retaining all the great taste. So how do you get real premium beer taste in a non-alcoholic brew? Ask for an ice-cold O'Doul's. O'Doul's, the taste will win you over.
Heard from an old student. Remember Brian McKenna? Smart kid.
Good ball player. Great hands. Where's he going to college?
He's not.
Too bad.
Studying aviation electronics.
But you said...
In the Navy. Then college.
The Navy College Fund in Montgomery, GI Bill. Over $25,000 for your college education.
You and the Navy.
Like I said, smart kid.
Full speed ahead.
Washington apples. They're as good as you've heard.
And has been upset by Iowa today. Hello, everybody. I'm Ron Franklin, and welcome into an absolutely super college football night again here on ESPN. With the games we've been having on the Saturday night primetime telecast, it kind of reminds me of the old radio broadcaster that used to cup his hand over his ear and say, and the hits just keep on coming, because that's the way it's been, and tonight should be no exception. We've got 2 clubs that were dominant in the decade of the 80s, but the one thing that eluded both of these ball clubs was a national championship. Gary Danielson joins me again on the telecast tonight, and Gary, by golly, what's going to happen is whoever loses this tonight is going to be saying, get them next year as far as the national title.
No doubt about it, Ron. You know, Florida State, though, a little younger, and I think they'll be a better football team next year than they are this year. But they were shocked into reality last week when they faced Miami, and really the feeling down at Florida State was they lost a little poise, and Bobby Bowden took care of that. Looks to me like he's looking for a couple guys to step forward and be the couple leaders, and he's going to need more than just a couple if he can do it in this place tonight down here in Auburn.
You know, one of the things, leadership is not a problem for Auburn University. They have senior people in key positions, and one of the things for the Seminoles is they have some young people in some key positions.
Well, this Auburn team, a lot of veterans, good senior leadership. They've won 3 straight SEC championships. But the word down here all week is they don't remember that. They remember losing 3 state times to Florida State. And in the back of their mind, they remember the end of last game when they were taunted a bit. And they will be very focused, and they'll be ready to lay some leather on everybody tonight.
Well, it is the 2nd year of a 10-year contract between these 2 clubs. ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida State versus Auburn, is brought to you by Northwest Airlines, committed to getting you there on time. By LA Gear, unstoppable in performance fashion footwear. And by Thrifty Car Rental, because it's your money. Call 1-800-for-CARS or your travel consultant.
To understand Japan, you have to understand its customs, its mystery, its people. You have to know what makes a good impression and what offends. For over 40 years, we've been learning about Asia. So in addition to convenient daily service to Japan, we can give you something no other U.S. airline can. The insight that comes after 40 years of helping people do business in Asia.
When you're out street hiking, you better know how to read the terrain. First, trust your instincts. By all means, avoid distractions. Do your best to preserve the wildlife, because street hikers don't just walk, they hike.
Fresh shoes, Joe.
As a kid in business, I learned the meaning of a buck 1 penny at a time. Hey, it was my money, and it still is. So when I need wheels on business today, I go to Thrifty. At Thrifty Car Rental on Chrysler 5th Avenue, safety equipped with an airbag is just $39.95 a day. Who says you can't mix business with pleasure? It's the only way to go.
Thrifty, because it's your money.
Last year, more truck owners switched to Chevrolet than to any other truck.
Listen to the heartbeat.
Nearly 200,000 in just 1 year. So if you're still not driving a Chevy, what are you waiting for? More people are winning with
The heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet.
Jordan-Hare Stadium filled to capacity, and down on the stadium floor, the visitors from Tallahassee, Florida. Here come the Seminoles. And here comes Auburn. We are glad to welcome to the telecast tonight down on the field level. Let's go to Kevin Kiley.
Thank you, Ron. An unbelievable crowd down here. 51-year-old Jordan-Hare Stadium, a definite home field advantage. Only 8 times in Pat Dye's 10 years have the Tigers lost here. It's a very special place to Auburn players, past and present.
I mean, no matter what the coaches did to prepare, or no matter what you've done all your life, it's like being born again. I mean, I guess a Christian would say it's the most memorable experience of his life. That's what you feel when you go through a Jordan-Hare thing. It's like starting all over. No matter what you learn about pressure, and no matter what you learn about crowd noise, it all just blanks out. You feel like you're in the best place in the world. And you love that atmosphere.
The intensity down here is incredible. Only one time in the last 20 games has Auburn lost the game here. Who was it to? The Road Warriors of Bobby Bowden, Florida State in 1987. It is absolutely jumping in this joint. Ron, back to you.
Okay, Kevin Kiley, thanks so much. There he is, the head of the Road Warriors, Bobby Bowden. His road record, 58 wins, 67, almost 68% since coming to Tallahassee, Florida as the head coach. And on the other side of the field, the former Georgia Bulldog in his 10th year, now with Auburn, 85, 25-3, a winning percentage, 76.8. They are standing at Jordan-Hare, and for a goodly part of the evening, don't be surprised if they never sit.
Florida State will kick off to Auburn. Richie Andrews, a senior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 5'11", 165 pounds. Herbert Casey, Alex Smith, and Pedro Cherry are the three deep men for the Auburn Tigers. Casey, number 20, in the middle. He is a sophomore from Foley, Alabama, averaging almost 28 yards per return. Tickets in this stadium for the students is first come, first served. 2.5 hours ago, when the gates were opened, they came storming in, and they have not been sitting and not quiet since. Here's the kickoff. And now for tonight's die-hard starting lineup. At quarterback, the redshirt freshman from Birmingham, Stan White. Tony Richardson, also a freshman, and James Joseph, the running backs. The wide receivers, Greg Taylor and Shane Wasden. The tight end is Victor Hall. Up front, and they're good ones, all of them. Bob Meeks is the center. The two guards, All-American Ed King and Tim Tillman. At the tackles, Wayne Gandy and Rob Selby. White throws on first down, has Wasden complete at the 26. Defensively, the starters for Florida State, Joe Ostazuski at nose guard. The tackles are McIntosh and Troy Sanders. The outside backers, Anthony Moss and Howard Dinkins. Marvin Jones, he is a great young freshman, and Kirk Carruthers, the inside backers. At the corners, Errol McCorvey and Terrell Buckley. And Bill Riggins and John Davis are the safeties. Greg Taylor to the 28-yard line. Well, I have to say I'm a tad surprised that Auburn comes out throwing the football. They haven't tested run at all, have they?
The word was all week by all the experts that are supposed to say it was, well, they'll come out and just try to run. Miami ran for over almost 350 yards the last game. Florida State teed it up, and all of a sudden Auburn comes out, throws two passes.
That's that old thing when you got a good horse riding.
He loves Stan White.
There's your first run. James Joseph cuts it back to the right and out to the 33-yard line. Defensively, Marvin Jones from that strong inside linebacking position.
Well, if they're successful throwing the ball early, Ron, that'll just open up those holes, as you know, and they will be successful running the ball. All week, Florida State worried about stopping the run, and he comes out and throws two passes. I like the game plan so far.
1,275 yards. That's second in the Southeastern Conference. Joseph, and this time there is nothing doing. Marvin Jones, number 55, one of the first men to come up and make the stick.
That time, Auburn went a little bit unbalanced line, and they're going to try to run the ball at this man, Kirk Carruthers, a preseason All-American pick in some people's minds. Had some tough times earlier this year, but he weaved through everybody and made the stop on that. Kirk from East Lansing, Michigan, goes about 205, and everybody thinks we're going to run the ball at Kirk. Let's see if he can up to the task tonight.
It was Dinkins that jumped for a moment, got back on time. Joseph can't turn the corner, and he's going to be knocked down for a loss. Anthony Moss is the guy who turned the play inside, and that's excellent defense by the Seminoles. And now it will be third down, and for Auburn, they need the 43 and a half.
That time, Florida State put an 8-man front on them. It's a version of the Bear defense. They put their two linebackers out wide. They're going to crash in and try to blow up that running game with two wide linebackers.
44% this season on third down conversions for the Tigers. Draw play to Joseph, puts a head down, and with that, still not going to have the first down. It's Kirk Carruthers, who he challenged and did not win.
One of the things I don't think Pat Dye wants to do, he'd like to open up this ball game, but I don't think he wants to make an early mistake and give the game to Florida State. That was 3rd and long. He called a little bit of a conservative play, a draw. He'll punt the ball and see the way Florida State wants to handle it.
Richie Nell with his 18th punt of the season. Florida State had pressure on him. This is Buckley. Fair catch at the 24-yard line. The starters for the Seminoles, Brad Johnson out of Black Mountain, North Carolina, quarterback. He'll have Ampley and Edgar Bennett behind him at the running back spot. Shannon Baker and Lawrence Dawsey, the wide receivers. The tight end, Dave Roberts. Up front, Robbie Baker is the center. The guards, Hayward Haynes and Robert Stevenson. At the tackles, Reggie Dixon and Kevin Mancini. Virtually the same offensive group that started against Auburn last year. Edgar Bennett, and boy, does he get whacked down by Crawford and also Ramsey. Here are the starters for the Tigers defensively. Walter Tate is the nose guard. The defensive tackles, Fernando Harn is starting tonight along with David Rocker. Larry Young and Ricky Sutton, the outside backers. At the inside, Harrigan Cunningham and Darrell Crawford. The cornerbacks, Eric Ramsey and Corey Barlow. The safeties, Dennis Wallace and John Wiley. Did it again as Florida State keeps the ball on the ground, and the junior out of Jacksonville takes it forward to around the 32. Cunningham and Tate combining.
Florida State is trying to be a little bit more diversified in their attack. They're trying to get it to their backs, to their tight ends. One of the things that Wayne Hall, defensive coordinator for Auburn, said, though, is they're throwing a little bit more than usual. He suspected they would change up for them, though, and try to run the ball, and he's right so far.
Seminoles need 2. Bennett very close. I don't think he got it. Barlow is the man who made the really fine one-on-one hit in the flat, and from where they've marked it, he'll miss it by a half yard.
This was 3rd and short, Ron, and what Florida State tried to do was to take this man right here, the tight end, and come in and pick for the fullback out of the flat. Watch the play. He'll come in and pick. Watch it get in the way. But the other pursuit, Auburn was in a zone and got away with a good defensive call.
Flag has been thrown. Overton makes the fair catch. Back at the 26. The marker came from the Auburn end of the field down toward the secondary. Wasden making the fair catch, and now the discussion goes on, and Florida State players jumping up and down. That penalty is going to bring a first down for the Seminoles, so the offensive team will be back on the field, and I think that right now Pat Dye does not understand what that call was.
From as upset as he is, obviously it's got to be a first down call, and it was thrown really far back in the secondary also.
"15 yards stepped off against Auburn, and here comes the call.
Illegal participation, defense, 12 men on the field, first down.
12 men on the field. Oh my goodness.
When we were here for the Tennessee game, remember they had all those penalties early in the game, jumping off sides, men in motion. Those are the type of penalties, a substitution penalty that you just really is uncalled for, because you're going to get the other penalties as the game goes on.
Intercepted. Crawford. Flag has been thrown at the 34-yard line after the interception, and it would appear that Auburn will be called for the clip, but the Tigers will have the football.
This ball was intended for Lawrence Dawsey. A little play-action pass to hold the linebackers. There you see him. He comes up. He tries to find the hole in the zone, but Crawford reads the eyes and watch him back into it. That's a ball that Johnson never saw the linebacker. He looks, he makes a sure throw, he thinks, and all of a sudden there's a line. Oh, wrong color. Uh-oh. Well, you got to tiptoe to the defense, to the sideline and say, Coach, sorry, I never saw that guy. He said, what do you mean? He's got a blue shirt on.
6 interceptions for the Auburn Tigers this year. That's the first for Darryl Crawford. Joseph puts the head down and takes it out to the 30-yard line. 55, you see Marvin Jones and also Leon Fowler, sophomore from Fort Myers, Florida, the free safety, coming up to help out on the tackle.
James Joseph is healthy. He's had a bad knee. He's come back. They feel that he's ready to run tonight. He's an emotional leader of this football team. And when he runs well, this Auburn football team is very, very tough to defend.
That's 5 carries for Joseph now for 18 yards. War Eagle.
Fair front, 8-man front.
Hit from behind. Ball is loose. Recovered. Nope, they're going to say incomplete pass.
Whoa.
Howard Dinkins is the man who started the collision.
I don't know if Stan White and Shane Wadston was on the same page here. He called an audible against the 8-man front, but he took a very deep drop, and Shane was running a 5-yard out. Look at him, look. He only has 2 people going out for the pass, and Shane only went out about 6 yards on that play as if he thought it was a quick out audible. A little bit of a mix-up on that play.
Joseph at the 3rd and 4. Oh, what an open field hit, and that's Marvin Jones. Ooh. Folks, this kid is a freshman from Miami. 68 tackles, 6 tackles for losses, and here's a real good example why. Whoa, what a player.
Runs a 4.5 40. A true freshman. He just out of high school last year, and he met it head on. This is big-time football. He's a big-time player.
Now with a second punt, his first good for 36. And this one is end over end. Good return ball for Buckley. And he will be stopped at the 41, maybe the 42. Roy Hunter on the special teams. No score. 8:32 left first period.
31 yards.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
It's feeding time for the beast in the basement again. And you know what that old furnace is going to do to your utility bills. Isn't this the year you should find out about the savings Tempstar's high efficiency can bring? Replace that thing in the basement with a high efficiency Tempstar furnace. Start the savings, not the beast.
Here's another demonstration of Chevy versus Ford. This one has socially redeeming values. We're loading up these full-size pickups with recyclables. The Chevy has a standard payload advantage of over 400 pounds.
That's a pile of payload the Ford leaves behind.
No wonder so many truck owners recycle their trucks for Chevy. More people are winning with
The heartbeat of America.
today's truck is Chevrolet.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida State versus Auburn, is brought to you by Tempstar Furnaces. You can rely on the star. And by Chevy Trucks. More people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Ron Franklin along with Gary Danielson and Kevin Kiley, Auburn, Alabama. And you remember what we told you a couple of weeks ago, in case you missed the telecast. That is for the people being held hostage in Iraq. And it will stay there until they have been released. Lee tries to turn it outside. John Wilson, a senior from Haleyville, Alabama, comes up to make the stop defensively.
You know, one of the trademarks of an Auburn defense, Ron, is that they substitute early, and they already have. They've got John Wilson in, Richard Shea, number 93, the nose guard has rotated in, and number 51, James Willis, has rotated in. They attempt to keep their people fresh. They want to win this game, if they have to, be fresh in the fourth quarter.
Good point, and it worked well against Tennessee.
Sure did.
Short drop this time, tipped, and Baker catches it, but he was out of bounds.
Oh. That was close.
Corey Barlow tipped the ball.
Barlow made a nice break on this ball. It was just a quick out. He read the quarterback's drop, and had this ball been thrown very, very accurately, it was a little high, he might have had a play on it. Watch, he's backing. Whoa, that one's a little close either way. Watch, he almost got his hand on it, and a nice concentration. He's even thinking about keeping his feet in.
Well, he had his feet, it was his backside. They didn't come down
his
first.
His backside did hit down first.
That's right,
I think he was out of bounds.
That's a good call. Lee with a quick screen pass, and he is not going to have it. They circled him out of the backfield. He'll be to the 49. Barlow and James Willis combining in the stop, and you could see just how far the Seminoles have to go.
I think that was one of the situations where Bobby Bowden said, all right, we want to throw the ball, but we don't want to make a mistake here. Let's punt the ball. Our defense is playing good football.
Scotty McLaren, sophomore from Griffin, Georgia. This punt's not going to turn over. In fact, a tough one to catch, and a fair catch is made by Shane Wasden. No score. Just over 7 minutes to play in this first quarter.
When judgment comes, I will be ready. I will be ready. When judgment comes, I will be ready.
James Buster Douglas, Evander Holyfield for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Brought to you by the undisputed king of beer. Budweiser presents The Moment of Truth. October 25th at the Mirage, Las Vegas.
Think about it. There are thousands of building products in there. So which do you ask for? Just ask for Georgia Pacific. Even if you forget that our Southern Gold plywood is double sanded for smoothness. Even if steam cured and solid lineal are Greek to you. Just remember that every GP product has superior performance built in. So if ceramic coated granules or Acroglass top coat seem impossible to remember, just ask for Georgia Pacific. That's all you need to know.
HBO's hit football series First and 10 presents It's Your Choice. In this episode, Jethro is up against former heavyweight champ Larry Holmes. Will Jethro A, renew his life insurance, B, tell Larry his shoes untied, or C, be knocked senseless? It's your choice. It's irreverent. It's irresponsible. Only HBO would dare run a series like this. If you said C, you made the right choice. First and 10, catch it only on HBO.
Florida State and Auburn, no score, just over 7 minutes to play in this opening quarter. Well, the Road Warriors, we talked about the record under Bobby Bowden, 5-1 at LSU, 4-2 at Nebraska, 2-0 at Ohio State, 1-0 at Notre Dame. And of course, when Bobby came to Tallahassee, it was a situation where he was trying to get a program going.
He actually
Look at this. More games he has played away than at home. 83% at home, 68% on the road.
From where he came, he built the program by winning on the road.
Richardson gets the handoff and immediately gets Marvin Jones.
Guess who?
Boy.
This guy just has a taste for the football. He reads the triangle of the guards and the ball carrier very quickly, and he just fills, and he fills with strength. He keeps his feet moving, and he just puts his hat right on there. I mean, this guy played high school ball last year, Ron. How would you like your son playing against this guy last year in high school?
It was a picture-perfect tackle. His legs were coiled, and then he just sprung. Stacy Dandler breaks it for a short opening out over the 15-yard line.
That was nice. He had nice patience with the hole that time. That's what Danley does. He's a senior. He's been in a lot of big football games. 1988 All-SEC. There you see him 6th all-time. There's some big names in front of him in the 1 through 5. He's just very patient and hit the hole and had a nice positive play. It was to the safety.
Florida State defensively, before Miami, 117 yards a game versus Miami, 344 as far as the rush. Sips it over the middle, incomplete. Wanted Victor Hall. Florida State stands to get really good field position out of this, unless Richie Nell can boom one.
Well, Stan White is just a beauty to watch throw the ball. He gets it out of his hand so quickly. When you say zip, I think that's perfectly how he throws it. That's just how it looks. It's zip, it's gone. That time, though, he threw it so hard. The tight end was only about 5 or 6 yards away that there was no time to react to it.
Well, you see the numbers on Buckley. You don't want to give him too much of a line drive kick, or he can do something with it in a hurry. This is a good coverage kick. Very high, wobbly spiral. And the ball is fumbled, and Baxter recovers for Auburn at the 45. Make it Al Nash, number 58, rather than 85.
When we talked to the Florida State coaches, they wanted to get out of this first quarter without a big turnover, and already it's happened. I mean, he just flat out dropped it. It was great coverage, but it was a high kick. Just very routine, just went right through his hands.
Baxter did get on it first, but it looks as though Nash has been given credit for the recovery. Danley finds a crease and takes it down close to the 40-yard line. That's going to be a gain of 5.5, maybe 6. Marvin Jones tripped him up.
You can see it in his eyes. I mean, the intensity's there. There's no hype. There's no cheering. He expects to gain 5 or 6 yards. He's patient. He runs through it. He makes the play happen. He gets what he expects out of the play.
Now, he's been injured during the early part of the season. Finally, almost 100%. They use him again, and it's close to the Auburn first down at the Florida State 36. Marvin Jones is going for double figures in the first quarter, and we have a marker thrown down at the 25 in the secondary.
Well, the play was between... Yes, the play was between Greg Taylor and Over Corby. And Taylor came in through on him, and there was a retaliation type play.
Let me make a point that we talked about in the opening of this telecast. Bobby Bowden was extremely upset, and you saw the video of him on the sideline in Miami, and he said they did not play with poise, and already.
Personal foul. Personal foul. Defense. Automatic first down.
You're right. When he was yelling at his players, it wasn't excellent. Here's the replay right here. Greg Taylor, if you play for Auburn, you got to go down and block. And I'm sorry, that's the way it is big-time football. Guys are going to throw at you. He didn't hurt you. He's got to step on him. That's silly. Very silly.
Official, the linesman coming in from the far side. Players did not hear it, as it is terribly noisy in this stadium. So it is no play, and they will line up and do it again. But to complete my point, is Coach Bowden was not pleased with the lack of poise that Florida State played with against the Hurricanes. And so far tonight, they have opened it up with the fumbled punt, which was a tough one. Remember, I said it was a wobbly spiral, but still, he just dropped it, and now a 15-yard meaningless penalty.
And you know what else hurts is that when you're making mistakes like this, when you're the young team, some of your key players, Brad Johnson and some of you guys you're counting on making mistakes, even magnifies the mistake.
Danley breaks up one tackle, fighting his way, still on his feet inside the 15.
Boy, Danley takes this one in here. Such an emotional lift for your teammates. When you take it up inside, the line's just coming out. That's coming across. They just a little trap block, and he just hits the hole. and he keeps those legs and feet moving, and he runs, and he pushes, and he doesn't wait for a whistle. He just keeps running. What effort. The whole bench just exploded on the play.
That's 4 carries for him for 23. It is a second down as Joseph comes back in. Auburn needs 4. Richardson at the 5.5-yard line. Buckley pushes him out.
Tony Richardson, the fullback, is another true freshman, and he bounces this one outside. Keeps his hands up. Look at him shift the ball over so he can straight arm right there. That's a freshman doing that. That's a well-coached football player shifting it so he can take care of his hands.
If 62 Troy Sanders had not tripped him up, he would have turned the corner sooner. He might have gotten to the end zone.
He would have been full speed quicker. You're right, Ron.
Richardson, he'll score. He is a freshman from Dalyville, Alabama. It's his 3rd touchdown. John Bonwell sends it right down Broadway, and it's Auburn 7-0.
Pat Dye comes right back to the freshman back right here. Turns, spins, nothing fancy about this. Good block there by the tight end, Fred Baxter. They like that guy, only a sophomore, and he just walks into the end zone.
So with 3:34 left in the opening period, the Tigers strike first.
You can teach your kids the fun of football, from the right techniques to the right attitude, with the help of a great coach and ESPN home video. Former Michigan football coach Bo Schembechler teaches safe and fun basics of football, from offense to defense and practice drills. To order Teaching Kids Football for just $29.95, call 1-800-841-8900.
Sometimes you know when you've made a difference.
Unit 14 on the scene.
Somehow you found the time.
We're going to take good care of you.
You learned the skills.
Take the airway.
You met the challenges. And now you are the difference between life and death.
BP and rate are stable, looking good.
Make a difference with your life. Be a part of your local emergency medical services. Volunteer or start a career. A public service message from Quantum Chemical Corporation.
One full day of NFL action in just 60 minutes. In-depth highlights of every game played on Sunday. It's football's fastest hour, NFL Primetime. Sundays at 7 Eastern, only on ESPN. 2 races remain. Ayrton Senna needs 1 victory to clinch the championship. Alain Prost must win both. The excitement continues at the Grand Prix of Japan. Sunday morning at 8:30 Eastern on ESPN.
Auburn takes advantage of the turnover. They go on top, 7-0. Gary?
Ron, every time a ball is run near the goal line, someone comes up with a good block. This time it's the reserve tight end, Fred Baxter. He's going to seal it in here and allow Richardson to bounce it outside for the touchdown. That's what you got to get on the goal line. You got to get somebody. This time Richardson lines up in the backfield and makes the key block and walk into the end.
Kickoff taken by Baker, and a flag comes down as he was hit very close to the sideline at the 27.
Here it is one more time. Baxter's on your left. He seals it down, and that makes it easy for Richardson just to bounce outside. Very, very nice. Good looking back, isn't he, Ron?
He really is, considering the fact that...
And how about what Pat Dye liked about him? When he talked about it, he said, I love the way the kid blocks.
We've already highlighted. Good heavens. I hate the soap bill on that tomorrow. You know, the two freshmen tonight, we've talked so much about the youngster from Florida State, Marvin Jones, and we see Richardson here, also a freshman fresh out of high school. Bennett. He won't get back to the line of scrimmage. Ricky Sutton was the first man to make penetration. Then Fernando Horn, submarine.
Actually, Fernando Horn, you were right, got through there with some penetration and made him stop a little bit, and everybody cleaned up. The senior, Fernando Horn, playing because Lamar Rogers, a guy they love also, is out this game. Defensive right tackle.
About to go under 3 minutes to play. Opening quarter, if you just joined us, 7-0. Auburn Tigers. Buckley fumbled a punt. Auburn took advantage and scored immediately. Flags go down. Movement on the right side of the line. I think you could see, I believe, Reggie Dixon come out of his stance, or Mancini, just before the ball was popped.
Ron, Florida State practiced with sound. Let's listen up to the call here. But I don't think you can simulate noise like this anywhere. Dawsey's going to come in motion on this play, and I think there was a big mix-up in the play because he is right behind the center. Watch him come in motion right here. And now watch where this ball is stepped. That's just a crowd noise penalty right there. Give the credit to 85,000 people on that play.
That's 3 penalties against the Seminoles for 34 yards as Dixon came out of the stance just a little early. Second down, and the Seminoles need the 25. Draw play. Amp Lee takes it out to the 15. And now it's going to be 3rd down and 10 as Mike Campbell came up defensively.
Right now they have to be careful. This is a tough situation. They do not want to make another mistake early in this football game. You know, something conservative here, maybe get 6, 7, 8 yards and punt the ball will be somewhat of a success.
The reason for the reaction is the Seminoles have just started their war chant. And
do they ever stop?
The Auburn crowd, every time it comes up, this has been going on since an hour and a half before the game, they boo. Looks for Dawson. Has it complete, almost broke off the last tackle. He'll be stopped short by 4 yards. Barlow got it.
Well, that was the strategy. Throw it short and hope he can run for the first down, but good tackling in that Auburn secondary. Dawsey can really run with that ball after he catches it, so the secondary for Auburn has to tackle well tonight.
Booming kick from Wimberley. This is Wisden. Straight up the middle, and Auburn will scrimmage in Florida State territory again. ESPN's regular season coverage of the National Football League kicks off on Sunday, November the 11th. That's when the 4-time Super Bowl champion San Francisco 49ers take on the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann. Be sure and join the guys for all the action, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. That's on November the 11th. 1:10 left in this opening quarter. Auburn with a touchdown following a Florida State mistake. And right now with excellent field position. Well, the groan of the crowd told you what happened right there. Mistake. You know, we've had a lot of individual conversations in this ballgame. We're not through the first quarter yet.
Yeah, I think that, you know, some teams have, you know, role players that cover, and some teams have
illegal motion on the offense.
Role receivers and role runners. For at Florida State, you have role talkers. You know, there's a few guys when you just have to take over the mantle that Deion Sanders left right here, and there's some talking going on in this game. I'm sure it's been mentioned that it's the last 3 games. It's 3-0 Seminole.
New line of scrimmage, the Auburn 48. James Joseph, the lone setback. White. Greg Taylor.
Well, this was a throw that he was basically covered, and he just rips it out there again. The kid can just watch how smooth he is on his feet, how light, nice. He gathers himself, and he just rips it up. Puts a little touch on this one, right over the underneath coverage and right underneath the back coverage. What a nice throw. He's got a little chemistry going now with that guy. Greg Taylor and Stan White. I mean, they feel each other. They know where each other's going with it.
Stacey Danley in the ballgame gets the carry. Great defense is Terrell Buckley, who got picked on just a moment ago, comes up big in this play. And it's going to be a third down situation for the Tigers, and they look toward the Florida State 37 if they want to keep the drive going.
That short side corner gets in the backfield many times when you got split the other way, and Buckley's as good at it as anybody is. He's a real tough customer, and he doesn't mind sticking his nose in there.
He's only a sophomore out of Pascagoula, Mississippi, down on the Gulf Coast.
They don't have enough players out there. Yep, there's the timeout.
And you know, first of all, it was Stacey Danley who was looking around and hollered at his quarterback to say, Stan, I only see 10. This ball club's tough enough to play with 11.
Yeah, that's what, you know, they had some problems against Tennessee the same way in substitution. When you run a sophisticated offense, they're using 4 wideouts, 3 wideouts, 2 tight ends. Substitution always is there you look at Pat Sullivan with Coach Dye. That's a tough job. Pat has to stand next to Pat Dye the whole game. Now, you know that he's going to get yelled at every time something goes wrong, whether it's not Pat's fault or not. He's got to hear it. The closest guy to the coach is going to hear it all night.
Well, James Joseph had this to say about playing the Seminoles from Florida State.
Couldn't ask for a better situation. To come into this game in the national picture to win it all, and knowing we got to go through Florida State, which is one of the best teams in the country. And the fact that we haven't beaten them in a while, that also means that that's a sentimental value as far as the seniors are concerned. Because this is the last shot we get at them, and we got them at home, and we don't want to waste that opportunity.
And that's the point. One of the things that Gary talked about in the opening of the telecast tonight, as well as Auburn has done against so many teams independently and also in a conference, this is a club that some seniors have not beaten. They don't want to leave school that way. White intercepted. McCorvey takes it back across the 45 and close to the 50-yard line as blocking continues downfield and the officials have to separate it.
Sometimes when you have confidence in your arm, it can backfire. This time he tried the same pass he tried earlier. Little play-action pass, and he was going to throw it between the 2 zones. It's not really a bad read. He's going to go to this guy. He's going to come out and back. But this corner right here drops back and gets the throw. It's one of those times when you're a quarterback, you start to believe you can do anything with a football. And he throws it, it just doesn't get it high enough.
Casey Weldon in the ballgame at quarterback, and movement along the Florida State line. And Reggie Johnson moved before the snap, couldn't get back. Now he is a tight end and can reestablish, but what happened is Weldon continued to count, and the snap came at that time, so he didn't have the full count.
He was in motion at the snap.
That's right.
Casey Weldon is the junior. He was in a battle with Brad Johnson for the starting spot. We talked to Coach Bowden. He says one thing Casey does is look downfield a little bit more. Even though they're running this San Francisco offense, he would like to get the ball downfield a little bit more. Casey so far this year is 24 for 40, so he has gotten him some action. It's not like this is the first time he's played this year.
Shannon Baker in at wide receiver, comes wide to the right. As it complete to Dawsey inside the 40 and down to the 37-yard line. Checking it's Bennett, I beg your pardon, 22. What a great catch over the shoulder. That's good for 20 yards.
Left tackle Reggie Dixon picked up a nice stun here. It allowed Casey Weldon the time to throw downfield. Watch him. He pops up, and then he takes the man as they turn, as they switch. And he keeps his feet moving. This is called screen blocking. Here's the nice throw. He had some people open short, but he waited on the play. Oh, what a nice play. Turns around and catches the ball going away from his body.
Weldon has come back from under center because the clock has gone to 000, and that is the end of the first quarter with our score. Auburn 7 and Florida State nothing.
night like this, you'll be grateful for a safety feature found in almost every Chrysler car you rent from Thrifty. A safety feature Thrifty hopes you'll never see. It's an airbag. That's right, an airbag. In about half the time it takes to blink your eye, this airbag can inflate and save your life. At Thrifty, we take safety as seriously as savings. Thrifty, because it's your money.
It's feeding time for the beast in the basement again, and you know what that old furnace is going to do to your utility bills, but you don't have to let that monster upset your budget. Send for Tempstar's Home Comfort Guide. It's free consumer information about the savings you can obtain with a high-efficiency furnace. The Comfort Guide informs you so that you can make the right choice when the time comes to replace old equipment. Before you start that beast in your basement, start something that could save you money every month. The information is free, and so is the call.
This lady came in the other day. Some station downtown told her she needed new brakes and said it'd take 4 days. But you know, she only has the one car and she had to get to work. And missing one night of TV wasn't going to hurt me. So I told her, sure, I'd stay and get it done.
Good service is why people choose a place like Harlan Motors and why places like Harlan Motors choose USF&G Insurance and their independent agents.
USF&G, standing behind me.
At Compaq, before we build our desktop personal computers, we look at you. We look at what you do and the power and performance you need to get it done. Since introducing the world's first high-performance 386 PC, Compaq has never stopped, giving you more power, more speed, and the best of the latest technology. To do, well, that's up to you. Compaq. It simply works better.
This year, IndyCar racing was dominated by one man, Al Unser Jr., 1990 IndyCar champion.
If a driver ever told you, no, I don't get scared, I'm not scared, he's lying to you. The technology that goes into the IndyCar is second to none. Over half the field at Indy is using Valvoline. If there was a motor oil out there that was better, it would be in my car.
People who know use Valvoline.
Back in Auburn, Alabama, 7-0. We have had two great games earlier today. Iowa upsets Michigan, winning by 1. And then in our second game of this triple header, as the clock ran out, Alabama winning over Tennessee to upset the number 3 ranked team in the nation. Pushed out of bounds at the 31-yard line. Casey Weldon, he's a junior from Tallahassee. And one of the things that Bobby Bowden told us on Thursday as we visited with him on Thursday morning is that Casey continues to push as far as pressure on that on the starter, Brad Johnson.
Well, it's a lovely situation for a coach. I don't know if it's such a great deal for Brad Johnson, but you can feel when a guy's pushing you. You see it in practice. You can see the coach's eyes. I mean, they like what he's doing. It's a very tough situation, you know, and Brad gets off to a tough start, and he makes the change.
Breaks it across the 25, and he's down to the 23. That's more than enough for the Seminole first down. Last year, he rushed for over 100 against Auburn.
Nice job here by Howard Haynes and Reggie Dixon and Bobby Blake, the center, left guard, and left tackle. But watch Amp Lee, how he runs low and his eyes are moving. He says he's got great peripheral vision. He sees the field, keeps his knees moving. Nothing real flashy about Amp Lee, just a lot of positive yards.
5 carries for him for 27 yards as the boos go up because of the Seminole chant. I'll tell you, earlier today, I know this is Auburn, but when Alabama defeated Tennessee, knocking them into giving them a loss, you should have heard the roar that went up here. All of a sudden, they were for the Crimson Tide. Weldon fires it long into the end zone, and it is incomplete. Almost intercepted by Ramsey, but he was out of the back of the end zone.
This was very, very nice defense by Auburn. They patterned red. They were in a zone. They had somebody that right there where he wanted to throw it short. So now I'll tell you right now what Casey's going to tell the coach. Coach, I was throwing this out of bounds. No problem. I knew I had it just far enough to get it out of bounds where either my guy gets it or nobody gets it. You got to have all those answers, Ron. As you go to the sideline, if you can stay in this league and play a long time, you got to have a lot of answers and excuses. You just can't be a good thrower. You got to have good answers.
You got to give Baker credit. If he doesn't fight for the football, that would have been an interception in bounds. Flags go down, and you can see the movement. Again, it's Reggie Dixon. As Reggie came out of his stance just a half count before the ball was snapped. Kev, I'll tell you something that happened on the play. The Seminole War Chant had just ended, and the Auburn band started to play, and quite frankly, Bobby might say something about that because the band's not supposed to be playing when they come to the line of scrimmage.
If I was Bobby, I wouldn't complain about anybody's band. If my band plays the whole game.
Weldon rolling the pocket, throws it complete at the 20-yard line, and still on his feet is Dawsey all the way down to the 18-yard line. Walter Tate finally finishes it.
Little sprint out action by Casey Weldon here. Comes out of the pocket and throws very nicely on the run. But it's Lawrence Dawsey that makes the play. Watch him run down. He stretches, turns inside, but watch him come back and make the play right on the sideline. Beautiful throw. And now this is what Dawsey can get you. Extra yards. He keeps running. He just doesn't go down like one of those little spindly wide receivers. He wants to make yards. The last of the Fab Four wide receivers. And he came
160
back.
yards against Miami last week, or 2 weeks ago. Casey's going to run. Breaks off a tackle, and he will have the first down at the 10-yard line.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Yep. Make a little fist action right there. I'm here. I'm ready to play. Now what Casey Weldon also gives him, Ron, is he's 4'6", 40. Brad does not run like him. Little play action pass. Nobody's there. He knows he needs about 6 yards, and he takes it up. No time for sliding now. That's in the pros. He's got to turn and run. Stiff arm, climb, dive, get up, shake. Yeah.
John Wiley, number 9, is the man who finished him. The reverse with Baker. Stretches it out. He's playing into Auburn's hands and still picks up 4.
Well, Shannon Baker, it looked like it was wide open for a second, but Corey Barlow, I'll tell you, he's a little embarrassed about the whole deal because he ran right back to him from behind here now. Nice little action, good fake. The line sells it up front, and here he comes. Look at all that green grass. Problem is, here's Corey Barlow. Come on, Corey, turn him in.
Cunningham finished him off.
A little bit of a stiff arm. He pushes him by with his hand. Whoa, that's embarrassing. Never like that. If you're a DB, you're talking. You want to hit people. You don't want to fall down.
And Florida State has called the timeout. Casey Weldon wants to go over and talk with Bobby Bowden on the far side. So let's go down to the sideline and hear from Kevin Kiley. Kev.
All right, Ron, just in case you're wondering about the Florida State support in 85,000-seat stadium for Auburn here. Here's Mrs. Ann Bowden, Bobby's wife. Ann, how many family members did you bring to this game?
Gee, listen, I don't know. They come out of the woodwork for these games.
I understand. Bowden's family in the stands. Bobby's from Mobile, Alabama, so he's right at home.
Well, we're from Birmingham, actually, but I think we've got people here. We're not sure whether they're our relatives or not.
All right. All right, back to you, Ron.
Thanks, Kev. You know, Bobby told us on Thursday, he said there are a lot of teams that the alumni want us to beat. One is Florida, the other is Miami. Not necessarily in that order because they want to win the state championship, but he said this one here is as big or bigger to me because I don't want to have to listen to my relatives the rest of the year. Drive started back at the 42. They have consumed just over 3 minutes and covered 53 yards. 2nd and goal. Weldon wants Bennett, finds nobody. Roberts is the intended receiver. He wanted Bennett in the corner of the end zone.
Nice job by Casey again. Threw it out of there. Let's have a chance at least at 3rd down play. A little bit of a mix-up on the pattern, though. Roberts and Reggie Johnson, both tight ends, were in the same area. Had one of them cleared out a little bit, he might have had somebody to throw the ball to.
So the situation, 7-0 ball game. As Casey Weldon, 2 of 4, 29 yards. Auburn leads 7-0, and the Seminoles with the 3rd and goal, 5.5 yards away. Quick pass, incomplete as it hit Dawsey in the hands, and he got bumped and he couldn't hold on.
This is the same play, Ron, that they scored against Miami with. They're going to bring Dawsey underneath it, a la Jerry Rice from the San Francisco 49ers, and I have to hit him here. But look at all the traffic on this throw. He hit him all right, but there was a lot of people there, very crowded.
Richie Andrews, 6 of 7 in field goal attempts this year. And from 22 yards, he nails it. So Florida State on the scoreboard with 12:02 left until halftime.
Sony unleashes V, a brilliant new videotape that draws more color and music out of everything it touches. New Sony V.
Whether I'm racing 200 miles an hour or driving 55, I don't accept compromises. You shouldn't either. The car should be responsive yet fuel efficient, roomy yet sleek, not to mention affordable.
Well, surprisingly, one car does all that and more. The new Cutlass Supreme.
And in the coming months, we'll show you, when you take a look at any new Cutlass Supreme, you'll see.
Here's one car that does it all and does it right.
New generation of old.
Better get your Air Jordan Flight Club calendar from Wheaties.
From the box, Jock. Just get it.
A little secret that nobody knows. No matter what you do, no matter where you go, you've got to have an ace in the hole.
Bud Light proudly presents George Strait.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida State versus Auburn, is brought to you by Oldsmobile. Stop by your Oldsmobile dealer and see what's new from the new generation of Olds. And by Bud Light. Everything else is just alike. Ron Franklin, Gary Danielson, and Kevin Kiley. And it's wonderful to have you along on this Saturday night, the 3rd Saturday in October. And as I mentioned, not only the 2 great games that we had earlier today, the upsets continued as Miami was bumped by Notre Dame today.
Well, Miami now is going to drop out of the national picture, and up steps Notre Dame again. You know, there's no doubt about that. Here they are. You think they'll get rid of them. They still have a tough schedule, but now at least they can control it themselves.
Richie Andrews, the senior from Fort Lauderdale, kicks it away. Pedro Cherry collides with Casey. Cherry winds up with it. Breaks by one tackler, and he'll bring it out to the 23-yard line. Keith Jones defensively. So the storyline of this one so far is we have 11:55 remaining until intermission time. Turnovers, Florida State 2 and Auburn with 1. Auburn with the 90-yard touchdown drive. Jones, 6 tackles, 5 of those solo. Penalty yards, it's been big against the Seminoles. 42 yards, and now Auburn with a total of 37. And the early going in the last 3 times they have played has been the demise of the Auburn Tigers. They've dug a big hole and couldn't climb back out.
The last 3 losses, they turned the ball over in the first half. You're right.
Stanley hit at the line of scrimmage, and that is Joe Ostazuski pushing him back for no gain as the ball is loose. And you can see the official pointing to the turf, which means ball is dead here, but it's going to be a loss of 1.
Well, Ostazuski just laid one on him right there. The nose guard ran around and just put it on him. I think just as much a storyline, Ron, is that Florida State survived that early stage fright that they had against Miami. I got to believe Bobby Bowden is absolutely thrilled to be in this game. They're down 7-3, but he has to feel he's in the lead because he's in the game.
That's a good point. And we had mentioned that they had lost a little poise early, fumbling the ball and then getting a needless personal foul call. Rolls the pocket, almost intercepted at the 38-yard line. John White almost came up with it, the senior from Thomasville, Georgia.
There was the case again. Stan just believes in his arm. He throws the ball. He just thinks he can get the ball in those little spots. I like that, though, on a quarterback. I mean, you've got to live with a couple mistakes. Otherwise, this guy's not going to win it for you at the end of the game, and he did it against Tennessee.
Leading the Southeastern Conference in total offense, 225 yards per game. And Gary, let me ask you a question. The underneath coverage is trying to play some tricks with him, aren't they?
Well, I think that's the way you stop a good passer. Stan has to be a little more patient.
Pressure right up the middle as they set screen. Joseph across the 26 to the 27, and it is not going to be nearly enough for the first down as Errol McCorvey defensively makes the play for the Seminoles.
Again, a situation where they weren't going to trust Stan with the ball. A little screen pass, the chances of picking up 10, 12 yards on 3rd and 12. You know the other team's playing zone is not very good. They just wanted to punt the ball.
4th punt for Nell tonight. The 30 to the 33-34. Alex Thomas defensively on the special teams is there to make the stop. Mark Rick,
quarterback coach for Florida State, back up to Jim Kelly at Miami back in the days, and he's in charge of now it's Casey Weldon, but helping both of them over there, and good place to coach quarterbacks because you get to throw the ball a lot of fun. I think he might even have got word there that he was on TV. Did you see him smile for us right there? Hey, you're on TV there. Smile a little bit, Mark.
Now let's talk about the sequence of what they talk about as far as the relays.
Right. Bobby Bowden calls the plays, but he's hooked up to Mark Ritt and Brad Scott, the offensive line coach, and they do it a little bit and help Bobby call it, keep him apprised of down and distance tendencies.
Weldon with a handoff to Lee. Finds a little seam to the left side, and Amp will take it up close to the 39-yard line.
It's hard to knock Brad Johnson the season he's having. He's completing 67% of his passes, a respectable almost 7.5 yards per attempt. But Casey Weldon is adding a little bit something to this offense with his ability to scramble and look downfield, and he spreads them out just a little bit.
By Weldon under all kind of pressure, but gets by it, drills it complete to Baker, caught inside the 35-yard line. There is a flag back at the 38-yard line, and it's a 21-yard gain, and now Florida State players are jubilant on the field.
Offside, defense, decline, first down.
Hayward Haynes is matched up here against David Rocker, the All-American from Auburn. Watch him move his feet, keep his butt in. But watch Casey Weldon move up in the pocket. And he isn't just satisfied now with dumping it off to one of these guys. He fires it, rockets it downfield. And look at that throw, right on the outside shoulder. Boy, that's nice. That's making something happen as a quarterback. You're real happy. You feel great now.
3 of 6, 50 yards for Weldon. That was Eric Ramsey, who gambled and went for the interception. Lee to the 24-yard line. Ramsey comes from that left cornerback spot to make the tackle, and all of a sudden, because of the mobility of Casey Weldon and the passing game improving, the running game all of a sudden has come alive.
One of the things Bobby Bowden said he was going to keep an eye on is plays that went for more than 4 yards when he runs the ball. Look at this. 9 out of 11 running plays have gone for more than 4 yards. That's bad news for the Auburn defense.
Short drop this time. Baker on the quick post, and he is inside the 15 to the 13. First down, Seminoles.
A lot of the alumni for Florida State was kind of questioning Bobby Bowden. Why are you playing the two quarterbacks in some of these early games? And he said he wanted to have both of them ready just for a game like this. You could just see Casey Weldon. He just feels it. The ball's coming out of his hand. He's not hesitating. He's going with his reads, and he's just delivering it. Actually looks like the Florida State offense from past years now, throwing the ball downfield instead of the short little stuff.
Seems like 11 in sync. You're right. Still looking. He's going to take it all the way to the corner, get what he can, and he's out of bounds at the 11. Cunningham was the closest man to it. Stopping the clock with 8:07 until halftime. 7-3 ball game. Auburn leading by 4. Florida State threatening.
Even though Casey Weldon made this look like a pass, this was run all the way. Look at the receivers. You can't catch the ball if you don't look back. There's Dawsey downfield throwing some block. Dawsey will hit you all night. A very aggressive player. It's a play in the playbook that they have for Casey Weldon.
And a flag goes down. Now, did he get back, or is that offside against Florida State?
It looked like Horn got back, but then Rocker moved to me on the other side.
That's what Florida State is pointing, that it's going to be against Auburn. And that's the case.
Horn jumps, Rocker sees it out of the side of his eye, and he moves also. That guy, he's going to grab anybody he can right now. Coach, he's not happy with this. Watch, out of the side, out to the right side of your screen, somebody moves. Now watch Rocker, he's going to move. In the neutral zone.
Penalty has moved it to the 6-yard line. That's now 4 penalties against the Tigers for 42 yards. In the early going, it was Florida State that was playing with the problem, and now it's the Tigers. Second down. They need the 3 for the first. To the 1-foot line. Darrell Crawford is down at the bottom of that stack someplace.
There you look at it as a linebacker. This is the problem. Nice block by Bennett here. Fullback gets his hat on somebody and opens up the whole little isolation play. Florida State's run this. On this play, look at it, just short of the first down. 2 Auburn players are getting hurt on this play. Dennis Wallace, number 30, is limping off. And there you see Dennis. And there's another player, Auburn player, down on the field. Did you call it? What do you, Ron? Have we got an idea on that one?
I haven't gotten his number because the trainers were out so quickly.
Yes. Yeah, Darrell Crawford is, I think, who it is.
And you know, just a moment ago, Kerrigan Cunningham came limping off the field after he had been in pursuit of Weldon and had chased him out. It looked as though his leg was hurt. So on 2 plays, or within 3 plays, Auburn with some bruises on 3 defensive starters.
Nice job by Edgar Bennett right there. I mean, when you stop Florida State, you have to stop their isolation, their sprint draw type play. And Bennett, I mean, this guy, check what he's doing. He's the 2nd leading receiver on the team as a fullback. He blocks for those isolation plays, and he's averaging 6.3 yards a carry. That's good production out of your fullback.
So let's go to Tim Brando and get another update on college football today. Timmy.
This is an interesting game, fellas, largely because Mike Archer, if he's going to go 7-4, has to figure he needs this game in order to hang on to his job. The game being played at Tiger Stadium. It is 10-10. Harvey Williams coming back from really a disappointing start to the season with a 60-yard run. Al Baker, who seemingly has been at Kentucky for 10 years, he has a 30-yard touchdown run for the Wildcats. The score is now 10-10 with just 11 seconds left in the half. The game being played in Bayou Country. Let's get back out to Jordan-Hare Stadium now.
Thanks, Timmy. You talk about Mike Archer. Conversely, Bill Curry, I heard, made a statement about 3 weeks ago that he said he is more impatient than his alumni. He wants to win now. Let's go down to Kevin Kiley on the sideline.
All right, thank you, Ron. It was Darrell Crawford, number 56, a linebacker, took a blow to the head or the neck. He was a little groggy. I spoke to an official who was right on the scene, said he seems to be fine. He's coming around. Back up to you.
Crawford, who had an interception back early on in the first quarter, receiving quite an ovation as the fans excited that he is okay enough to come out under his own power. Our situation, should you have just joined us, clock is just back whistled in. Auburn 7-3, and the Seminoles with a first and goal a half-yard away. Lee, touchdown, Florida State. Bennett, I beg your pardon, 22 rather than 42, and Bennett puts the Seminoles on top. Edgar Bennett, his 5th touchdown of the season, his 2nd rushing. He has 3 receiving passes. Richie Andrews knocks the extra point home, and the Florida State Seminoles on top by 3.
Well, Bennett gets the touchdown, but credit the offensive line. Look at him get down. Get down where the worms go and just keep the feet moving. If you could keep those feet moving through into the end zone, what you got to do as an offensive lineman is score yourself. Put your own stomach in the end zone, and you can get a touchdown.
Buying a new car is a big step. With many car makers, the minute you drive it out the door, you may feel like you're on your own. But at Oldsmobile, you're covered by the Oldsmobile Edge, the most comprehensive owner satisfaction program in the industry. It's standard on every new Oldsmobile. We're with you every step of the way.
It's a new generation of Olds.
So much to do and so little time. When it's time to finance or lease your new GM vehicle, let GMAC do it right in the dealership. GMAC. Nobody wants to put you and GM quality on the road faster. So you'll have time for more important things.
A Ranger never takes the easy way out.
You're reaching deep inside you for things you've never known. Go!
That's why getting into the Rangers is tough, and the training is tough.
Be all that you can be.
So it makes me feel like I'm part of something really special.
Be all that you can be.
And I'm not the only one.
Get an edge on life in the Army.
Edgar Bennett gets his 5th touchdown of the year, and it is 10-7 Florida State. With just over 7 minutes left to play until halftime, Richie Andrews prepares to kick it off. Number 20, Herbert Casey, sophomore from Foley, Alabama. He's the deep man for the Auburn Tigers. And right now, the momentum has shifted from what was a very strong momentum from Auburn early in the ball game over to the visitors from Tallahassee. Casey from the 12. Got a big opening. And the kicker, Andrews, submarined and knocks him down shy of the 50.
The kick was very high and short, and usually you don't get a great return on this. Look, he's going to catch this ball, what, about a 13-yard line and real high. But look at that one. I could run through that one right there. And he kind of rushes it. He was a little patient right here. It looked like he almost gets too close to the block. He had an opportunity for another 8-10 yards.
40 yards officially on the return, and Auburn comes right back with great field position. Joseph straight ahead, and he takes some people with him. as he goes inside the 45 to the 42. James, the senior out of Phoenix City, not too far from here, 6'2", 225 pounds.
If you just look right there at the Miami University game plan that they used against Florida State for all those yards. Split them wide, run to the weak side of the formation, right at Kirk Brothers, and run hard. And just get that guard on him and just hit the hole full speed. Look at that, 5 yards.
97 to 9 total yards this quarter. This time only about a yard on the play, and let's go back to Tim Brando.
Arizona and USC. USC punter Ron Dale back punting from his own end zone. Watch Darrell Lewis. He will take off and go 43 yards, finds a seam down the sideline. That would set up a Reggie McGill touchdown run, and Darrell Lewis has just picked off Todd Marinovich, so Arizona driving again, down by only 3. Let's get back to Ron and Governor.
10-7, Florida State leads. Just over 6 to play till halftime as Danley is coming the ball game, gets the ball, and he's going to be stopped short of the first down at the 40. As Corian Freeman made the tackle. And instantly, the special teams come on, and I don't mean the field goal unit because they're far out of range, and Richie Nell will have to punt it away. Very high kick. Buckley running toward it and makes the catch at the 21-yard line. Well, the student athlete of the game is brought to you by the U.S. Army. Learn how to get an edge on life. Be all you can be. Tonight's recipient is Florida State defensive back Keith Jones. Keith is a finance major with a 3.57 grade point average. Keith Jones, our student athlete of the game, and congratulations to him.
Well, Auburn's offensive wheels have just fallen off, and this Florida State defense, you see number 45, Kirk Brothers, on the right side of the screen right there. And Stan White is only 4 for 8 for 1 interception for 18 yards passing with 5 minutes left to go in the half. That is not the idea for a good game.
Weldon has come in. He's 4 of 7, 62 yards. They give it to Bennett straight ahead. Darrell Crawford, who was injured a moment ago, back in the ball game, and he's there defensively for the Auburn Tigers. Now let's talk about what Auburn has to do here, because I mentioned the fact that momentum seems to have shifted toward Florida State at this juncture.
Well, defensively, they have to find a way to corral Welburn now. He's given them a different look that they weren't ready for. Pat Dye has to get his guys tackling. They have to not let this guy get out of the pocket, because you can see what he's done. A couple big plays by getting out of the pocket and making something big downfield happen.
Backfield, good for the first down and about 7 more.
Wow, that was nice. There you look, take a look shot. Wayne Hall, the great defensive line coach for Auburn. It's turned out so many All-Americans right here at Auburn University. He's calling the shots. He has all the stats, all the tendencies, and he's trying to play with Bobby Bowden right now. What is he going to do? And it's hard to stay up with Bobby. I mean, he may call anything.
Total offense. His defensive team is 5th nationally, number 1 in the Southeastern Conference, and against the rush, they are number 2 in the conference, allowing just under 100 yards a game. Weldon. To Bennett, and he will weave his way to around the 42 before Eric Ramsey puts a stopper on him.
Casey Weldon is going to look for Lawrence Dawsey downfield on a little curl route. There he is. He's not open. But watch what he does after this. Oh, decleats one guy, and then he's not done, Rhett. He goes for another guy, running out a little farther. He goes, yep, he gets another one. That's how you can be. You can be an All-American by doing that kind of stuff. Playing after somebody else gets the ball. That was impressive.
Third catch for Bennett tonight for 25 yards. To the right side, cuts nicely off the block of Roberts, but he's going to be short of the first down by a couple as Ramsey finished him off with a nice job by Roberts, the tight end, blocking downfield.
Ron, I mean, they've been keeping him off balance. I mean, this is a really, really nice offense they're rushing right now. and he's been keeping off balance. I mean, Reed talked to the coaches. They expected this Florida State team to throw. Look at this. First down, 10 rushes, 4 passes. That's because they've been successful with it. I mean, they've been running the ball and having success. They're going to stick to it.
Crowd will let you know, third down, less than 2. Could tell by the silence of the Auburn backers right there in front of the student section. He got it, plus about a half yard. David Rockert and Darryl Crawford combining to the stop. And let's see from the spot. Yep, that's going to be enough for the Seminole first down.
One thing Brad Scott talked to us, the offensive line coach and offensive coordinator for Florida State, is that they were going to try to cut down the number of running plays they use. Use the ones that they were successful with and they could practice and coach. And they're just running their basic stuff right now.
And that man in your picture there told us on Thursday, he said, heck, if I had my way, I'd put in 5 new plays a week.
Well, somebody's got to hold on to him a little bit. He can remember them. I don't know about everybody else.
Weldon, sensing the pressure, takes it forward for 2, now 3. James Willis took his feet out from under him.
You know, it's always nice. You come in as a backup quarterback, and if you don't make a couple of big mistakes early, you feel so confident. I mean, you got a lot of guys rooting for you. You're doing well. You say, oh, I'm out here. I get to play. It's so much fun. And he had some success early now, and he's going to be a force the rest of this game. Right then, a little play-action pass. Had an opportunity to throw it, nobody open. He gets up and gets a little something positive out of a play where he either just thrown it away or maybe try to force it in.
Auburn with a player shaken up down on the field. So with 2 minutes and 14 seconds until halftime, we'll take a break. Be right back.
I never saw you hit so well. I'm here in 3, you're here in 1. Ah, Bill.
Yeah, how'd you do, Jack?
In 3, out in 3. What are you doing? You're playing your best golf, and every time I look up, you're staring at TV. Saturday cartoons make you so good?
It's a special Golf Digest instructional video. The Golf Digest schools pulled 10 instant golf lessons from their 10-cassette collection.
Graphics, instruction, real professional advice, 10 instant lessons?
A half hour of the best stuff for a golfer.
It's priceless.
It's free.
Free?
With my subscription to Golf Digest.
Get a full year of Golf Digest for $19.77. Call 800-367-5800 now and get our free half-hour instructional video with your paid subscription. Call 800-367-5800 now.
Mike Singletary hits hard, but not like the hard-hitting football news on ESPN's Emmy Award-winning NFL Game Day. The team of Berman, Axtell, Jackson, Edelstein, and Dyson hit the air each Sunday. Jerry Rice can cover the field, but not like the football coverage on ESPN's hour-long NFL Game Day. We'll take you all around the NFL and inside the numbers. NFL Game Day, Sundays at noon Eastern, only on ESPN.
James Willis is a freshman from Huntsville, Alabama. He was the gentleman who was shaken up. They were going underneath his shoulder pad on the right shoulder as if he had gotten a stinger.
Infamous stinger, right? That's the one no one has to explain what that feels like.
Anthony Judge comes into the lineup, so it'll be Judge and Crawford, the 2 middle backers for the Auburn Tigers. Situation, clock is running. 2 minutes left until halftime. Auburn trailing Florida State by 3. Weldon sets middle screen. Amp Lee needs 1 block. And he's off to the races. He's going to score. His 6th touchdown of the year, his first passing. The rest have come on the ground. What a nice job by Casey Weldon of waiting until the last possible moment to get that one off.
really nice job of faking the ball to Amp Lee and a lot of nice patience to wait for him to get open. You're exactly right. Nobody gave away the screen too early, and that's the key to running a good screen. This is a staple of their offense. They either hand the ball to the tailback, they fake the ball to the tailback and throw downfield, and now the other thing they do off of it from the other side of the field is they fake to the, look downfield now, take your time, and then float it in there for the screen pass. Oh man, that's so nice. Got two big guys out in front of you running, you just use your blockers and run. And Amp showed me something there. I mean, they said he wasn't a sprinter, but he just ran away from some people there.
I don't know if it's the way Florida State sets it up or if it is Amp Lee, but watch. You saw him catch the ball on the run. So many backs catch it dead still and then have to start.
Perfect job of running the screen. If you catch it stopped, you have to regain momentum. Prior downfield, these guys work. Screen block, that's all you do. Stay in front of somebody. Then the runner can cut off of you. And Ron, I mean, you're exactly right in what you say, and that's a perfect coaching point. So many screens, a guy catches is just standing there, and everybody else is moving, and it's, you know, it's hard to start up. He was really under control, hit a little bit, and then got out in the play.
78 yards, 7 plays, and that pass play, 48 yards, 3 minutes, 46 seconds. That's the length of time that it took. Now we have 1:40 left until halftime, and Auburn with a lot of time to work with, particularly with the passing offense that they have employed in throwing 38 passes a ball game.
Well, we're going to see another barn burner like last time we were here when Stan White just goes to the no huddle and takes over, maybe.
Herbert Casey. This time there is no avenue as he will not make the 20-yard line. Don't forget, coming up at halftime, Tim Brando and Lee Corso will bring you up to date on this Saturday that has been another one of upsets. Highlights of that Miami-Notre Dame game and a live interview with Jim Wacker of the TCU Horned Frogs. Unbelievable is what Jim says. And also an update on the World Series. Can Cincinnati wrap it up in 4 straight? Who would have thought that?
Well, not the people in Oakland. I know. I'll tell you, not many people thought this would happen tonight. Florida State getting off like this in the first half.
You could see the pulling guard, but a nice job to the outside by McIntosh as King was in front of the play. But Joseph was knocked down quickly. And now the no-huddle offense, Gary, just what you suggested.
Well, he's good at it. He has a lot of great field presence, but they have to be more consistent with this team. And a little timeout by Florida State. Good call.
Florida State did not want to get caught up in the rush.
Okay, Harry, grab the bud, and I think we're out of here.
Right.
I want to drink your bud.
Hi, I'm Harry.
So am I.
Well, there you are.
You are not going to believe this.
This Halloween, replenish your Bud supply. Pick up Budweiser, Bud Light, and Bud Dry.
What's your bud type?
Dick, it's Charlie. We're in. That is, if Roman likes our work. He wants to see us at 6. Give me a call. Me again. We've really got to be together on this thing. Call me. I'm having an anxiety attack. Please call. Come on, Dick, buddy, pal, Dick.
Answering machines have always done a great job of taking messages. Unfortunately, we've yet to find one capable of answering them. Panasonic cellular phones, because sometimes the best answering machine is a person.
Dick, you're a real...
If you want to see the movie Look Who's Talking, you can see it on both Showtime and HBO. But if you want to see Dead Poets Society, only Showtime has it. HBO doesn't. Showtime also has Lockup, Sex, Lies, and Videotape. HBO doesn't. And only Showtime has Psycho 4: The Beginning, an original Showtime movie. Showtime exclusives. Here you see them, there you don't.
So the Auburn Tigers tallied first in this ball game, but since then, Florida State 17 unanswered. I think Auburn needs something to take into the locker room with them here.
Well, this Auburn team has been inconsistent this year. They did not play a great half against Tennessee, a game they tied. And then against Louisiana Tech, they came back and had a chance to lose that game, but pulled it out. And tonight, they've started out a little inconsistently. So let's see if Stan White can rescue them with the 2-minute offense that he did so well against Tennessee.
over 99 Moss. That's enough for the Auburn first down +5.
Well, now they're in their comfort zone now. They have in a position where they can throw the ball. They're not backed up, so let's see how they go with it now. Stands in charge.
10 carries for 43 yards for James Joseph. That's going to be a procedure call as the movement came just prior to the snap at Shane Wasden. He doesn't have to be told by the coaching staff. He is plenty disgusted with himself. You can believe that.
Well, coaches always say there's no excuse for a wide receiver to be offsides because he can't hear the snap count anyway. He just has to look in and watch the ball. Shane's looking in there. He's got his eyes on the ball, but oh, man. Nice little move, but a couple counts early.
Trying to get that quick jump on Buckley.
That guy's got the tie undone. He's going to have to give one of those halftime talks again this week and get him fired up for this second half.
Auburn, 3 minutes, 39 seconds ball control this quarter, which is not much. Joseph on the draw play. Some of the crowd not totally understanding of that call. Carruthers is there along with McIntosh to make the play defensively, and now Auburn, after the running play, goes with no huddle again.
Florida State playing very deep. Let's be careful, Stan. You don't need a turnover now.
Over the middle of Joseph. That's Carruthers, who was riding him down, and he'll be short of the first down. Also Marvin Jones helped out on the stop. No first down, so the clock continues to move.
Whoa, it's 4th down.
4th down, just over a yard to go.
Oh, I don't know why they want to call timeout and punt. There you go. Pat doesn't want to call timeout either. If we could get a... Some of the times what's happened in that situation, Ron, is one of the wide receivers called timeout. It's not even the quarterback. Everybody thinks there's an expert out there, and now they're going to be forced to punt the ball. That's a very disturbing situation. You know, your quarterback's looking at the coach is giving you some kind of hieroglyphic signals of what to do, and you have no idea what he means out there when you're standing out there. And all of a sudden, now they got to call timeout and punt the ball. Obviously, that's not what the coach wanted.
Florida State, though, is going to lead the defensive unit on the field rather than special teams. They're going to let them punt it away. They don't want to take a chance on a fake.
Well, with a 10-point lead, I don't blame him. I know Pat Dye feels good about that. I would like to see him come with a block here.
Richie Nell with the punt, and this one going to be like your best 9-iron. Will it stop in time? Inside the 5, and Baxter will down inside the 1-yard line.
Unfortunately, they're not going to get a chance to use the field position.
So Tim Brando will be coming up at a halftime to bring us up to date on what has happened in college football today. But right now, let's take a break. Florida State leads by 10.
This is how the roomy new Cutlass Supreme SL looks after traveling 300 highway miles on just 10 gallons of gas. And this is how Honda Accord looks after the same challenge. Well, if it hadn't run out of gas 20 miles back, you'd see that it's smaller and it's blue. And next trip, Dad, it's yours. Who says you can't get great gas mileage in a roomy, comfortable car? Cutlass Supreme is one car that does it all and does it right.
This is the new generation of old.
ESPN's coverage of college football continues. Now with all the scores and highlights, Tim Brando and Lee Corso.
Oh, you could call it Elimination Saturday. Welcome to the USF&G Halftime Report. I am Tim Brando. We'll hear from the coach in a few moments, and we'll also hear from Jim Wacker, the head football coach of TCU. Elimination Saturday because 4 top teams that traditionally are in the race for the national championship were meeting in 2 big games today. One team had to be eliminated in the Miami-Notre Dame game. Let's show you what happened there. In the 4th quarter, a play installed this morning by Lou Holtz. He had recognized, along with his defensive staff and offensive staff, that Miami would blitz a lot. Look at that block by Tony Brooks at the 8-yard line. And it's a touchdown to Rodney Culver. After the blitzing linebackers came through, that was the game that iced it away. 29-20, Notre Dame gets the victory. Now the upsets on this elimination Saturday. Tennessee, a team that was certainly in the championship hunt, loses to Alabama 9-6. Doyle, with a now 5th on the SEC all-time scoring list, he gets the victory on ESPN earlier today. Iowa and Michigan, 24-23, also on ESPN today, down to the wire. John Vaughn held to just 86 yards. Michigan's first consecutive loss situation at home since 1967. Georgia Tech and North Carolina. Can you believe this? The Tar Heels tie Georgia Tech. But remember this, the Ramblin' Wreck had not beaten North Carolina since 1945 in Chapel Hill. Iowa State and Oklahoma, 33-31. The Cyclones win. Chris Peterson gets in. Oklahoma fans may think he didn't, but again, no appreciable way of finding out. The game was not televised, no closer angle of it. They'd get the victory by 2. Minnesota and Indiana, how about this? John Gutekunst is sitting 3-0 and has a shot at a Rose Bowl, and his job
Coach, the Tennessee game, at halftime you trailed. You said you had to pull the guys out of the dumps. What'd you tell them now?
The Tennessee game was a lot different than tonight. I thought in the Tennessee game, you know, we controlled the ball 20 minutes in the first half. Florida State dominated the second quarter of the ball game, and I mean, on both sides of the football, they kept the ball away from us on offense. We didn't ever stop them, and that defense, I don't know if we made a first down till right before the half, maybe.
What'd you tell the kids?
I guess it's not a lot. We can't, you know, you can't change your game plan. I mean, it's obvious that we got to play harder and play better. To me, the big difference in Florida State's first half is when they put Weldon in their quarterback, and he made some nice plays for him. He scrambled a couple of times and kept them alive, but we didn't play very well defensively in the first half, or offensively either.
All right, have a good second half, Coach. All right, Ron, back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. The difference has been Casey Weldon, 70% passing in the first half.
7 for 10, but it's the other things he did. It was his ability to get out of the pocket and create some big plays that Brad Johnson can't do yet. I mean, look at little play action. That's the staple. Everything starts off of that. Then he avoids the rush, and he looks downfield, and that's what he does so well. Look at that nice throw right on the shoulder. And there it is, a big play. And that opened up the running game and everything else, able to throw the screen and really got the offense going.
The other thing that impressed me, Florida State, I think, has surprised Auburn tonight with their ability defensively, particularly against the run.
Well, their inability, Auburn's inability to throw the ball effectively. Stan White at halftime was only 5-9, meant that Florida State could load up on the defense, and their front three was able to stop that running game and made it look stats like this at halftime. 17-7 to score. Look at that, 4 first downs, and as Pat Dye said, one of them was right at the end of the half when they were going 2 minutes and Florida State was back. Passing yards for Auburn, 24 yards, and total yards for the half, 226 yards for Florida State. That's just too much. Ron?
Thanks so much. And, of course, that figure in the passing, the fact that Auburn has been averaging 289 yards a ball game throwing. But you all know what happened 2 weeks ago here against Tennessee as far as a second half comeback. We'll see if it's in the cards tonight. Florida State holding to the momentum right now, but they'll get the football. Shannon Baker can't field that one, so Florida State will go from their 20-yard line, and now a flag has been thrown back downfield as several of the players continued to push and shove after the ball went into the end zone. Penalties in the first half. Personal foul against Florida State, so the Seminoles are going to start at the 10-yard line rather than the 20. That's 6 fouls against Florida State for a total of 52 yards in the ball game. Auburn was penalized 4 times for 42 in the first half. Now the thing that Weldon is going to have to deal with is right there, Gary. He is right, has behind him the student section and to his right, very close to it.
Field position always plays a big part, but when you're backed up next to the other team's crowd, I mean, there's no doubt that this is going to be a very important series.
10-point lead for the Seminoles, and the crowd trying to help out. Weldon has it complete just shy of the 30-yard line. Dawson.
Well, How do you handle 1st and 25? Just rip it out of your own end zone with a little play-action fake and go one-on-one and just have a lot of confidence in a kid that you believe in, even though he's a backup. Nice fake, takes his time, and then he comes out, almost touches the goal line. And now watch him rip this throw in here. And Dawsey just plucks it out with 2 hands. Very, very good execution there.
With the Florida State fans wondering why that was not a first down. It was a post-play foul after it had gone into the end zone, so they had 1st and 20. Lee hurdles a man at the line of scrimmage, tries to negotiate the corner, and Corey Barlow is holding on.
Very, very disappointing 2 plays right here for the Auburn defense. You know they wanted to come out at halftime. Here's Weldon again. Makes the deep handoff to Ampli. Little jump, little hurdle, and keep those knees going, those arms going, and keep looking for the outside and pick up the 1st down. Ampli is nice looking football player.
Leading rusher for Florida State, 335 yards and 70 carries coming into this one. Weldon high over the middle, overthrown as Dave Roberts was being converged on from 3 different directions.
Well, you can tell Bobby's got a lot of confidence in this kid now. 1st down again, they come out with the play action. Little deep double zone. He went to the tight end down the middle. He made the proper read and just threw it a little too far.
We saw that stat back in the 1st half of how much Florida State had been throwing on 1st down. And here he comes out in the 2nd half and does it on both 1st down situations.
Well, they had a lot of success running the ball in the 1st down, too. Florida State just feels that they can dial anything right now, and they feel confident in it.
As a flag is down, is it my imagination, or did the blockers, who went the wrong direction?
Well, you got to say the guy, let's catch out the penalty right here from the referee, but you got to say the guy who has the ball went the right way, but I think the screen guys went the wrong way.
I called a screen, and all of a sudden I don't see any screen.
Well, I've heard of naked boots, but naked screens don't usually work very, very well in any league. Well, I tell you, there's some talking going on in the huddle. Ampli's going, men, right is to your right, left is, put some tape on your shoe or something, guys.
Holding, offense, 10 yards, repeat 2nd down.
Well, they did 2 things. They held and they went the wrong way. Bad time right here. These guys right up here, they're going to come out here and look for the screen blocking. But the tailback's going to take the fake and go out this way for the pass. It doesn't work very good when the blocking goes one way and the screen guy goes the other. They had a pretty good looking play if he'd have gone to the other side of it. I'm not saying he was wrong. I don't know.
The fake to reverse, and Lee breaks the 1st tackle, but will not get by James Willis. That's a loss of 5 more by Florida State. And it's going to be a 3rd down, and they will need the 44.
Number 92, Sutton, is going to string out the play from the other side of the field. He does it. He plays off his blocker and throws him up. He's got 2 jobs right there, Ron. Turn the man inside and get rid of your blocker. He did both excellently. Wait for the pursuit.
Big 3rd down for Florida State. They got to go out close to the 45-yard line. Looking for Roberts, incomplete. John Wimberly, the sophomore from Tampa, to punt. And Auburn has the coverage on, and this is a beauty. Wasden from the 32. Great coverage by Florida State. That's LaVon Brown, who was downfield on the special teams to catch him from behind. 45 yards in the punt and 7 yards on the return. Auburn possessions.
Well, there's a lot there. But the important thing is the results. And out of that, they've only gotten one touchdown, that great 90-yard drive that they did in 9 plays. But it has been punt, punt, punt all night, and that is not good news.
The biggest job by Florida State was when Auburn had it at the 48 and still wound up punting the football. No points. That's complete to Victor Hall. Being pushed back, maybe a gain of about 4.
And guess who pushed him back? And you can always tell when Marvin Jones hits a guy, they fall backwards. And this guy just explodes through his tackles, number 55.
And I'll tell you what, they've got a youngster behind him who's a true freshman out of Austin, Texas. Ken Alexander, 6'3", 240, and they're looking for him to be a great one.
And they like him, number 36, and they say he's starting to push All-American Kirk Carruthers. I mean, this is a competitive football team. They bring in good players every year.
White dialing up, and he can't get it. Greg Taylor was open and had beaten his man by about 4 yards.
Well, it doesn't get any better than that for a quarterback. The free safety bit on the crossing route. Stan even has to chuckle about it. You can't have it any nicer than that. Free safety bites, and Taylor just comes down and beats his man easy. Now the corner, it's not entirely his fault. He thinks he has a free safety in the middle of the field. 2 things wrong here. Threw it too far, and he threw it too far to the outside. Stan, I mean, you just love to have those back. I mean, you look at the bench, you go, Pat Sullivan, my coach, I didn't mean to do it.
Blitz is coming up the middle. White's delivery incomplete at the 45. Cherry would parallel to the ground to try to bring it in. So Auburn got what they wanted just a moment ago. Good field position, and now unable to move it and able to have to kick it back to Florida State. Richie Nell.
Did you see that right there? Pat Dye did something really good. He patted Stan on the White, said that's Stan White on the butt, and said that's all right. We got a lot of time left. We're going to have plenty more opportunities. Good job by Pat Dye.
Two Cutters putting on quite a show right now. Buckley from the 10. That's a flag, and he'll be tackled at the 17. Dennis Wright was down on the special teams, and another flag has come in. That's 46 yards and 8 on the return. And I should mention, both of these coaches have been a little perplexed about their punting.
Right.
Right now, they're really thunderfooting it.
And for Auburn, he's having the best game of anybody on the field so far for him. I mean, he's just punting the ball very, very well.
.11:44 left in the third. Florida State by 10.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
Some may go less. Some may go more. If you're interested in a longer life, drive a Volvo.
So your little brother's joining us, huh?
He's not so little anymore.
All right, now let's move it!
He's what, 19?
Weight setting, 540, F-14.
Jeff's landing planes?
4-gear lens set.
No. $40 million jets.
Today's Navy. High-tech training that takes you only one way. Full speed ahead.
Primary's off.
Good job, Dad.
You and the Navy.
Jeff?
See?
He's not so little anymore.
Full speed ahead.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida State versus Auburn, is brought to you by Volvo, the car that's famous for its safety, durability, and longevity. And by the U.S. Navy. You and the Navy, full speed ahead. Just a part of the 85,214 on hand tonight to see this matchup, the second year of a 10-year contract between Florida State and Auburn University. 2-yard loss by James Willis. Head Die at Jordan-Hare Stadium has lost only 8 times. If you remember what we said back in the opening, though, the last time that he lost the game here was against this same team from Tallahassee, Florida.
It's those little mistakes that are really costing them in this football game again. They have a great situation. Florida State has their worst field position of the game to start a drive, and then they jump off sides.
Weldon again is having to deal with the student sections, which actually cup in that corner to his right and also behind him. I'm sure that he doesn't want to have to call an audible if he can keep from it. Antley, great change of direction. Boy, he gets tagged by Eric Ramsey. But I believe he's going to have the first down. Yes, he is, out at the 18-yard line.
And here come the big boys in. Get a first down. They're going to put the #1 unit in. I mean, they keep everybody fresh, but you still like to have those starters in. Looking at Frank Stankunas right there, who's in for Dennis Wallace, who limped off early in the game. Now, this is not really too bad for Auburn. I mean, he started 11 games last year at safety, and Wallace beat him out this year.
This time the blockers are right there. Lee shoved out of bounds at the 37.
Well, I mean, this is a play we've been seeing. What's this, 3rd or 4th time we've seen it tonight? Works a lot better when the linemen go to the same side as the back, I have to say. But Amp Lee just picks his way and follows the blockers and just picks up those positive yards. Here it is, off the play action. Remember, they run that play a lot. Weldon works on it, retreats, and throws it. A little bit behind him this time, but he runs right by the block. But watch how he sets up the block right. Oh, is that nice. Uses people down the field. That's great running, to use the people. Don't just plow through there, use them.
Bennett goes for 3 and it gets banged very hard, knocked out of bounds across the way by Mike Campbell. And one of the few times that you'll see, or we have seen tonight, Florida State in split backs rather than I formation.
Split backs, and then what they run is a little sweep action to the weak side, but they like to run the short side of the field. They want to do it even if it doesn't pick up a lot of yards so they can throw out of it occasionally. They don't want it just a formation where it's just all pass.
Bobby Bowden, things didn't look so good for his ball club early, but they have really grabbed the momentum.
Here they go split backs again, and now they can throw and run. They got it in their mind.
Weldon gets it away to Bennett. Flags go down, and that's going to be a clip on the play. We have a 3rd flag that has come into the pile as Barlow was there defensively.
Nice job by Casey Weldon here. Nobody open. Again, Dawsey is a very aggressive player. He goes down, runs his pattern, but he comes back, and he comes back aggressively, and he's going to lay one on right here. That was close, but he did not get his body in front of him. They're going to throw. Everybody throws a flag on that. That's an easy call. All the refs like to grab into the pocket right there. Yep, I got my flag on the ground on that one. Those are the ones everybody likes to throw on.
This penalty's going to push it back to the 26-yard line. 9 minutes, 49 seconds left, 3rd period. 17-7 Florida State. And now what the Seminoles are going to have to do, they got to push it out to the 47-yard line to pick up the first down.
They're also, even though they're not having great success moving down and putting any points on the board so far, they are eating up some time on the clock. You know, when Auburn came back against Tennessee, they put points on the board right away. This time they've not gotten their hands on the ball.
To Baker, and he cannot hold on at the 43. Corey Barlow really put the lumber to it.
You're right. Corey Barlow did come back on that play and lay it on him. You know, when the guy catches the ball, you have to hit him aggressively. One of the problems with throwing the ball is they don't promise that they won't hit you. Fernando Horn this time gets him and throws him to the ground. You'll take that. That wasn't vicious as it can get, but Horn hustling all the way. You'll remember that as a quarterback as the game goes on.
The rock on the spot, and you can see that Amp Lee lost yardage in the play, and Auburn stands to get good field position. Wimberly, let's see if he can duplicate what he did last time out, which was 45, and he may better it. All the way back to the 28. Shane will take it across the 35 and close to the 40. Keith Jones on the special teams. Florida State leading by 10.
The Turbo Wagon by Volvo. Think of it as a sports car with extra pickup.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
Sony unleashes V, a brilliant new videotape that draws more color and music out of everything it touches. New Sony V.
Ron Franklin, Gary Danielson, and Kevin Kiley from Auburn, Alabama. Third period, 8:44 left to play, and the Seminoles leading by 10. White has a man open, and he overthrows Wasden, who took a shot, and now the flag comes down. Wasden took a shot to the head.
Well, there's no doubt he caught one here right in the face. Uncalled for.
Dead ball foul, personal foul called against Florida State.
Number 44, John Weish, the backup strong safety, is going to take this shot on him. The ball is thrown high. He obviously does not have it, and he doesn't let up a bit. Puts his helmet right in his face right there.
I think that's the reason for the immediate flag, was the top of the headgear catching him, well, any place for that matter, but particularly a head-to-head blow. Let's go to Kevin Kiley down on the sideline.
Ron, the Auburn defense is playing better, but the offense after the last series came over to the sideline. They feel they can beat Florida State. They have a tremendous amount of confidence. All they think they need to do is execute better, hold their blocks, and play the offense. They're ready to go. Back up to you.
White's going to air it out on this one. Looking for Taylor. Incomplete. And what the crowd got upset about is he was looking over his left shoulder, and it had to reverse, look over the other, and they got tangled up.
Well, Terrell Buckley did a nice job of taking Taylor out of his pattern. He gets beat. Now watch him just nonchalantly just kind of run into him. I'm sorry, that's interference because he was trying to come back and get to the ball. There was an opportunity to catch that ball, and Buckley did a nice job by just throwing him off balance a little bit.
I misunderstood you. Did you think there was interference or not?
I think there was interference on that play. It's a good job by Buckley, but it's still interference. You have to take a chance when you're beat.
White, 6 of 14, 28 yards in the ballgame. Darrell Williams. And that's the first carry for him tonight, and I was beginning to wonder when we were going to see the guy they call Electron, because he is a little bit quicker than either Joseph or Danley.
One-back offense, one of the favorite plays everybody likes to run is the counter gap. They're going to bring these two guys right here. He's going to take a step and come back. The old Washington Redskin made famous play right here, and everyone in college football is running it. There it goes. The two big guys honk up in there, and look at that nice big yardage he gets to run on.
This time Darrell Williams ran into his blocker, Tony Richardson, and let's go up to Tim Brando for an update.
All right, all the way up here to Connecticut. You're right, Ron. 24-20. LSU right now has the lead. Brad Smith just scored on a one-yard touchdown run. That game in the third quarter. The boys from the Bluegrass making a comeback against Mike Archer's Tigers. Let's get back to Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Timmy, our situation is just under 8 minutes to play in the third quarter. Florida State leading by 10, and Auburn trying to grab some momentum back. 15-yard penalty just a moment ago did not help the Seminole situation after a very nice stop in the first series.
You know, I think what Kevin said is right, though, Ron. I mean, there's nothing magical that Florida State, as you can see, they're just a little bit short. Closer than that. It wasn't that far. But there's nothing magical Florida State is doing, playing sound defense. Auburn offense doesn't seem to be hitting on all the cylinders yet.
Well, case in point, just a moment ago, is Williams ran into Richardson, his blocker, rather than being able to turn it out. Fourth down, they're going for it. The crowd will tell you. Tony Richardson.
Tony Richardson, the true freshman fullback, bounces outside right here from the opposite side of the field. Gets it to him deep. He hits up in there and then bounces. Keep working. Keep working. You got to get across that line. You got to have it. This drive, they need a first down horribly bad.
Richardson now 4 carries, 18 yards, and a touchdown. White gets blitzed as he throws it, and it is intercepted by Florida State's Leon Fowler.
Had a lot of time on this, and he again tried to go too deep, but he gets hammered here, and he doesn't get the follow through. Henry Osanowski puts it on him and drives him into the ground. Number 74, the ball flutters, and there it is. The interception. The only good thing about this is it ended up on the 2 or 3 yard line.
Florida State gets the takeaway deep in their own territory.
I'm not an actor. I'm a career police officer, and I want everyone to know about the Club, the most foolproof car theft prevention device I've ever seen. FBI statistics show that last year, 1 of every 43 cars was stolen or vandalized. The Club could virtually eliminate auto theft. The tempered steel Club locks onto your car's steering wheel in seconds, making it practically impossible to steal. It's highly visible, too. Car thieves see the Club and keep on going. That's why over 600 police departments like mine endorse and recommend the Club. If everyone used the Club, we police could forget about auto theft and spend our time dealing with more serious crimes like murder, rape, and drugs. You can buy the Club at all good stores that handle auto accessories for less than $60. Accept no imitations. I recommend the Club.
The stakes are high when top candidates roll for Bowler of the Year honors. The Lady Ebonite Classic, Thursday night at 10 Eastern on ESPN. Mark Martin is closing in on the Winston Cup Championship, but Dale Earnhardt is right behind him in the points battle. They fight for the checkered flag at the AC Delco 500, Sunday night at 8 Eastern on ESPN.
17-7 Florida State following that interception.
Well, with Bobby's reputation, this ball may go anywhere on the field here.
You may be right. Shannon Baker's in the ball game. He won the state sprint championship a couple of years ago. But they go straight ahead with the run to Edgar Bennett. It'll be very short yardage as he tries the right side. Walter Tate, big number 76, along with David Rocker, there to collapse on him.
The Auburn defense has done their part this half. I mean, they have not allowed Florida State past midfield. They've had great field position, I grant you there, but they have not given up the big play. It's just the Auburn offense just has not been executing at all.
To lead, 2 yards, maybe 3. That's Larry Young, who smelled it out nicely.
Not too many times you're going to see a screen from your own end zone like that, but it's almost beginning to be like student body right for Florida State tonight. I mean, we've seen that play at least 6 times, and it's been positive yards all but the time that the line went the wrong way.
So the ball at the 6-yard line, and if Florida State wants to keep this drive going, they've got to move out to the 13.
Well, they don't want a turnover. You know, they want to be careful with this ball. I'd see look for some type of a pick pass, maybe to the back in the flat.
Quick over the middle to Roberts, his tight end. That's going to be short of the first down by a couple of yards. Corey Barlow was there immediately.
Well, they dropped back nice. They had good protection. The route was good. The throw was good. Only one problem. The tight end didn't go deep enough. You do everything right and you have to punt the ball. That's not good execution.
Rather than Shane Wasden, number 20, Herbert Casey, has dropped off as the single safety. Now, he's the one that had the good return against Tennessee to get things going. But this is a marvelous punt. All the way to the 34. Marvin Jones and the special teams along with Sterling Palmer. And let's go to Kevin Kiley.
Normally, Shane Wasden would be returning that punt, but he was injured a couple of series ago. He got his bell rung. I spoke with the doctor. They don't know whether the starting receiver and kick returner, punt returner for Auburn will be back in the game. He's still a little bit woozy back upstairs.
Thanks, Kev. Here's a look at Shane Wasden on the sideline who took that shot over the middle. Darrell Williams, Lectron goes straight ahead, and very short yardage is Todd McIntosh, who's down at the bottom of the stack. Lectron is a sophomore from Pritchard, Alabama, 5'9", 198. Has 232 yards in their earlier ball games on 60 carries. But as I mentioned, he didn't carry it back in the first half. Turns the corner, and he can burn it down to the 34.
The Electron lights it up a little bit for him. He played as a true freshman last year, just a sophomore, 5'9", 200 pounds, and he gives him a great change of pace out of the backfield. Coach Larry Blakely said he'd like to play him a little bit more, but he has to work on his blocking in the passes and catching the ball. But when he has the ball in his hands, is a threat and a real good offensive weapon. It's when he doesn't have the ball is the problem.
It's the longest run of the game from scrimmage. White leaves 2 backs in the block. Pass well overthrown. That's Greg Taylor was the man he wanted.
Well, Stan called an audible there, Ron, and he was confused. He called the wrong audible. It was a quick out to both people. The zone rotated it up. He only had 2 guys out for a pass, and there was no one to throw the ball to. You know, when you give a guy the room, the audible at the line of scrimmage, you have to live with some mistakes. I mean, he is still just a true freshman, and he's going to hit a couple of those down the line if as long as you don't coach him a little bit too much.
Playing as a freshman, they had him around last year in a redshirt season.
Freshman, I'm sorry.
But still, as far as playing experience, you're exactly right. to Williams. Kirk Carruthers held on for dear life and saved big yardage. Tim Brando.
Ron, after a touchdown pass from Marinovich to Gary Wellman, USC goes for 2 to get to within 7, trailing 35-26. Watch the chicanery. Marinovich making it appear as if he's calling an audible. Then they snap it back to the backup quarterback, Shane Foley. His pass is incomplete in the end zone, 35-26. Arizona by 9, only 2.5 minutes left. Pac-10 is wacky.
Well, it's 2 weeks in a row, Tim, that SC's been drawing them on the ground, huh? Option play in the 3rd and 5, and Williams will have the first down. He gets belted down hard by DeAndre Clark.
Nice call here, little option play. Stan comes out, quick pitch. There was a pitch all the way. Watch a nice cutback right here, right? Boop, give the fake and cut back. Very nice. Little hold on Kirk Carruthers on the left side. Here's good, but whoa. Tillman here is going to come out and push it. Put one right on Marvin Jones. Spins around. Look at, he still spins and has the presence to get his arm out there. Good job by Marvin Jones, even though he does get blocked.
Williams hit in the backfield and knocked down for a loss by Howard Dinkins. Howard has played well this year, but tonight has been playing as kind of a backup as some of his teammates have been there ahead of him.
We haven't heard his name a lot. You're right so far. Right then again, a little stumble. I mean, it's Auburn causing a lot of their own problems themselves. He catches it, he stumbles, and then, of course, all the timing is thrown up all to the wall.
Williams comes out. James Joseph checks in. It is a 2nd down for the Tigers at about 13. Herbert Casey was the closest guy to it. You have to say he was the intended receiver. Larry Blakely, the gentleman bobbing in and out of your picture.
Without the hat is Larry right there. There you go.
They call it offense by committee at Auburn. With Pat Sullivan, with this gentleman, and also Pat Tide.
The play was good. It was a good throw. He just threw it high again.
It is 3rd down. They need the 13-yard line. White over the middle, complete to Joseph at the 20, and he will be short of the first down by about 7 yards.
All right, a lot of people say, why throw the ball like that when you can't get a first down? They're thinking field goal right here. Remember, they're only down by 10 points. They put it in the middle of the field. They got enough to feel comfortable kicking the field goal. That's only his second
completion of the second half. 2 of 9 for a total of 9 yards. And 1 interception. That one made down at the 3-yard line by Fowler. Von Weil to attempt the field goal. He's 6 of 10. His longest is 48, and this is an attempt of 37. He splits it. ESPN's regular season coverage of the National Football League kicks off Sunday, November the 11th. That's when 4-time Super Bowl champion San Francisco takes on the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann will be there with all the action, 8 o'clock Eastern Time on November the 11th. Ron Franklin, Gary Danielson, and Kevin Kiley here in Auburn, Alabama, at a house that, well, with the exception of the second quarter when Florida State took them out of the ballgame, and those people are standing up on the walkways. I guess they didn't like the seat that they had at the end zone or what have you, but 85,214, that's capacity. And, well, if you're going to bring anybody else in, bring your own shoehorn. Dickinson kicks off for Auburn. Baker watches this one go into the end zone, and Florida State will take it at the 20-yard line. plays, 35 yards on the field goal by John Von Weil. Jim Von Weil, I beg your pardon. 37-yarder is good, and it's 17-10.
Again, that 3rd and 13 call, I like that call right there. The chances of picking up the first down weren't great, so you put it in position to take 3 points. It's going to be a big 3 points. Man, I hope we don't get down to this tie game again here. Because they got these cards and everything. I don't understand these 2-point things.
Average gain in first down. Florida State, 5.4. For Auburn, 2.5. Short drop complete to Dossie. Breaks off the tackle, and he will have the first down and move the sticks out over the 30. Dennis Wallace.
We talked about how important it is to make the tackle on these short passes. Here it is, little 5-6 yard quick out. The ball's a little bit higher. Look at that, how he's just reacted to these plays and turns upfield. I love this guy after he gets the ball.
Senior from Dothan, Alabama. In the play action, now Casey gonna run it. Out of bounds across the 40 to the 42-yard line, and it's Willis who was chasing him. And that is very close to another Florida State first down.
Well, that doesn't look like much, but those guys he's running against out there are some great athletes. And he's got 4.6 speed, and that's what makes that possible. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks look good running the ball, but put him out there with all the great athletes that Auburn has, and you look a little slow. Weldon looks right at home out there.
Besides all the noise from the crowd, we have a battle of the bands tonight. One plays, and then here comes the other.
Well, Florida State's an experienced band, though. They play all year long, so this is nothing new. Now, the Auburn band, they're just learning as the game goes on. Sometimes they even play after the snap.
Edgar Bennett brings it back in the other direction, close to the 50, as Corey Barlow will push him out of bounds. And all of you band enthusiasts who take exception, right, Gary, please, not me. I didn't say the Auburn band was inexperienced.
Well, they don't know how to play quite as well during the game. This Florida State band for years plays like that.
17-10, Florida State on top as we have less than a minute in this third quarter. Big drive for the Seminoles after Auburn comes down against the field goal to cut it to 7. Weldon drills it to Baker, and that's enough for the Florida State first down. The sophomore from Lakeland is tackled by Corey Barlow.
Again, Baker goes just beyond the first down line. Weldon puts it right there. Good timing. They're in sync tonight with this passing game. There's no doubt about it.
Matt Fryer, freshman from Live Oak, Florida, comes in replacing Shannon Baker.
Fryer has been starting so far this year, the freshman, and Baker got the call tonight, and both of them have a lot of confidence in both players.
Maybe one, and that's it. Ricky Sutton was the first man to come across and make contact. And that probably is the last play of the third period. Florida State certainly doesn't want to rush it up and try to run a play. And that'll do it as we're about to head to the final 15 minutes of action with the Seminoles leading by 7.
Only Sears Brand Central has all the name brand electronics you want, like this LXI 2-Lux camcorder. Includes light attachment and telephoto lens. Only $799.95 at Sears Brand Central nationwide.
We're getting ready for a wild and exciting evening out here as we bring them to the line.
Apparently, not everyone appreciates the strength of a Volvo.
with desire each time my heart fans the fire to that old flame that burns inside of me. 'Cause nobody in his right mind would have left her. Even my heart was
The
small.
music of George Strait, brought to you by Bud Light.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
When you're out street hiking, you better know how to read the terrain. First, trust your instincts. By all means, avoid distractions. Do your best to preserve the wildlife, because street hikers don't just walk, they hike.
Fresh shoes, Joe.
Fourth quarter here in Auburn, Alabama, and it's Florida State on top by a touchdown. We have not seen the leading tackler since back in the first half of the Auburn Tigers, Cunningham, and we'll get an update on that for you shortly. Weldon zips it out to Lee, and what a great open field tackle by Ramsey. Let's go to Kevin Kiley for this update.
Ron, the Auburn defense certainly could use their leading tackler, number 47, Carrican Cunningham. He's behind this fella in the plaid shirt. They've worked feverishly on him most of the game, has cramps in the hamstrings. He has not been able to go back in the game, and I know it's hurting the Tiger defense. Back to you.
Thanks, Kev. You might remember back in the first half as he was chasing Casey Weldon to the far side of the field. That's when he limped off, and now they're walking him to the Auburn locker room. Weldon on third down, going to go long and incomplete, and that, I think, is going to be offensive pass interference as Lee turned around and pushed.
I think he pushed off. There's no doubt about it. He had good coverage. Weldon's doing a nice job getting out of the pocket, though, and finding somebody deep.
It is defensive pass interference. My apologies to Amp Lee.
Well, Amp Lee was sure of it, but I think everybody else thought it was offensive interference. There's the hit as he lets it go. It gets driven into the ground. But look at this. Who's pushing who right here? It's either a no call or it looked like at least offensive pass interference. There he goes. He pushes off big time. Should have actually caught the ball, Rod.
State with a first down, and that was a big third down play. They get it by penalty. Kevin Mancini, and I think he was victimized by the crowd.
Dead ball. Ball start. Offense, 5 yards, first and 15.
Mancini's having a few problems. Staying on side is just one of them. He's got a bad ankle that he's been fighting with all night, and he's staying in there. Cunningham, he goes in one time, and he comes out the next time. I don't know if he's trying to loosen it up or what.
I think that's what they're trying to do. Weldon almost intercepted. Corey Barlow is spanking himself right now, and there was a lot of empty turf up that far side.
He threw the ball way late. They had a little seam pass. Everybody goes straight up the ball. Weldon delivers it late, so he has to throw it to the hole, and what he does is throws it way behind him. Actually, if the ball wasn't tipped, Corey Barlow had the play. That's what he was so upset about. It was coming right to him, and he tipped the ball. His receiver saved an interception.
Since that was the open side of the field, it might have been 6. Eighth play of the drive. They go to the run to Lee and tripped up by Barlow. Boy, for a moment it broke open, and then Barlow came from nowhere to catch him by the ankles, and now it's going to be 3rd down for the Seminoles, and the line to make is the 21.
Corey Barlow right here. He beats Dawson inside. Nice job by Dawson not to get the clip, but he beat the receiver inside and made the play.
3rd down Seminoles. They need in the vicinity of 13 yards, and this group right here will probably let you know.
Down. Dawsey's going to run the route. He's got man-to-man coverage. He's going to the post. But when he sees Weldon scramble, look at him go to the sideline just as he's taught. Puts it right there. And he could have had that pass. Dennis Wallace, I think, just got his hand on it. Throws it on the run. Let's see if Wallace gets his hand in there. Yes, he does. Great job by Dennis Wallace to save a very, very big play.
Andrews to attempt a 51-yard field goal. His longest is 43 this year. Coordinator for the Auburn Tigers. We talked with him about the difference in last year's ball game as far as Florida State jumped on top big in the first half, 19-3. And defensively, the Tigers came on strong in the second half and also put points on the board. They had a chance last year for touchdown and 2-point conversion to tie it as the clock went out.
Well, what his theory on defense is, yes, he's got an All-American in David Rocker. He's lost Rogers, he's other fine tackle, but he's still playing John Wilson, Fernando Hall, Richard Shea, the backup nose tackle. He wants to win. He believes the fourth quarter's his.
White is complete to Greg Taylor at the 48 of Florida State.
Well, this Stan White's got nerves of a cat burglar. I'll tell you, he's been having trouble throwing the ball all night, so what does he do? Sticks it in between 2 zones right here. This is just a tough throw. Remember, he's had a couple intercepted. Look at it, right on the line, and he got the toe down. Beautiful job.
A redshirt freshman from Selma, Alabama, who just come into the ball game. He took the pass and has a gain of close to 5.
Well, I tell you, Stan White is beginning to get a personality like Joe Montana had in college. He can just bring teams from behind. You know, he says he loves the way Joe Montana plays football. That's his idol. Of course, it's everybody's idol, even us guys that play in the NFL. But, I mean, he just is coming from behind and just throwing the ball so much better in the fourth quarter than he was earlier.
Joseph has the Auburn first down at the Florida State 36-yard line. Storyline of this one so far with their ball game at 17-10, Florida State. Weldon 15 of 24, 203 yards, 1 touchdown. White 9 of 21, 56 yards, 2 interceptions. Florida State 17 second quarter points. At time McMillan takes the quick handoff as Auburn tried to cross him up with the quick trap. Marvin Jones stepped up into the hole to make the tackle.
Boy, I don't know. Step up in the hole. Do you think we could recall that? I mean, he just filled up. You know what, Coach Erickson, Dennis Erickson from Miami said this guy gets there in a hurry, and he gets there in a bad mood when he gets there. I know what he means. I mean, he just lays a hit on everybody. Great way to describe how Marvin Jones plays football.
Bobby Bowden seeking his 200th career win. Joseph tripped out of the line of scrimmage, loses the ball. Florida State football.
From the other side of the field, Joseph gets his hand on the ball, gets it to him deep, but he gets tripped early, loses his balance, and out comes the football. It bounces around a little. Oh, nice catch. Nice way to get it. Grab it right from those guys. The bottom of the pile, Simpson ends up with it. Got tripped up in the backfield.
Carl Simpson made the recovery. Marvin Jones made the hit. Turnovers, Auburn now 3. Florida State 2 in the ball game. But how untimely was this one, and a huge drive, I think, for Florida State to wrestle some momentum back. Lee breaks it open and caught to the ankles by John Weiler.
Boy, there's some feet right there. Right in the hole, he jumps by a linebacker, gets up to there, and then re-accelerates. Nice run by Amp Lee. Look at him. He congratulating all those guys. Nice job, guys. I saw the hole. He takes it deep, cuts back. Sprint draw, cut back. Watch him. Whoa, oh. He's by that guy. Puts a move on him, and he's into the secondary. Put a move on Larry Young, and all of a sudden he's into the secondary.
16 carries, 70 yards. This time will be dropped after a gain of a couple by Anthony Judge. Anthony, a junior from Fort Lauderdale.
Anthony Judge is in there because of Cunningham's injury. They've been playing Willis and Judge. Then rotating them.
Now the boos come up again as the Florida State chant begins.
Wonder if they've got tennis elbow problems in Tallahassee and all those years of spending that
spear elbow. Weldon gets it out to Dossie at the 46. Boy, is he gang tackled, but he pushes it forward to within about 1 yard of the first down.
I think they marked it forward progress back a little farther around, and then they flew forward, but it's at least 2 yards. Like the call. Second down, a nice safe pass. Give it to him short. Get it to your best guy. Somebody can run with the ball afterwards. There you see the Auburn guys going, oh man, not again. Fourth quarter. We want to be national champs. Can we lose to these guys 4 years in a row?
Now the last big game here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Auburn had to come from behind. Right now, they got a lot of work to do. Down by 7, Florida State moving the football. Dossie over the middle and short of the first down at the 49. Corey Barlow, and that is his 14th tackle of the night.
Again, they're going to their money men. Lawrence Dossie here, he's going to go in motion, and he's going to come back under it. Get it to him quick, but they're in man coverage. And Barlow comes up. Everybody comes up. Push it back. Don't let him run for that first down. Good defense.
Corey Barlow will be around again next year. He's only a junior, 5'10", 186 from Atlanta, Georgia. And he will sleep extremely well tonight. He has battered and also been battered.
Well, he's had to chase this Dossie around all day. I mean, that's a night's work for anybody.
John Wimberly waits for the snap, and delay of game called against Florida State.
now that it's more than 4th and 4 or 4th and 1 with the penalty, I wouldn't be surprised to see Auburn go for the block right here. Wonder if Bobby Bowden has enough guts to go for a fake right here. I've seen him do it in weirder places.
Auburn Tigers do make personnel changes, but they've got the return on. Herbert Casey, no fair catch as the flag comes down, or did he make one as the flag comes down? Sterling Palmer on the special teams is down to make the hit. And now let's see what the flag is about, because it was thrown immediately, and normally that is from a signal of the fair catch and then advancing it. But this is going to be clipping against the Tigers.
John Wiley gets him from behind. He pushes him and he clips him. 2 penalties on one play.
8:17 left in the ball game. Florida State 17 and Auburn 10.
Napa, because there are no unimportant parts.
Sony unleashes V. A brilliant new videotape that captures more color and draws more music out of everything it touches. Whatever you videotape, put more of it on your screen. New Sony V. Music and color to the highest power.
Last week, my girlfriend broke up with me. Then she traded in her Toyota Corolla for this Eagle Summit.
Well, did she give you a reason?
Said she needed her space.
So you got a $400 rebate.
Yep, I got it when I bought my new Eagle Summit.
Great. What do you plan to do with it?
Just drive it when I want to go somewhere.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida State versus Auburn, is brought to you by Jeep and Eagle, a division of Chrysler Corporation, and by Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. Well, I guess the best description of this day is what we've been calling it all day long, and that is Elimination Saturday. And teams in contention for the national title have fallen today. Miami was upset by Notre Dame, and I say upset. I think they were favored in the ballgame. Tennessee was upset at home. Michigan was beaten again today. Flea flicker. White. Intercepted by Florida State. John Davis. Two flags are down at the 41-yard line, but they came down after the interception was made by Davis, his second of the year.
There you see Stan coming off the flea flicker play. Didn't fool anybody. That's the 4th turnover of the game and his 3rd interception tonight. It looks like they're going to tack on some yards on the back.
They're going to tack on a big one. And Gary, the tough thing about this, and I'm sure you've been in the same situation, but that's one of those that you want so badly for it to work. But when you see 3 opposing jerseys down there, you can't throw that pass.
Dead ball, personal foul, defense, first down.
The flea flicker play, the design is to throw the ball downfield with the type of play. You know, you run action, you flip it back to him, you hope those safeties bite, but they just didn't bite. Stan fell in love with the deep pass and threw it with 3 guys around him. You're right.
So 8:03 left in the ball game, and with the penalty, Florida State now with the ball just inside the Auburn 35-yard line. And it is incumbent upon this Auburn defense, if they want a chance at this one tonight, that they cannot allow anything on the scoreboard from the Seminoles on this drive. Flag comes down as Weldon really takes a shot inside the 30. Eric Ramsey and Darrell Crawford combined on the stop, but offensive holding has been called against Florida State. They'll bring it back.
Ron, the coaches on the Florida State sideline are absolutely livid about this holding call. You just have to imagine what they told their offense. Listen, don't lay the ball on the ground. No dumb penalties. Take care of it.
Holding, offense, repeat first down, 1st and 20.
So what do they get as a 10-yard loss on the first play when they're very, very close to field goal range? It's just something that, you know, it plays right into Auburn's hand.
Whoa. 13 penalties, 117 yards. You can bet that that gentleman will talk to his guys pretty sternly about that on Monday. And Lee, 2, maybe 3 yards. Walter Tate.
Let's go back to that interception again on the flea flicker. There you see it. They're going to hand off to this guy right here. He runs up, laterals it back to Stan White, and you got a guy coming across the field like this, and this guy coming deep right here, but nobody in the secondary bites on the play, and that's the problem. Snap it. Look at the secondary. He's backing up. It's a little too quick on the flip. Didn't give it a lot of time, and then he falls in love with the touchdown, and that'll happen. Boy, I tell you, you'd be so happy the play is called. It worked in practice, and all of a sudden, nothing.
Weldon behind Baker, had him at the 30-yard line. And it's going to be 3rd down. And Florida State needs to achieve the 25-yard line. But probably more importantly, if you're Bobby Bowden on the far side, they need to pick up about 12 yards to put it within a decent field goal range.
We're sitting right next to the Florida State box, and they were livid about that penalty too. And you're right, that's the reason. 3 points almost puts the game out of reach. And now it looks like if they don't have a big play right here, they're not even going to be in field goal range.
Weldon, 16 of 26, 205 yards and 1 touchdown. They went with the Ruski. Left it on the ground, and the ball may have been recovered by Auburn. It is Auburn football. Walter Tate.
But you gotta love the gambling nature of Bobby Bowden. They don't always work, but his kids love playing for him. Here it is, the Ruski. They're going to take the ball and lay it right underground here. All the action's going to be this way, and the guard's supposed to take it and run around here. They lay it on the ground, and the only guy that finds it is the guy from Auburn. Well, those plays aren't pretty when they don't work, are they, Ron?
Yeah, they're a masterpiece when they do work. Tennessee used it earlier this year. That's going to be procedure against Auburn, so they'll give up 5 yards, but they have the football, which to them right now is the most important thing.
Red ball, illegal snap, offense, 1st down.
I'd like to see Auburn go with the no huddle right now. I know there's 6:40 to go and there's plenty of time, but I want as many plays as I can get if I'm Pat Dye. They're stopping Florida State. I want to take as many plays as I can, get 2 chances to win the game, not just 1.
Now the officials calling a timeout because they're looking back up at the clock.
Did some time go off it then on that false snap? Because that was a dead ball foul.
Here, let me ask you, you talk about the gambling of Bobby Bowden there. Why would you run a Ruski when you were ahead in a 3rd down situation like that?
Well, I think that's he just wants to win this game so bad, and it's like, you know, he thinks about these situations when it would work. Evidently, he thought 3rd and long. He had an opportunity to run it with the big pass rush and everything, and you know that puts the game away.
Well, that's true.
If you do it right there, you win it, and, you know, you create legends with those type of plays. You got to have the confidence of your own security, though, to run those type of plays, I think.
That's right.
The 25 clock, second clock is malfunctioning. It'll be kept on the field.
So the 25 seconds will have to be kept on the field. And this is unfortunate for both teams.
It's unfortunate for Stan White, especially if they do go 2 minutes. It's nice to have that 25-second clock to be looking around, because there's so many other things you have to take care of. That's one of the things you just like to look up and see.
So the situation, we've had a stoppage in play here because of the clock and also because of the turnover. 6:41 remaining in the ball game. It's Florida State 17 and Auburn 10. Auburn scored first tonight, and they had momentum going in their direction until the Seminoles wrestled it away from them and came back with 17 unanswered points in the second quarter. Auburn has come back with a field goal here in the second half, and that is how we stand. White's pass, one overthrown. Terrell Buckley had the cover, but as much as anything, just looked like he threw that one away.
Well, that's why. You're right in the call. Buckley had him covered, had Taylor covered, and he just tossed it. Not a great night so far for Stan White. 9 for 23, 56 yards, and 3 to the guys in white.
Stacy Dandley will come out. James Joseph will replace him. White has it complete to Herbert Casey. And that is enough for the Auburn first down in Florida State territory.
Well, White hung in there on this one. He waited and he waited. Look at those nice calm feet. He lets it go. A high again. But Casey goes up, lays out, and grabs it. Wow, what a big time catch by Casey.
Complete over the middle, Greg Taylor. The Carruthers was right there. Carruthers had reversed on him and had a face right in his face.
Florida State only brought 3 people that time, only rushed 3 on him and played the zone, and there was really no one to throw to. I'm a little concerned, though. Stan's still throwing the ball high all night.
Here's your score by quarters. The 17 unanswered by Florida State in the second quarter. The field goal by Auburn here in the third period. 17-10. White a little high again, and that will draw a flag. Leon Fowler hit him out of bounds. And I'll tell you what, Bobby Bowden is not hollering at the officials. He is hollering at his football team.
There you see Fowler, look at that, completely out of the play, no need to do it, puts the helmet in there too.
Well, in the forearm more than anything, but the
helmet right to the back of the head right there. You know, he probably, even if he doesn't, he hit him out of bounds anyway.
Mickey Andrews, the defensive coordinator, just reading him the riot act. It is first down Auburn. New line of scrimmage to Florida State 30.
Unbalanced line. This is a tackle eligible or what?
White's pass is complete to Herbert Casey. Breaks off the tackle, but it was enough momentum by John White to have pushed him back downfield, and that'll wind up as a gain of only 3. Now under 6 minutes to play.
It's not time for Stan White and the offense to be thinking about it, but somebody in that Auburn staff is thinking about what's our 2-point play if we get it in the end zone.
Stacy Dandley breaks it up the middle, and he's close. Joe Ross Tuszewski put the stopper on him, but let's see where they mark it. It's just inside the 21.
Going to come in with the short yardage play right here. They got 2 cracks at it. Going to bring the big boys in.
3rd down and just inches. Hall, Gray, and Baxter, all 3 tight ends of the ball game. Richardson breaks off the tackle.
Richardson scored on earlier to the left. Baxter gets the pin block right here, and he bounces outside. This guy just keeps running. He's just going to be a great back. And look at Danley come from behind the tailback to get it on the play.
And this time Richardson finds nothing.
What do? You go for 2. That's the play right now. If you can get it in the end zone, it's a non-conference game. Ron, I say you got to go for 2.
I agree with you.
I think you do.
Right now, as far as Auburn is concerned, they want to put it in the end zone, but they don't care if it takes 4 downs to do it because the clock is now running at 4:03 and 4:02. They'd like to burn as much off there as they could.
If it was an SEC game, I could see tying it up, but this is for the national championship.
Sideline and held up 1 finger. Auburn will not go for the lead. They will go for the tie with 3:47 left to play.
A little bit of motion, and look at those guys pushing them into the end zone. That's what you have to do down there. Just keep pushing, pushing, pushing. Ed King. And Danley just takes it, jumps, dives into the end zone to tie it up.
Stacy Danley scores, and his head coach had this reaction.
Along the edge of San Francisco Bay, just off the Embarcadero, you'll discover...
Florida State 17, Auburn 17. You know, I have seen this script someplace before, about 2 weeks ago.
Well, we've been leading up to it when it got to be a 7-point game. I mean, I say go for 2, though. I mean, but Coach Dye, he's had a lot of success over the years. He's got his own ideas. If he gets the ball back and they kick a field goal, they win. But if this game ends up tied 17-17, there's been a lot of people asking some questions why he didn't go for it.
Dickinson's kickoff is coming down to Shannon Baker. Baker across the 25. Let's take a look at the top 10, and this is what has happened already today. Virginia won over Wake Forest. Miami lost to Notre Dame. Tennessee lost to Alabama. Nebraska won. Auburn, Florida State. Jury is still out. Notre Dame defeated Miami. Illinois won over Michigan State. Houston over SMU. And Michigan lost to Iowa at home. We're going to see quite a change in the top 10 come Monday. Dossie complete at the 40-yard line.
Wow, that was a nice throw right there. Both fans are playing. The 85,000 people are just as loud as you can get. Weldon drops back and rips it right into Dawsey coming across. Here's the replay. Look at it. Got the ball high, checks up, throws, follows through, catches one in the mouth after he lets it go, and puts a strike right on Dawsey. But they just have not been able to find a way to stop Dawsey. This guy's just so tough as a wide receiver. He's just tough. Actually, I like that it was short a little bit. If I'm Florida State, it takes a little bit more time off the clock. Obviously, you figure you're going to pick up the first down, but it just keeps that much less of a chance for Auburn to have time to come back and kick the field goal.
Clock running with 3:15 left in the ball game. Roberts over the middle, inside the 45, and he's down to the 41-yard line.
Wow, what a throw. I'll tell you, you don't think Bobby Bowden has a gambler's attitude. Fumble Ruski on third down, 2nd and inches, and he comes back. Watch Weldon fit this one in. I mean, this is a rocket he throws. This guy's fairly well covered, and Roberts just gathered in. He knows he's going to get hit. What a play. What a call.
Dave working on his 2nd degree at Florida State. Academic All-American. And that guy right there, what you say, I promise you, he will not play for a top.
Well, he's got no choice right now.
Well, I know it, but if the shoe were on the other foot.
I agree. He's got him deep.
Overthrown inside the 20. It's Edgar Bennett, and they had worked him out of the backfield.
Oh, a nice play right there. The tight end crossed, and the back coming out of the backfield, the fullback. That's a San Francisco 49er play that you see every week with Roger Craig going deep like that.
Clock is stopped. 2:29 in the ball game. Both teams have all 3 timeouts left. It is 2nd down Florida State at the Auburn 42.
They got the matchup they wanted. The fullback on the middle linebacker and just a little higher. He had nobody down there. There's no free safety or anything. Just a free throw for Weldon.
Auburn comes with a blitz in the play. Dawsey breaks off one tackle or gets away partially and takes it to the 35. Mike Pena on the tackle. Another youngster out of Merritt Island, Florida.
You know, Dawsey, it seems like he gets the ball more than the tailback does in an offense. I mean, they find ways to get the ball to their best player. I like that. They work very hard at saying, you know, it's hard to lead as a wide receiver, but this guy leads as a wide receiver. 8 catches. He had 13 last week, and 8 again, 2 weeks ago against Miami. He had 13 catches for 160 yards.
3rd down. They need the 32. Weldon fumbles, and he has his own recovery at the 36. He had the first down and had to retreat. Oh, my goodness.
Now what do you do? 4th down. Weldon escapes from 2 straitjacket holds. First of all, Rocker just, arm over beautifully. He's got him. And this is Tracy Rocker, an All-American. And look at him, full around him. Straight arm, and you're right, he has a first down run, and he strips the ball. From the 27, Eric Ramsey. Oh, nice job coming back to get it. Think it's good. Pat Dye. Oh, my God, I got him. Sack. No. Oh, my God, first down. Another sack. Oh, no. How can he make a first down?
Let's take a break. 70 seconds left. Tied at 17.
I never saw you hit so well. I'm hearing 3, you're hearing 1. Bill.
How'd you do, Jack?
In and 3, out and 3. What are you doing? You're playing your best golf, and every time I look up, you're staring at TV. Saturday cartoons make you so good?
It's a special Golf Digest instructional video.
The Golf Digest schools pulled 10 instant golf lessons from their 10-cassette collection.
Graphics, instruction, real professional advice, 10 instant lessons.
A half hour of the best stuff for a golfer.
It's priceless.
It's free.
Free?
With my subscription to Golf Digest.
Get a full year of Golf Digest for $19.77. Call 800-348-3300 now and get our free half-hour instructional video with your paid subscription. Call 800-348-3300 now.
Live, top-ranked boxing on
The story, 70 seconds left, tied at 17. Don't forget, at the conclusion of tonight's game, Gary and I will be selecting the piece of players of the game, one from each team. Well, 2 weeks ago, Tennessee and Auburn battled to a 26-26 tie. Auburn was down by 10 in this one. Not as badly as they were to Tennessee, but they have battled back to tie it at 17. Florida State with a 4th down and 5. They have it at the 37-yard line.